Chapter 1963. The sword soared into the sky and quickly slashed down. The sword chi was sharp and contained a murderous aura. However, there was no aura of the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodging the attack. However, he was getting more and more excited. That was because he discovered that although his opponent was as powerful and sharp as him, and even had the same battle experience and awareness as him, the great dragon sword soul was different. However, there was no aura of the great dragon sword soul in his opponent's sword techniques. In other words, although the 0-degree space could simulate everything, it couldn't simulate the great dragon sword soul. Perhaps this is a way to improve myself and the great dragon sword soul. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth rose up. Soon after, the great dragon sword soul in his body erupted, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky. A powerful sword ripple transformed into a huge wave that spread out in all directions. Following that, Lin Xian fought with his opponent with all his strength. Every time he fought, he used his full strength. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. However, this time, they were no longer evenly matched. Lin Xian's attacks were even sharper, and he was able to break through his opponent's attacks. If not for the fact that his opponent could also execute Heavenly Dragon 8 steps, he would have killed his opponent long ago. However, Lin Xian didn't lower his guard. He was observing how his opponent would deal with the danger. How his opponent would react. Because his opponent was exactly the same as him, his opponent's reaction would definitely become his experience. Boom! 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 Half a day later, Lin Xian transformed into a sword chi dragon and pierced through his opponent. Then, he floated in the sky and closed his eyes, recalling the previous battle to improve himself. Buzz! 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 Not long after, another fluctuation appeared in front of him, and two people that looked exactly like Lin Xian appeared. Each of them was as powerful as him. Boom! 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 The battle was exceptionally intense. One day later, Lin Xian killed two enemies that looked exactly like him. However, his body was also injured. This time, he gained even more benefits and experience. Soon, 3 enemies that looked exactly like him appeared. Just like this, Lin Xian entered an endless battle. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. The matter of the All Beginnings Holy Land quickly spread out, causing an uproar in the entire southern region. Soon, the entire eastern wilderness was shocked. Someone actually dared to cause trouble in the All Beginnings Holy Land and even killed 2 supreme elders. This was simply too shocking. For a time, all kinds of news spread everywhere. Everyone was guessing Lin Xian's identity. Although Lin Xian had previously concealed his identity, after careful analysis by many experts, they discovered that the mysterious youth they spoke of was most likely Lin Xian. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. The All Beginnings Holy Land was even more furious. They issued a kill order and chased after Lin Xian with all their strength. As for Lin Xian, he was engaged in an intense battle in the Black Earth. Half a month had already passed, and Lin Xian's body was riddled with scars. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't injured. His entire body was covered in blood, but his eyes were shining brightly. In front of him, there were 7 people who looked exactly like him, and each of them was extremely terrifying. To be honest, if not for the great dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian would not have been able to deal with the 7 people who were as strong as him. But now, even with the great dragon sword spirit, it would be very difficult for him to deal with them. The 7 people who looked exactly like him were simply heaven-defying existences. They could even easily kill supreme elders. However, he would not give up. In the next instant, a golden vortex appeared in his eyes. Mysterious runes appeared one after another. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Buzz! After activating his heavenly secret divine eyes, Lin Xian turned into a shocking sword light and charged forward. At the front, the 7 figures snorted coldly. Every single one of them unleashed their most powerful ultimate skills to kill the other party. Sea God's Ice, 6 God Sword Techniques, Demonic Hell Flame, and the terrifying Azure Dragon True Phoenix. All kinds of illusory attacks rained down on Lin Xian without any regard for their lives. As for Lin Xian, he used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to dodge the attacks. With his heavenly secret divine eyes, he was able to capture the trajectories of these attacks. He could even predict them in advance. Thus, after 3 days and 3 nights of intense battle, Lin Xian killed all 7 people who looked exactly like him. Whoosh! The wounds on his body were extremely horrifying. There were even some places where white bones could be seen. Lin Xian even felt that the power in his body was disappearing. In front of him, the void rippled and 8 figures appeared. They looked exactly like Lin Xian. Fight. Other than that, there was no need to say anything else. However, it had already been half a month since Lin Xian had started fighting. He had not rested in the middle, so he was already exhausted. Now that he was facing 8 people who looked exactly like him, he was in a very difficult battle. In the end, he killed 6 of them. However, his heart was also pierced by them. Buzz! He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and controlled the 2 illusory figures. Then, he smashed the heads of the 2 figures with a punch. However, his body was also out of the blank space. Whoosh! Lin Xian's body swayed and appeared in the Hall of the Black Earth once again. He too floated up with a look of surprise. Kid, you're out? How many levels did you reach? If each figure is counted as a level, I should have reached the 8th level. The 8th level? Heavens! You're too heaven-defying! He too was also extremely shocked. He knew how terrifying the blank space was. Those were 8 enemies who were the same as him. How could they survive? One had to know that some people could not even defeat one of them. At most, it would be a draw. Now Lin Xian had passed 7 levels in a row and even tied the 8th level. It was indeed a heaven-defying feat. Alright, you should rest. This time, you'll definitely benefit greatly. He too did not disturb Lin Xian anymore. Instead, he let him go into seclusion. Lin Xian nodded and went into seclusion to comprehend the various intense battles before. 3 days later, a surge of energy erupted. Lin Xian successfully broke through to become a 6-star king. The great dragon sword soul in his body had also become abnormally powerful. Not only that, Lin Xian's combat experience had definitely surpassed before. Now, he could completely kill Almighties alone. One had to know that half a month ago, Lin Xian could only contend against Almighties. He could not kill Almighties at all. Now, only half a month had passed, and he had the strength to kill Almighties alone. If this kind of heaven-defying growth were to spread, it would definitely make all the warriors in the eastern wilderness go crazy. In the next half a month, Lin Xian continued to consolidate his cultivation. After a month, he came out of seclusion and decided to go out and take a look. Now that he had understood the situation in the southern region, Lin Xian did not plan to stay in the southern region any longer. He wanted to leave the southern region and go to other places in the eastern wilderness. However, he did not want to fly there because it would take more than 10 years. Chapter 1964. Lin Xian wanted to use the super teleportation array. He had gradually gained an understanding of the eastern wilderness. He knew that only the remote antiquity aristocratic families and the great sage had super teleportation arrays. In the other continents of the eastern wilderness, there were also some hidden super teleportation arrays for experts to use. Lin Xian's destination this time was a hidden super teleportation array. After going out, Lin Xian asked around and found out that there was a super teleportation array in the depths of the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range. Therefore, he decided to go to the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range. However, the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range was not simple. It was a very famous mountain range with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It was continuous and terrifying. There were all kinds of monster kings running amok in it. Ordinary monster kings did not dare to enter. Even almighties sometimes did not dare to enter the depths of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. One could imagine how terrifying the Thousand Spirit Mountain range was. Lin Xian's destination was the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. He turned into a beam of sword light and disappeared from the city, flying towards the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. In the vast barren mountains, a figure was shuttling rapidly like a ghost. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He was flying in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, heading towards the Super Teleportation Array. Demon Slaying Sword Array. Lin Xian analyzed the array in his mind as he flew at high speed. The Annihilation Sword Array was a top-notch martial art. He had found it in the storage rings of the two almighties that he had killed. At this moment, he was comprehending the profound sword formation. Although the sword array was profound, it was not difficult for Lin Xian to cultivate it with his heaven-defying talent. However, this sword formation still needed some special conditions to be able to be completed. This was also why the Almighties had not used the Demon Slaying Sword Array. To cultivate the Annihilation Sword Array, one not only needed talent and strength, but also demonic beasts. One needed to use the powerful blood essence and souls of demonic beasts to pour into the Demon Slaying Sword Array. Only then could one cultivate it successfully. Moreover, a lot of demonic beasts were needed. Some of them were even rare demonic beasts on the heaven and earth roll. Even the purple-clothed elder, who was an almighty of the All-Beginnings Holy Land, had not collected all of them. One could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate the demon-slaying array. However, if one could successfully cultivate it, according to the description, one would possess heaven-defying might. Lin Xian didn't mind this difficulty. After all, he knew that cultivating a sword array wasn't something that could be mastered overnight. And he would not give up. Now, he was flying in Wanling Mountain. When he encountered a powerful demonic beast, he would naturally attack. According to his estimation, his identity had probably been exposed. After all, those people should be able to guess it with more analysis. At that time, the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land's fifth bloodline would definitely not let him off. He was afraid that the Wavering Light's sacred land would not let him off. He needed to have enough ability to protect himself in order to survive the siege of so many holy lands. Furthermore, there was one more thing. He had to be strong because he was going to marry Murong Qingqing. If he did not have enough strength, the Jade Lake sacred ground would not have married Murong Qingqing to him. Along the way, Lin Xian killed 13 powerful demonic beast kings. He used their blood and demonic souls as the first batch of energy to activate the demon-slaying sword array. However, there was a group of people flying rapidly on several mountain tops not far from where they were. Wanling Mountain was dangerous, but it didn't stop cultivators from yearning for this place. This was because there were all kinds of heavenly treasures, spiritual herbs in Wanling Mountain. Moreover, although the demonic beast kings were ferocious, their bodies were full of treasures. Scales, teeth, horns, and other things could be used to make weapons. Demonic cores and blood could be used for cultivation. Therefore, there would always be a large number of cultivators entering Wanling Mountain. Looking at the people moving rapidly ahead, they should be such cultivators. However, their current state wasn't good. Furthermore, they seemed to be in a very sorry state. Every one of them was injured. Their clothes were tattered and their hair was disheveled. It was as if they had just experienced a great battle. There were two figures in the lead. One was a white-haired old man and the other was a young woman wearing green battle armor. Based on their identities and attire, they should be the leaders of this group of cultivators. However, the young woman was also in a very sorry state at this moment. Her aura was extremely chaotic. If not for the white-haired old man's king's domain, she probably wouldn't be able to fly. "Grandpa, that bastard is almost here! What should we do?" The young woman in green used her soul power to check the situation behind her. Her delicate face turned even paler. ****. Why would an earth demon appear in this place? That's a powerful 7-star demon king! The young woman in green sounded like she was about to cry. It was obvious that the earth demon behind them had terrified them. The other cultivators also looked solemn. Their scalps were numb. They only cared about running forward crazily. As for the white-haired old man, his eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This earth demon beast was very difficult to deal with. Moreover, it was good at burrowing into the ground. They probably couldn't escape at all. Looking at his beloved granddaughter, the white-haired old man sighed. The light in his eyes gradually became sharp. Schwer, bring the others and leave Wanling Mountain first. I'll stop that earth demon beast for a while. Hurry up and leave. Don't stay. Also, don't come to Wanling Mountain for a year, the white-haired old man said in a deep voice. No! Grandfather, you can't stay here! When the young woman in green heard this, she immediately shook her head frantically. The other cultivators also quickly tried to persuade the white-haired old man. Although the white-haired old man was powerful, he couldn't fight against such a powerful earth demon beast. Don't worry. No matter what, I'm a top 6-star king. Although I can't kill that beast, it's not a problem for me to fight against it. Moreover, if it doesn't work, I have the ability to protect myself and escape. However, the young woman in green shook her head. Grandfather, don't lie to me. That earth demon beast is a terrifying 7-star demon king. Even an almighty can't do anything to it. You're just courting death if you stay here. I don't want you to lose your life for us. Then, the other cultivators fell silent. The young woman in green was right. The earth demon beast was extremely terrifying. Even an almighty might not be able to fight against it. If the white-haired old man stayed, the consequences would be dire. He might even be torn in half by the earth demon beast. However, at this moment, these people frowned. They realized that there was smoke floating around them. There was also the fragrance of barbecued meat. Someone is starting a fire. The young woman in green exclaimed. She was extremely surprised. The white-haired old man was also surprised. Chapter 1965. They were indeed surprised because this fragrance could attract some demonic beasts and cause a huge battle. However, the other party did not care at all and allowed the fragrance to float around. It was obvious that the other party was an expert and was not afraid of attracting demonic beasts. Thinking of this, a hint of hope appeared in their eyes. Let's go! The white-haired old man waved his hand and led the dozen or so cultivators forward quickly. The fragrance of meat and smoke in front of them became thicker and thicker. They could even see flames ahead. Moreover, there was the smell of blood in the surroundings. Obviously, some demonic beasts had been killed here. The trenches on the ground were even more shocking. There was still a trace of very strong sword she left on them. The woman in green and the other kings could not sense it. They only felt that there was a huge battle around them. However, the white-haired old man's pupils shrank, and his face was filled with shock. This was because he felt a sense of horror from the sword chi. Although he was a peak 6-star king, he could not resist at all in front of the sword chi. Even his body began to tremble slightly. Who is it? It's so terrifying. Could it be an almighty? He was extremely shocked. Meanwhile, the woman in green and the dozen or so cultivators continued to fly forward. Soon they were stunned. This was because there was indeed someone beside the fire. It was a young man in a red robe. He did not look very old, only in his 20s. At this moment, he was holding a cup of spirit wine and eating a piece of golden roasted meat with relish. Beside him was a red snake that was more than a meter long and a snow-white monkey. They were all eating golden roasted meat. This scene surprised everyone. However, when they quickly glanced at the red-robed young man, they revealed disappointed expressions. This was because the red-robed young man's aura was only that of a 6-star king. Although such a person was very powerful among the younger generation, he could not fight against the earth devil beasts behind them. The woman in green and the others were extremely disappointed. Among them, someone even shook his head. Sigh, this young man is too arrogant. He's a 6-star king, and he dares to roast meat in the forest? Isn't he afraid of attracting other powerful demon kings? He's too young. He's probably a genius disciple of some family. Although he has some talent, he has no experience in surviving in the wild. Some people shook their heads and ignored the red-robed young man. They prepared to flee for their lives again. However, at that moment, the white-haired old man arrived before them. When he saw the red-clothed young man, his body trembled. This was because he could sense a remnant sword chi from the other party's body. Could it be that those sword scars were left behind by this young man? Thinking of this, the white-haired old man was terrified. Grandpa, let's go. There's nothing to see. He's just an expert of the younger generation. He can't provide us with any help at all. The green-clothed woman shook her head. That's right, Elder. Let's go quickly. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid that beast will come, everyone said. However, the white-haired old man did not listen. He only looked at the red-robed man in front of him. The red-robed young man's expression was calm, and he didn't even look around. He just slowly tasted the roasted meat. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth as if he had made a decision. Soon, he walked forward. However, when he came to the side of the red-robed youth, he suddenly knelt down with a plop. What? The green-clothed woman and the dozen or so martial artists behind her were all stunned by this scene. They didn't expect the white-haired old man to kneel to a young man. It was too shocking. Grandpa, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Why are you kneeling to a young man? He's not strong at all. He can't provide us with any help. Elder, let's go quickly. The martial artists behind them were puzzled. The red-robed young man in front of them also frowned, because he didn't expect the white-haired old man in front of him to kneel directly. That's right, the red-robed young man was naturally Lin Xian. He was cultivating the demon-slaying sword array while he hurried on his way. At this moment, he was resting. He naturally noticed the arrival of the dozen or so people, but he didn't pay attention to them. Because he didn't know them at all, he didn't need to pay attention to them. However, he didn't expect the old man in front of him to kneel directly. Naturally, he knew what the old man meant. Looking at their miserable expressions and the injuries on their bodies, it was obvious that they had encountered some kind of powerful Demon King. There was no way for them to escape, so they could only find an expert to help them. Young hero, please save us! Save our lives! We'll definitely repay you! The white-haired old man said in a deep voice again. Repay? Sure, what do you have to repay me? Lin Xian asked indifferently. We have some supreme-grade sub-divine crystals, some heaven and earth treasures, and the cores of daemon beasts. As long as you're willing, you can take them all. Young hero, please help us. What? Grandpa, are you crazy? This is something that we worked hard for over a month to get. Hearing this, the green-robed young girl screamed. They risked their lives for more than a month to get these things. Now, they were going to give them all to someone else. Moreover, it was a red-robed young man who didn't look very strong. Naturally, she couldn't accept this. Shut up! The white-haired old man shouted coldly. Then, he turned around and continued. Young hero, please don't take offense. My granddaughter is inexperienced and doesn't know how powerful you are. If she offended you, I'll bring her to apologize. Well, did you get a wood attribute daemon core? Give it to me and I can save your lives, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Okay, thank you, young hero. I'll get it now. Hearing this, the white-haired old man was overjoyed. He quickly turned around and was about to take out the daemon core. However, the green-robed young girl was still unwilling to give up. Grandpa, that would attribute daemon core was hard for us to get. It's close to the daemon core of a 7-star daemon king. Why give it to this guy? This guy doesn't look very strong. He can't deal with the earth magic beast. It's a waste to give him the wood attribute daemon core. Why don't we run away? If we're lucky, we might be able to escape. However, the white-haired old man ignored his granddaughter. Instead, he took out a fist-sized daemon core that was shining with green light from his storage ring. He gave it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it and nodded. He said indifferently, Okay, you can go now. I'll block the danger behind you. What? We can go now. Chapter 1966. Let us go after you've taken the items. What if you run away too? Kid, I think you're a liar. Swear. Shut up. The white-haired elder shouted coldly. He had gone through so much trouble to invite the other party. If his granddaughter angered the other party, none of them would be able to escape. The lady in green was furious and wanted to say something. However, at this moment, the ground started to tremble rapidly. Cracks appeared under their feet and quickly spread in all directions. Seeing this, the lady in green could no longer say anything and screamed. The other dozen or so martial artists all had terrified looks in their eyes because they knew that the Earth Devil Beast was coming. The white-haired elder was also shocked, but then he said in a low voice, "This isn't the Earth Devil's real body. It's a clone formed by the demonic chi on his body and the rocks on the ground. We still have hope of escaping." Hearing that it was a clone, these people were not careless. Even if it was a clone, it was still very strong. They would need to use all their strength to deal with it. Boom! Indeed, in the next moment, the ground cracked open and a huge pit appeared. Then, the demonic chi and the huge rocks formed a demonic beast. It bared its fangs and claws and roared crazily. "Formation! Attack with me!" the white-haired elder shouted. Immediately, the warriors behind him stepped on mysterious runes and started to form a huge formation, ready to fight against the enemy together. At this moment, Lin Xian raised his arm and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless icy auras spread out rapidly, instantly freezing the clones of the demonic beasts in front of them. Crack! 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 Once the icy aura was released, the surroundings were covered in ice. Snowflakes fell from the sky. The white-haired elder, the lady in green, and the other kings were all trembling. They felt like they were being frozen. As for the clone in front, it was instantly frozen into a block of ice without any resistance. Boom! Then, Lin Xian waved his finger. Suddenly, the huge block of ice in front of them shattered, forming ice shards on the ground. As for the Earth Devil Beast clone, it was instantly killed. What? How is this possible? The lady in green was stunned. The other kings were all stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. That was the Earth Devil Beast clone. His strength was incomparably strong. Even if all of them fought with all their strength, they would only be able to fight to a draw. But now, the young man in front of him had easily gotten rid of an Earth Devil Beast clone with a wave of his hand. They couldn't believe it. The white-haired old man was also extremely shocked, but he soon became excited. Because he realized that he had guessed correctly. The young man in front of him was definitely terrifyingly powerful. It was very likely that he was a saint of some great sect or a peerless genius of a clan of the ancients. He knew that these people were able to protect their lives, and the green woman was also extremely scared. Only now did she know why her grandfather was so humble. The strength of the young man in front of them was far beyond their imagination. Thus, she hurriedly said respectfully, "Young master, I've offended you before. I hope you won't blame me. It's nothing, you guys can go. As for the Earth Devil Beast in the back, I'll help you block it." With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and brought the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey with him. Then, he turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared. "Ha ha, kid, you've gained quite a lot this time. Not only did you get a wood-type demonic core, but you also know the whereabouts of the Earth Devil Beast." The dark red divine dragon laughed. That's right. The Earth Devil Beast was an Earth-type demonic beast, and it seemed to be a 7-star demonic king. If he could get its blood demonic soul, then he could use the demon's slaying sword formation. In the future, as he collected more demonic souls, the demon's slaying sword formation would become more and more powerful. Lin Xian was very surprised. He didn't expect to encounter an Earth Devil Beast here. He was really lucky. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons why he helped those people. Boom! 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 Angry roars came from a distance in the forest. Obviously, it was from an Earth Devil Beast. When he discovered that his clone had been killed, he was incomparably furious. How could he allow the prey he had set his eyes on to escape? Therefore, he roared like a madman. Not only that, but he also increased his speed. Once he used the earth-burrowing technique, he traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. Roar! Soon, he sensed a human's aura in front of him flying toward him. This made him extremely furious. Someone actually dared to walk toward him. He was courting death. In the next moment, he directly attacked. The merciless earthquake caused cracks to spread. A large rock hand condensed in front of him and quickly slapped forward. The rock hand was extremely huge, covering the sky and the sun. It carried a thick demonic aura, showing its incomparably powerful strength. Boom! In an instant, it covered Lin Xian and was about to land mercilessly. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a powerful icy aura instantly surged out. Then, a blue giant sword soared into the sky. Boom! 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 In the next moment, countless frosts formed on the sky-covering hand, and the speed of its descent became slower and slower. Finally, it froze in the sky. Then, the blue sword light flashed and split the rock hand in half. Boom! At this moment, the ground cracked open, and a huge creature appeared on the ground. It was like a large lizard, and its body was covered in gray scales. However, it wasn't a lizard, but an earth devil beast. The aura on its body was monstrous, as if an ancient demonic beast had awakened. Human, come and die! The earth devil beast let out a cold voice, not taking Lin Xian seriously at all. Humph! Lin Xian didn't talk nonsense. This earth devil beast happened to be one of the demonic beasts he needed, so he directly attacked. Sword chi flickered on his body, and the dragon sword domain appeared in the air, enveloping the front. Terrifying sword light filled the sky. It pierced through the void and slashed downwards. You're just an ant, yet you dare to attack me? You're courting death. The earth devil beast sneered. It naturally felt that Lin Xian's cultivation was only a 6-star king. Such a person was an ant in front of it. It wasn't enough to fill the gap between its teeth, and it actually dared to attack it. Therefore, endless demonic aura spread out from its body, and the ground around it cracked open, forming a huge rock giant that charged forward. Boom! The rock giant continued to expand until it was 1,000 feet tall, and it collided with the dragon sword domain. Suddenly, a thunderous sound was heard. Cracks appeared in the void, and large areas of the forest collapsed. The endless ground also cracked open, and ravines appeared one after another. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He controlled the dragon sword domain and attacked again. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain changed. Countless sword chi condensed and then formed 2 dragon claws that grabbed at the huge rock giant. The 2 dragon claws were extremely real, as if a true dragon had awakened. Chapter 1967. The 2 dragon claws were incomparably real, as if a real dragon had awakened. Then, he pierced through the void and grabbed at the rock giant. 2 transparent holes appeared on the rock giant's body. Then, it turned into countless boulders and scattered on the ground. Not only that, Lin Xian controlled his 2 dragon claws to grab the earth devil beast. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding rang out. Sparks flew in all directions, and the void was about to collapse. What a powerful physique! As expected of a 7-star demon king! Lin Xian gasped in amazement. His claw could crush an ordinary demon monarch willow star. However, the earth devil beast before him was actually not injured at all. It was merely sent flying. One could imagine how powerful the earth devil beast's physique was. It was definitely more than 10 times stronger than a 6-star demon king. Courting death. Damned human, you've angered me! The earth devil beast roared crazily. A mere human and dared to send it flying? This was an unforgivable crime. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of black flames that swept forward. Hoo-hoo-hoo! The great flames engulfed the 2 dragon claws formed by the sword chi and quickly melted them. Soon, the dragon claw was burned clean. Not only that, but the gray flames also flew towards Lin Xian, wanting to refine him as well. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, the devil's sword chopped down. The terrifying great dragon's sword chi surged out quickly, and the sharp sword light directly extinguished the gray flames that filled the sky. At the same time, the sea god's ice gushed out crazily, forming an icy wind that flew in the sky. The boundless icy aura rushed towards the demonic beasts below. Ka ka ka! The earth devil beast spat out balls of black flames to fight back. However, his movements were restricted to a certain space. Lin Xian, on the other hand, seized the opportunity and used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, directly arriving behind the earth devil beast. The devil's sword transformed into a black dragon, swallowing and spitting out light as it pierced towards the earth devil beast's weak spots. This earth devil beast's weak point was hidden very well. Ordinary people would not be able to discover it. Even a mighty figure might not be able to discover it. However, Lin Xian was different. He possessed the heavenly fate divine eyes. Nothing could be hidden from those eyes. 1. The sword chi pierced through the sky and pierced the earth devil beast's vitals, breaking through its defenses. Blood spurted out as the earth devil beast's body was sent flying. Boom! Boom! 2 mountain peaks in the distance were knocked down by the huge body of the earth devil beast and collapsed. The ground cracked open, and a terrifying crater appeared. Countless rocks smashed into the earth devil beast's body, drowning it. Roar! An earth-shattering sound came from the rubble. Then, the boulders were smashed apart and turned into dust. The enormous body of the earth devil beast appeared once again. Its eyes were bloodshot and filled with boundless fury. This time, it was truly furious. With a wave of the beast's claw, it spread out for thousands of miles, turning into a gigantic claw that slammed down viciously. Not only that, but his body also emitted gray flames that formed a gray mist that corroded the void. This was a terrifying poison. Even if a powerful being inhaled it, they would be poisoned. 2 different types of attacks quickly flew towards Lin Xian. Dang! The gray claw slammed onto Lin Xian's body. Fortunately, Lin Xian summoned the mystic jade armor in time. Although he was sent flying, he did not suffer much damage. In the next moment, Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and appeared in front of the earth devil beast again. The gray claw that had materialized was directly sliced into 2 halves. Roar! The earth devil beast was rolling on the ground in pain. Its huge body rolled on the ground, shattering forests and mountains one after another. It was furious and terrified at the same time. One had to know that it was a 7-star demon king with a strong physique. Even a powerful being of the same level might not be able to break through its defenses. But now, a 6-star king had actually broken through his defenses so easily. He couldn't believe it. The other party's sword chi was too sharp. It had never seen anything like it in its life. It did not know that Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was unparalleled in the world. In addition, his strength had increased greatly. Now, he had the strength to kill powerful beings. Therefore, although the earth devil beast was strong, it was still at a disadvantage in the hands of Lin Xian. Roar! Damn human, I'll remember you! The earth devil beast roared and turned to escape. Boundless demon chi wrapped around its huge body and flew into the distance. To be honest, it was really scared. It had never seen such a powerful human. Moreover, the other party was too young. It knew that this was the top young genius of the human race. It might not be able to fight against him. As a demon beast, it was very cunning. Therefore, it did not fight against him at all. Instead, it turned to escape. Boom! However, just as it was about to escape, a dark red figure appeared in the sky. Then, a red light rolled over like a river. It directly hit its body and sent it flying. Boom! The earth devil beast's huge body was sent flying again. It roared crazily. It was really aggrieved, because it did not see clearly what had sent it flying. Moreover, as a 7-star demon king, it was the overlord of this forest. But now, it was sent flying twice in just a few moments. Moreover, one of its claws was chopped off, It had not encountered such a serious injury in hundreds of years. Damn it, what the hell is this? Get out here! The Earth Devil Beast got up and roared crazily. Its eyes were staring straight ahead. In front of it, a red light appeared, and the figure of a dark red dragon appeared. It was the dragon that used its dragon tail to send the Earth Devil Beast flying to prevent it from escaping. A puny Earth Devil Beast dares to be arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. Roar! The Earth Devil Beast was so angry that it vomited blood. A damned snake dared to look down on it? It could not tolerate it. Therefore, in the next moment, the Earth Devil Beast stretched its neck. Its head was extremely ferocious and instantly arrived in front of the dark red dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow the dark red dragon. Crawling snake, go to hell! The Earth Devil Beast's mouth was so big that it covered the sky as if it could swallow the sky. It directly enveloped the dark red dragon. I'll beat you! The dark red dragon was also angry. How dare the other party call it a snake? He really didn't know what to do. Therefore, in the next moment, its body quickly enlarged and became 100 feet long divine dragon. The terrifying dragon scales shone with a cold light in the air. In the next moment, its body collided with the bloody mouth, and a shocking collision sound was heard. Countless lightning bolts fell, and the Earth Devil Beast screamed and was sent flying again. Not only that, its teeth were shattered. Shocking, it was too shocking. Its teeth could be said to be very sharp and could crush Earth-grade treasures. Chapter 1968. Dragons? You're actually a dragon. The Earth Devil Beast howled out in a frenzy. He had not expected to meet a member of the dragon race here. Aren't they legendary creatures that only existed in ancient times? They should be extinct now. But why are they here now? He was too shocked. As a 7-star demon king, he knew more. Although the powerful demon kings now had the bloodline of dragons, they were not real dragons. They were flood dragons. Real dragons only existed in ancient times. Now, they could not be seen at all. But he did not expect to see a real dragon now. A dragon that only existed in legends, soaring in the sky. This made it extremely terrified. Damn it! Who is this kid? Why does he have a dragon by his side? The Earth Devil did not dare to think. He turned into a demon cloud and flew in another direction. He knew that he could not continue fighting because he could not fight at all. If the two of them worked together, they could definitely kill him. So, he had to escape. However, in the next moment, he was stunned because there was a white, furry little monkey in front of him, blocking his way. Woo woo woo. The snow-white little monkey kept gesturing, telling the Earth Devil Beast to obediently give up and not run away. This directly ignited the Earth Devil's anger. I can't defeat the human brat, and I can't defeat the mystical dragon. You're just a little white monkey, and you're so tiny at that. How dare you block my way? You're not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. So in the next moment, the Earth Devil roared and spat out a ball of flames that swept forward. He was Demon King Qixing. Since when did a little monkey dare to block his way? But in the next moment, the little white monkey's body swayed and turned into a white bolt of lightning, instantly dodging the flames that filled the sky. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Earth Devil. He stretched out his furry paw and slapped the Earth Devil's face. Instantly, the Earth Devil felt the sky darken and he became dizzy. Before he fainted, he was still thinking. What kind of monkey is this? It's too evil. Who is that young man? Why does he have so many mutated creatures around him? Each of them is a legendary existence. Bang! At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. The demon sword in his hand turned into a giant sword that was 100 feet long and slashed the Earth Devil's body. Immediately, a deep gash appeared in the ground, and the Earth Devil Beast fell to the ground. However, the Earth Devil was a 7-star demon king and was extremely powerful. So, this attack was not enough to kill him. However, Lin Xian did not intend to waste his breath. He immediately joined forces with the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey. The three of them were extremely powerful. A single Earth Devil Beast was no match for him. Half a day later, the Earth Devil Beast was killed, and blood flowed everywhere. Lin Xian didn't let go of this opportunity, and immediately practiced the demon's slaying sword formation. Streaks of mysterious sword runes appeared and merged with the blood. The Earth Devil Beast's demon's soul was extracted and integrated into the sword array. Demon breaking demon sword formation. Lin Xian stood at the center of the sword formation, looking like a sword demon, capable of tearing apart the heavens and splitting the earth. In the city closest to Wanling Mountain, there was such a piece of news. It was said that a mysterious young expert had appeared in Wanling Mountain. His strength was unfathomable and far exceeded the older generation. It was even rumored that he had killed the Earth Devil's avatar with a gentle wave of his hand. What? He killed the Earth Devil's avatar so easily? How is that possible? Isn't the Earth Devil a 7-star demon king? No matter how powerful the younger generation is, they can't defeat an almighty level beast. Are you kidding? Who said it's a joke? This news came from the Lu Mansion. Yes, it is said that the elders of the Lu Mansion brought people to Wanling Mountain to collect spiritual herbs. In the end, they were chased by the Earth Devil. That's right. A red-robed youth saved them. Could it be true? Everyone was discussing. Because the Lu Mansion was one of the top families in the city, their words should not be wrong. What does the mysterious youth look like? Where is his sect? At this moment, someone asked. This person's voice was young, but his face could not be seen. This was because he was wearing a large black robe that covered his entire body. His skin was pale and his eyes were twinkling like stars. I heard that he is also a youth in his 20s. He is wearing a red robe. I don't know the details. If you want to know the details, then go to the Lu Mansion. The news came from there. Lu Mansion? The mysterious black-robed man said plainly. Then, his body swayed and turned into a green smoke, disappearing on the spot. The Lu Mansion was one of the top families in the city. At this moment, an old man was sitting in a palace. It was the white-haired old man who had asked Lin Xian for help previously. Standing beside him was a green-clothed woman. It was the lady named Shuer from before. Grandpa, that red-robed youth, which sacred grounds genius is he from? Isn't he a little too powerful? Can he really defeat the Earth Devil Beast? After hearing that, the white-haired old man shook his head slightly. The Earth Devil is a real 7-star demon king. Its strength is terrifying. It is equivalent to a human almighty. Although that red-robed youth is powerful, it is still impossible for him to kill a demon king of the almighty level. Even a saint can't kill a demon king. Will he be in danger? Hearing the white-haired old man's words, the lady in green was a little worried. Shuer, regarding that young master, you should stop asking. You are not from the same world. The white-haired old man sighed. At least you have some self-awareness. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Who is it? Hearing this, the white-haired old man and the lady in green were both shocked. The white-haired old man roared. His voice was like a wave that spread in all directions. He was too shocked. He did not expect that someone would come to his side without him noticing. The person who came was definitely an expert. Therefore, in the next moment, he wanted to roar and attract the experts of his family. It is useless. Stop struggling. The entire palace is covered by my domain. You can't spread the news. At this moment, the cold voice sounded again. Then, the void in the palace fluctuated and a figure came out. It was a black-robed man. Even his head was covered by a large cloak, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Who are you? What are you doing here? The white-haired old man asked coldly. His muscles were tense, and the spiritual energy in his body was circulating rapidly. As long as the other party made any dangerous moves, he would explode immediately. Chapter 1969. She had never imagined that such a strange person would appear in her home. The black-robed man didn't speak any superfluous words. Instead, he coldly said, Tell me everything you know about that red-clothed youth. Don't miss a single detail. What? You are looking for that red-clothed youth? The white-haired old man was stunned. He hadn't expected that this black-robed man would come for their benefactor. As for the green-clothed woman, she coldly snorted. You want to inquire about that red-clothed youth? Dream on. Humph. It seems that you still don't understand your current situation. The black-robed man sneered. Then, he stretched out his pale hand and gently waved it. Ah! The green-clothed woman immediately cried out in alarm. She felt the surrounding air solidify. It was as if an invisible cage had bound her body. Then, a mysterious power pulled her to the black-robed man's side. Buzz! In the next instant, countless golden rays of light appeared and enveloped the woman. The golden rays of light were like thunder, and instantly cut open the green-clothed woman's clothes. Bloody wounds appeared on her snow-white skin. Ah! The green-clothed woman screamed. She was incomparably frightened and in pain. The white-haired old man also angrily roared. Stop! If you dare to harm my Schwer's life, I will fight you to the death. He hadn't expected that this mysterious black-robed man would be so arrogant and instantly control Schwer. Enough with the nonsense. I will give you a chance. Tell me everything you know about that red-clothed youth. Otherwise, your granddaughter will lose her life. Fine, I will tell you everything. The white-haired old man clenched his teeth. He had no other choice but to tell the black-robed man everything he knew. After hearing this, the black-robed man's eyes flickered. You are saying that there is a dark red snake beside him? It seems that it should be him. Brat, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will still capture you. Since you dare to cause trouble in my All Beginnings Holy Land, there will be no way for you to survive. What? You are someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land? The white-haired old man was shocked. He hadn't expected that this mysterious black-robed man would be an expert from the All Beginnings Holy Land. Humph! You know too much. The black-robed man coldly snorted. Then, he waved his hand. Countless golden rays of light instantly pierced through the green-clothed woman. No! Damn it! I will fight you to the death! When the white-haired old man saw this scene, he roared madly. He didn't expect that the red-clothed young man would still make a move after he revealed his information. In the next moment, he roared and struck out with both palms. With a wave of his sleeves, two massive palms struck forward. A wave-like shadow appeared between the palms of the raging waves. Humph! He was overestimating himself. The black-robed man smiled contemptuously. Then, with a flick of his finger, a golden ray of light turned into a huge golden saber and slashed forward. Suddenly, the terrifying palm was directly cut open. Not only that, but the white-haired old man's body also stiffened. A bloody wound appeared between his eyebrows, and blood quickly flowed out. Finally, he fell to the ground with a plop. A piece of trash actually wants to fight with me? The black-robed man sneered and shook his head. Then, he ignored the two of them. His entire body instantly disappeared. At the same time, the king's domain outside the palace disappeared in an instant. Wanling Mountain Range. Lin Xian flew rapidly. He was already very close to the depths of Wanling Mountain Range. However, the closer he got to the depths, the slower he became. That was because he felt an unknown pressure. The number of monster kings here was obviously much fewer than outside, but their auras were much stronger than outside. Every one of them was extremely terrifying. Just the monster chi that they emitted was unbearable for ordinary kings. Fortunately, Lin Xian was not an ordinary person. His physique was strong. Once the great dragon sword soul was released, it could destroy the pressure. That was why he could continue moving forward. However, he was still very careful. That was because many of the monster kings here lived in groups. Once those monster kings came out, they were extremely terrifying. Even an almighty would have to retreat. Lin Xian usually didn't provoke such monster kings who lived in groups. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Obviously, he was very satisfied because not long ago, she had refined the Earth Demon's monster soul and blood and completed the most basic demon-slaying sword formation. The demon-slaying sword formation was extremely terrifying. Even if she didn't use the great dragon sword soul, not many people below the Almighty could resist the demon-slaying sword formation. Moreover, this was only the most basic demon-slaying sword formation. As he killed more monster beasts and obtained more monster souls, the power of the demon-slaying sword formation would gradually increase. Soon, it seemed that it wouldn't be long before he reached the super teleportation formation. By then, he would be able to activate the teleportation formation and leave the southern region. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings with his soul power. However, he soon frowned. That was because he felt an extremely majestic aura coming towards him at a fast speed. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect to find other people in the depths of Wanling mountain range. Moreover, the aura was very strong. It should be an almighty. Lin Xian didn't know who was coming, so his figure flashed, and he prepared to change his path. However, he realized that the moment he changed his path, the Almighty in the distance also changed his path and was still coming towards him. Humph! Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Obviously, this person was coming for him. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy and there was a sharp look in his eyes. Whoosh! Before long, the void flashed and a figure appeared not far in front of Lin Xian. It was a black-robed man. The wide black robe covered his entire body, making it impossible to see his appearance. One could only see an ice-cold gaze. It was like the boundless starry sky, deep and mysterious. Brat, it's really you. However, you are quite good at hiding. You actually came to the depths of Wanling mountain range. Ordinary people wouldn't think of this. The mysterious black-robed man said coldly. Who are you? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. At the same time, the black-robed man coldly snorted. What do I have to hide? Brat, you are quite stubborn. You dared to come to my All Beginnings Holy Land's market. Do you really think you can leave like this? All Beginnings Holy Land? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect this person to be someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land. The fact that the other party was able to find this place was beyond his expectations. Then, he coldly asked, Are you from the 5th bloodline? That's right, I am from the 5th bloodline. Since you dared to kill an almighty from my 5th bloodline, today will be the day you die. You know that I can kill an almighty, yet you still dare to chase after me? I have to say that you are really an idiot. Lin Xian sneered. He could feel that the mysterious black-robed man's aura and cultivation had reached the level of an almighty. It was clear that this person was a powerhouse. But so what? His cultivation had already broken through. In addition to the demon-slaying sword array he had just learned, he could kill an almighty by himself. As for the black-robed man, he didn't know this. He coldly laughed and said, I've already asked? You used a special spirit boat to kill an almighty. With your strength alone, it is impossible for you to contend against an almighty. Chapter 1970. The Cultivation of a 6-Star King. It seems like you broke through again. Previously, I received news that you were only a 5-star king. I didn't expect you to break through in such a short time. Brat, you are truly amazing. However, you are still nothing in front of me. I advise you to obediently sever your own arms and cripple your own cultivation. Then kneel before me and follow me back to the All Beginnings Holy Land. When I'm in a good mood, I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you should know what will happen to you. Ridiculous. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Are you done speaking? If you are, you can scram. Brat, you are truly seeking death. I don't believe that such a powerful spirit boat can be used without limit. After saying this, the black-robed man coldly snorted. His body emitted a powerful aura. Strong winds swept through the surroundings, causing his black robes to flutter loudly. The cloak covering his head was also blown away, revealing a handsome and young face. Eh? Upon seeing the other party's appearance, Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. This person was younger than he had imagined. The other party seemed to be in his 30s. However, Lin Xian knew that this person couldn't possibly be that young. After all, he had never seen a 30-year-old almighty before. Are you surprised? Let me tell you, I am 142 years old this year. I am the youngest almighty of the 5th bloodline. When I was your age, I was one of the candidates of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Now I have already become an almighty. In terms of talent, I don't lose to you. In terms of strength, you are inferior to me. What qualifications do you think you have to be arrogant in front of me? The black-robed man said coldly. That's why I said, brat, you'd better surrender obediently. The youngest almighty? Lin Xian's lips curled up. He hadn't expected that the black-robed man in front of him would also be a genius. Moreover, he was a candidate of the previous generation. If that was the case, things would become even more interesting. In the next instant, he moved his body. Crackling sounds came from his body. Lin Xian indifferently said, I just broke through and needed an opponent. I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. Since that's the case, I will accept you. Remember my name. My name is Shangguanqi. I will be your nightmare for the rest of your life. Then, a golden radiance appeared on his body and spread out in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the golden light enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles, forming a huge energy shield that enveloped the entire space. Shangguanqi, on the other hand, was floating in the void. His robe fluttered and his handsome face shone brightly. I've already used my domain to seal this space. You can fight to your heart's content. You don't have to worry about disturbing the other monster kings. I'll give you a chance. I'll let you make 3 moves. After 3 moves, I'll make my move. Shangguanqi said calmly. I hope you can grasp this opportunity. Within these 3 moves, use your strongest move, because once these 3 moves pass, you won't have any power to fight back. Humph! Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. This guy was really confident. However, Shangguanqi did have the right to be confident. The other party was a mighty figure, and he was only a little over 100 years old. A mighty figure at this age could be said to be a peerless genius. Unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. Giving me 3 moves? Good. Since you're so courteous, I'll accept it. Lin Xian sneered. Then, the light in his eyes became brighter and a sharp aura exuded from his body. A pitch-black demon sword appeared in his hand. It seemed to be made of black jade, and there were mysterious demon runes on it. Buzz! In the next instant, Lin Xian made his move. A sword radiance shot up into the sky. Lin Xian pulled out the 9 darkness demon sword and slashed down like a rainbow. Boom! Just as the sword was about to land, a dragon's roar was heard. Then, the sword chi was covered with dragon scales. It looked like a huge dragon that appeared in the sky. Eh? Seeing this, Shangguanqi frowned. This was because he realized that the sword chi's aura was too powerful. It was not much different from the power of an almighty being. This change made Shangguanqi's face change. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Boom! He was struck by the lightning and was sent flying. Wherever it passed, the void would quickly shatter. Brat, you're courting death. Shangguanqi spat out a mouthful of blood. His handsome face became extremely ferocious. His deep eyes were red and filled with strong murderous intent. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed coldly. The youngest almighty? The successor of the previous generation? How awe-inspiring! But why can't you even block one of my attacks? Oh right, you said you'd give me 3 moves? This is only the first move. There are 2 more moves left. I hope you won't fight back. Hearing this, Shangguanqi was so angry that he vomited blood. He roared crazily. Brat, you're courting death. You've successfully angered me. I take back what I said. But I've decided that I'll make you beg for death. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguanqi moved. Violent energy surged out of his body. He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Lin Xian. He threw out a punch. His fist was glowing. The void trembled. The golden light on Shang Guanqi's body was like a golden flame that lit up the entire sky. Boom! The terrifying fist blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and slashed out with the 9 darkness demonic sword. The black sword light seemed to have rushed out from hell. It carried a cold aura and violent power. In the next moment, it collided with the golden fist. The collision of the two caused an earth-shattering sound. The surrounding forests and mountains were instantly sent flying. Nothing could stop the aftermath of the explosion. Shang Guanqi's face darkened because he realized that his fist had been blocked by Lin Xian's sword. This made him even more surprised. If he had been careless and allowed Lin Xian to sneak attack him, he had used all his strength now. However, Lin Xian was still able to block his fist. This really surprised him. Humph! Shang Guanqi snorted. His body shone with golden light. Then, his body enlarged and turned into a giant. Not only that, golden light condensed on both sides of his body, forming 3 heads and 6 arms. This was a magical divine power. Legend had it that in ancient times, there was a golden divine ape that had 3 heads and 6 arms. That kind of divine power was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian did not expect Shang Guanqi to have such a divine power. He had to admit that Shang Guanqi was the successor of the previous generation. He had become a mighty figure at the age of 100. He definitely had the right to be proud. This kind of power was still terrifying. Even those mighty figures who had lived for thousands of years might not be able to unleash such power. Shang Guanqi unleashed his 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 palms quickly formed a whirlpool and pressed down on Lin Xian. The void cracked in an instant. This kind of divine power attack was too shocking. Chapter 1971. If he was not careful, he might be killed by the golden vortex. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Facing the 6 vortexes and the terrifying 3 heads and 6 arms, he snorted coldly. Light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, countless sword runes spread out in all directions. A huge sword array was quickly formed. The sword array was blood red and it had a strong murderous aura as soon as it appeared. It was as if a sea of blood had appeared. The pungent smell of blood made Shang Guanqi frown. Demon-slaying sword array, kill! Lin Xian snorted coldly as the blood-red sword aura flashed. Then, a terrifying blood-red sword aura shot up into the sky and slashed forward. Boom, boom, boom! The 6 huge golden vortexes were blocked and hit by the blood-red sword aura. Some of them flew backward and some were split open. This is the demon-slaying sword array. You have cultivated the demon-slaying sword array. Shang Guanqi's face changed when he saw the blood-red sword array. Obviously, he had heard of the demon-slaying sword array. However, he knew that it was difficult to cultivate the demon-slaying sword array. Even the members of the 5th bloodline who possessed such a formation were unable to use it. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to have mastered it. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian must have gotten the array from the 5th line. However, it had only been slightly more than a month and Lin Xian had already mastered it. Lin Xian's incredible speed was unbelievable. Impossible. Damn it. That's impossible. Shang Guanqi roared crazily. However, he soon calmed down. He was also a peerless genius. He knew that even if Lin Xian had mastered the demon-slaying sword array, he had not cultivated it for long. Lin Xian did not have many monster souls and could not unleash the true power of the demon-slaying sword array. And this was also his chance. Therefore, Shang Guanqi sneered. Kid, I don't know how you managed to cultivate it, but do you think you can defeat me with this newly formed array? You are too naive. I have cultivated the 3-head 6-armed superpower for more than 100 years. It is not something that your newly formed demon-slaying sword array can defend against. So, go to hell. Shang Guanqi sneered and threw out a punch. Suddenly, the terrifying golden fist was like a huge golden mountain, rushing out quickly. This display was too powerful. It was not just one fist, but 6 fists roaring in the air. It was as if 6 peerless golden flood dragons were stirring the void. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as well. He had to admit that his opponent was indeed powerful. This 3-head 6 arms mystique made him feel rather troubled. If it were an ordinary King Realm expert, they might not be able to do anything to him. However, Lin Xian was different. Not only did he have the demon-slaying sword array, but he also had the great dragon sword soul. Even though he had just started cultivating the demon-slaying sword formation and was unable to unleash its full power, he still had the great dragon sword soul. The powerful might of the great dragon sword soul was enough to make up for all the deficiencies. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul within Lin Xian's body began to circulate, and the demon-slaying sword formation beneath his feet began to vibrate violently. Then, a ray of sword chi rushed out and turned into a blood dragon, roaring. Boom! With a roar, the entire void shook violently, as if it was going to pierce through the entire sky. The peerless sword chi turned into a true dragon, waving its tail in the air and directly contending against the 6 golden fists. An intense collision sounded. The void was torn apart, and large cracks appeared one after another. It was unknown just how many li they extended. What? How could his sword chi be so powerful? Shangguan Qi frowned again. According to his speculation, the demon-slaying sword formation should not have been so powerful when it was first formed. However, how could his opponent block his 6 fists with just one ray of sword chi? This level of sword chi was too terrifying. Kill! Shangguan Qi roared, and the golden light on his body turned into balls of golden flames, burning fiercely. The 6 fists looked as if they were cast in gold, and mysterious runes appeared on them. Incomparably violent energy was being waved around rapidly. In an instant, the void was shattered. The golden flames were like a divine furnace, releasing a terrifying temperature. At this moment, Shangguan Qi was too powerful. He was like a golden god of war, unstoppable. Buzz! Lin Xian activated the demon-slaying sword formation, and immediately, rays of sword chi rushed out like a huge blood dragon, dancing rapidly. However, that was not all. Another ray of crimson sword chi shot up to the sky, and it turned into a crimson-white tiger. It roared ferociously, and its murderous aura was like that of a god of death. The blood-red tiger let out a roar and charged toward Shangguan Qi. Get lost! Seeing this, Shangguan Qi roared. He waved his 6 arms and his 3 heads emitted a dazzling radiance. Instantly, the crimson-white tiger was torn apart. Boom! However, as soon as his attack landed, another huge crimson-black tortoise shot up to the sky. Its huge body was like a huge pot lid, covering the entire sky. As the tortoise fell, the surrounding mountains collapsed, unable to withstand its power. Clang! 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 Shangguan Qi felt an immense pressure. The crimson-black tortoise above him was like a real divine beast, and it weighed billions of pounds, causing him to feel pain all over his body. Even the golden flames on her body had dimmed. Damn it! What kind of superpower is this? Shangguan Qi roared crazily, and his face was filled with shock. This was because he realized that this was different from the demon-slaying sword formation that he knew. Boom! The huge crimson-black tortoise came crashing down. Even though Shangguan Qi was extremely powerful, he was still sent flying. He landed 3,000 meters below the ground. Frightening cracks spread in all directions as the golden flames on his body dimmed. In fact, cracks had even appeared on his golden body. From this, one could imagine how frightening that attack earlier was. Kid, I'm going to kill you! Shangguan Qi roared and charged up from 3,000 meters below the ground. His body was covered in gold, as if he was indestructible. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there were many cracks on his golden body. It was like broken porcelain, which was caused by Lin Xian's sword chi. Kill me? You won't have the chance. Lin Xian snorted. I now have the strength to kill a mighty. You're no match for me. He was very confident, and he waved his arm. Suddenly, the demon-slaying sword formation shone brightly again. Every sword chi was like a comet, shining brightly. It caused the surrounding space to crack. The entire demon-slaying sword formation carried tens of thousands of sword chi, and it was a few thousand meters long, completely drowning Shangguan chi. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions were heard, and terrifying energy roared. Fortunately, before this, the space was still sealed by Shangguan chi. Otherwise, such a terrifying attack would definitely attract the powerful monster kings around. But now, the threat was eliminated. When the tens of thousands of sword chi disappeared, Shangguan chi fell to the ground, dying. Chapter 1972. He didn't expect Xian Qi to be so powerful that even he couldn't compete with him. But how was that possible? He was a mighty one, the youngest mighty one. He had the potential to become a peerless almighty. He might even become a sage in the future. But now, a young man in his 20s with the cultivation of a 6-star king had defeated him. He couldn't accept it. Perhaps even the current saint of all beginnings couldn't do this. But Xian Qi did it. What realm had the red-robed young man reached? What kind of heaven-defying existence was he? Shangguan Qi didn't dare to imagine. He wanted to report the news to the sect because if such an enemy grew up, it would definitely be a disaster. But he had no more hope. Another sharp sword light pierced through his body. Shangguan Qi felt the vitality in his body flowing quickly. In the next moment, he couldn't feel anything. His head had been chopped off, and his soul had been destroyed by the great dragon sword soul. This powerful being of the 5th lineage, the youngest almighty being, was killed by Lin Xian at this very moment. If others knew the news, they would go crazy and be extremely shocked. Because it was too heaven-defying. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief and withdrew the demon-slaying sword formation. Although the battle was very short, he used all his strength in every attack. He didn't have any carelessness. After all, Shangguan Qi was a very difficult opponent. Because of that, he used all his strength and made the battle end so quickly. After all, in a battle between experts, sometimes one move could determine the winner. After killing Shangguan Qi, Xian Qi raised his hand and shot out a pitch-black flame, burning Shangguan Qi's body to ashes. In the next moment, he turned around and continued to head toward the depths of Thousands Spirit Mountain. 2 days later, Lin Xian used the super teleportation formation to leave the southern region. Because of the teleportation formation, Lin Xian came to the western region of the eastern wilderness. His next goal was simple, which was to continue to cultivate and strive to break through as soon as possible to become a true almighty. Therefore, after coming to the western region, Lin Xian also went to the mountains and swamps to look for heaven and earth treasures. He cultivated here for half a year. In this half a year, his realm was very stable, and his strength was also slowly increasing. Not only that, but the entire eastern wasteland also gradually calmed down. That was because the All Beginnings Holy Land was frantically searching for Lin Xian. However, they were unable to find him in the end. It was the same for the Wavering Light's Sacred Land. They couldn't find anyone, so they could only grit their teeth in anger. Not only that, but the All Beginnings Holy Land also released new information. With her great talent and outstanding strength, Lu Mingyu became the new saintess of all beginnings. This news spread across the entire eastern wilderness. For a moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. As for the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land's 5th bloodline, they were enraged to the point of going crazy. Their peerless experts even smashed several dozen mountain peaks in succession. But no matter what, they couldn't change this fact. Lin Xian, who was far away in the western regions, also received the news. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes. Lu Mingyu had become the new saintess, so it was time to reap the benefits. Indeed, as soon as Lu Mingyu became the saintess, she began to fulfill her promise. She was also looking for Lin Xian. Lin Xian set off and once again teleported back to the southern regions. He met with Lu Mingyu. This time, they met in the depths of the Myriad Spirit Mountain range. This was because the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land's 5th bloodline were currently in a frenzy. As long as they had any news about Lin Xian, they would send out supreme experts. Even those peerless supreme experts were crazily attacking. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't go to the All Beginnings Holy Land. Instead, he invited Lu Mingyu to meet him in the Myriad Spirit Mountain range. After not seeing her for half a year, Lu Mingyu had become even more outstanding. Her entire body emitted a pure and holy aura. She was like a fairy descending from the heavens. Nothing more beautiful could be imagined. Around her, streams of primal chaos energy drooped down and enveloped her like multicolored light. Lu Mingyu extended her jade-like hand and took out a small box. She slowly opened it. The multicolored light inside rushed into the clouds, illuminating the sky. Here are 10 pieces of nerves. 10 pieces of divine crystals. Hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. His gaze became somewhat fiery. He couldn't help but admit that Lu Mingyu was truly generous. It seemed that helping Lu Mingyu become the new saintess was the correct choice. One had to know that he had risked his life and offended so many major powers and powerful characters in order to obtain 9 pieces of divine crystals. But now, Lu Mingyu had given him 10 pieces of divine crystals. This happiness had come too suddenly. Not only that, but Lu Mingyu also took out a second box. This box contained all kinds of heavenly treasures, spiritual medicines, spiritual pills, weapons, and defensive equipment. I can't give you the cultivation technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. So, I'm giving you these heavenly treasures as compensation. Then, she gave Lin Xian a white jade pendant. This jade pendant can transmit information to me. If you need me for anything in the future, you can use this jade pendant to transmit information to me. Of course, the distance is within 100,000 miles. Finally, I'm giving you 2 mineral veins. As for what you can dig out from them, that will depend on your luck. Holy shit. 2 mineral veins. This chick's hands were simply too big. One had to know that mineral veins were different from divine crystals. They were tangible, but mineral veins couldn't be probed to see how many things were inside. It could be said that every mineral vein was the lifeline of a holy land. He didn't expect Lu Mingyu to give him 2 mineral veins. Of course, he knew that these definitely weren't the best mineral veins in the All Beginnings Holy Land. They might just be 2 ordinary mineral veins. But no matter what, Lin Xian's harvest was enormous. It far surpassed his expectations. Oh, that's right. You shouldn't appear in the southern region for the next period of time. Of course, you shouldn't attract too much attention in the eastern wasteland. That's because many people are looking for you. Among them are the peerless experts of our All Beginnings Holy Land's 5th bloodline. There are also people from the Wavering Light Holy Land. Even the All Beginnings Saint Sun and the Wavering Light Saint Sun are looking for you. The All Beginnings Saint Sun and the Wavering Light Saint Sun? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered. They actually dare to look for me? They are truly blind. Don't worry. As long as they dare to come, I'll definitely kill them. Don't be careless. Although I know you're very strong, I still have to warn you. The disparity between Saint Suns is enormous. People like the All Thunder Saint Sun are only the most ordinary Saint Suns. They can't contend against Almighties. However, there are some peak Saint Suns who can even kill Almighties. For example, the Wavering Light Saint Sun. The Wavering Light Saint Sun could kill Almighties? Chapter 1973. The Alcade Saint could kill a powerhouse? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He hadn't expected the Alcade Saint to be so powerful. That's right. He can indeed kill powerhouses. Furthermore, no one knows the limit of the Alcade Saint's strength because no one has ever seen him fight with his full strength. When he killed a powerhouse, he appeared to be very relaxed. Lin Xian was astonished. The Alcade Saint was truly a ferocious person. I want to know how many people in the Eastern Wasteland have such strength? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He discovered that the Eastern Wasteland had given him too much of a shock. He had originally thought that with his current strength, he would be able to surpass all of the Eastern Wasteland's younger generation. But now, it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. There wouldn't be too many, but there wouldn't be too few either. For example, the Alkate Sacred Ground, the Daoyi Sacred Ground, the Yi family, the Gu family, and other ancient families might have one or two heaven-defying geniuses who can kill powerhouses. So you should be careful. Furthermore, the cultivation of these saints and saintesses is extremely powerful. Who knows, they might break through at any time. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, he had a fortuitous encounter. The other saints and saintesses also had all sorts of natural treasures. Perhaps these people would also break through. At that time, they would become a great enemy. Lin Xian also understood this. Thus, he said, "Don't worry. I'll keep a low profile for now." Following this, Lin Xian went to the 2 Orvayans that Lu Mingyu had left for him. He used his heavenly secret divine eye to dig out some stones and sealed the rest with a great array. He would come back later. After doing all this, Lin Xian used the super teleportation array and arrived at the eastern wasteland's western wasteland to cultivate. However, on this day, the place he was cultivating at changed. There were several powerful fluctuations in the vicinity, and there were even sounds of intense fighting. Someone was fighting? Sensing this change, Lin Xian frowned. He was currently in a vast mountain with no one around. Yet, there were actually people fighting here. Could it be that they had found him? At first, he thought that it was the All Beginnings Holy Land or the Wavering Light Holy Land that had come. However, when he probed with his soul power, he discovered that this wasn't the case. This was because he realized that the people who were fighting were very powerful. However, the techniques and abilities they used were completely different from those of the All Beginnings Holy Land and the Wavering Light Holy Land. It was even different from any cultivation technique he had seen in the eastern wilderness. Those who were fighting had streams of dragon chi coiling around their bodies, as if they were true dragons, providing immense power. Every move they made was filled with a destructive aura. The dark red divine dragon was also alarmed. He came out to take a look and then exclaimed, "It's the people of the Central Continent. Central State." Hearing this, Lin Xian squinted his eyes. The true spirit world was divided into 5 continents: East Wasteland, Central Continent, South Mountain, West Mo, and North Plains. The Central Continent referred to the central continent of the true spirit world. According to legend, that place was incomparably vast, filled with outstanding heroes, and had incomparably magnificent mountains and rivers. It was the true center of the continent. Unexpectedly, these people were from the Central Plains. But why were they in the Eastern Wasteland? Furthermore, they were fighting intensely. Could it be that something had happened? Thus, in the next instant, Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he flew forward. The spiritual qi in front of him fluctuated violently, and resplendent light illuminated the entire sky. One of them was a middle-aged man with the aura of 7 true dragons coiling around his body, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. In his hand was a silver saber. The sharp saber light burned fiercely, slicing apart the surrounding space. Opposite the middle-aged man were 5 black-clothed people. Black chi coiled around each of them, transforming into black dragons. Not only that, but the 5 of them also had black wings on their backs. They were like black dragon wings, covering the sky after they spread out. The 5 black-clothed people and the middle-aged man were fighting intensely together. Terrifying killing intent soared into the sky, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, causing the surrounding mountains to explode. Buzz! Suddenly, one of the black-clothed people flapped the black dragon wings on his back and quickly arrived in the sky. The sword in his hand suddenly enlarged, and like a black thunder, it slashed towards the middle-aged man. Boom! The middle-aged man waved his palm, and the dragon chi on his body accompanied his palm to meet the shocking sword in the sky. Boom! The collision of the 2 huge forces was earth-shattering. However, at this moment, 2 black-clothed people appeared behind the middle-aged man like ghosts. The thin swords in their hands suddenly stabbed out. Bang, bang, bang! The middle-aged man was stabbed and flew backward. However, the other 2 dragon chi in his body also blasted the 2 black-clothed people away. Lin Xian, who was hidden in the void, frowned as he watched the intense scene unfold. The people in front of him were powerful, but the middle-aged man's situation was not good. He was already injured previously, and now that he had been stabbed twice, his injuries were even more serious. However, he had no intention of joining in. Firstly, he did not know these people at all, and he did not know why they were fighting. He had no interest in getting involved in such a storm. The situation in front of him changed again. The 5 black-clothed people formed a mysterious formation and surrounded the middle-aged man. This caused the middle-aged man's injuries to become even more serious. The middle-aged man also used some kind of powerful secret technique to kill the black-clothed people without any regard for his own life. Finally, 2 black-clothed people were killed. The injuries on his body were also extremely serious. He looked like he was about to die. However, in the end, the middle-aged man attacked crazily and killed another 2 black-clothed people. Only 1 black-clothed person was left. The middle-aged man's aura was also on the verge of death. "Save my life, and I'll give you a great opportunity." At this moment, the middle-aged man quickly shouted in Lin Xian's direction. "I've been discovered?" Lin Xian frowned when he heard that. The remaining black-clothed person snorted. "This is the Eternal Dynasty's business. Those who have nothing to do with it, get lost." The Eternal Dynasty? Lin Xian frowned even more when he heard that. He knew that the situation in the Central Continent was different from the Eastern Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness was dominated by the clan of the Ancients and the Sacred Grounds, while the Central Continent was dominated by the Imperial Dynasty. Of course, there were also the Sacred Grounds, but their numbers were fewer than the Eastern Wilderness. In the Central Continent, the Imperial Dynasty was the overlord. Their status and strength were equivalent to the clan of the Ancients, and their bloodline was passed down. Some of the imperial dynasties were extremely terrifying and had produced great emperors. The Eternal Dynasty that the black-clothed person mentioned was one of them. However, he did not expect that their people would be here. The black-clothed person shouted coldly. At the same time, the thin sword in his hand stabbed out again, turning into countless sword intents that enveloped the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's injuries worsened. The middle-aged man roared crazily and fought back with all his might. "I have news about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Help me. I want to tell you the news." Hearing that, the black-clothed person frowned, and the murderous aura on his body became even colder. Chapter 1974. However, the dark red divine dragon's body trembled and his eyes lit up. "Kid, agree to him. You must get news of the nest of 10,000 dragons." The dark red divine dragon didn't explain too much, but Lin Xian knew that with the dark red divine dragon's status, it was definitely unusual for him to be so excited. So in the next moment, he nodded and walked out of the void. It was actually a young man. However, when Lin Xian walked out, the middle-aged man was disappointed when he saw Lin Xian's appearance. Because he didn't expect that it was only a young man hiding here. The black-clothed man heaved a sigh of relief and laughed arrogantly. "Song, it seems that today is really the day you die. Do you think a little child can save your life?" Then, he stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, you really don't know what death is. With your status, you dare to walk out? Do you really think that treasures are so easy to get? If you hadn't come out before, I could have let you go. But now, since you've heard the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons, I won't let you go. Kneel obediently and wait for death. When I deal with this guy, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if you dare to escape, I'll first cut off your limbs, then pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and refine your soul. I'll let you taste the pain of the 18 levels of hell." The black-clothed man's voice carried a trace of coldness and ferocity. The middle-aged man also had a look of disappointment on his face. From his perception, Lin Xian was only a 6-star king. How could such a person contend against the black-clothed man? Therefore, he gritted his teeth and once again raised the remaining strength in his body and attacked with all his might. A huge ball of light blasted forward. At the same time, he turned into an afterimage and flew into the distance. Boom! The black-clothed man split the ball of light with his sword and laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his palm, a black ghost claw covered the sky and earth, enveloping the surroundings. It trapped the middle-aged man who was escaping and mercilessly slapped him down. A black aura slapped the middle-aged man's body, causing him to fall to the ground. Want to escape? Not so easy! However, at this moment, Lin Xian moved. Mysterious sword patterns appeared under his feet and instantly spread in all directions. At the same time, the dragon sword domain covered the sky and enveloped the black-clothed man. You're courting death! The black man was furious. His move had already rendered the middle-aged man immobile. Just one more strike and he would be able to finish him off. However, he didn't expect that an ant in his eyes would actually make a move. This was unbearable. He was a mighty figure, yet his opponent was merely a mere 6-star king realm cultivator. Yet he actually dared to attack him? He was courting death. In the next moment, he threw out a punch. The violent fist surged and blasted toward the dragon's sword domain in the sky. Boom! A collision heaven and earth. However, the dragon sword's spirit domain shone brightly and emitted a sharp aura. It did not break. This scene greatly surprised the black-clothed man. He was simply too surprised. One had to know that he was an almighty, and he was extremely powerful. With a light wave of his hand, he could easily kill a 6-star king. Not only was Lin Sun not killed, but his domain didn't even break. This was too unbelievable. Kid, who are you? The black-clothed man roared. Lin Xian sneered. I'm the one who's going to kill you. Kill me? What a joke! Go to hell first! The black-clothed man roared. The black dragon wings on his back flapped quickly and turned into 2 black heavenly blades. They slashed toward Lin Xian mercilessly. The speed of this attack was too fast. Moreover, the black wings were wrapped in endless black aura. At this moment, it exploded and quickly cut through the void. Get lost! Lin Xian roared. In the demon's slaying sword formation, blood-red sword she quickly met the attack. In the sky, endless blood-red light appeared and dyed the void red. Even the spiritual power in the sky gathered and merged into the blood-red sword she. Boom! 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 The two collided, and thousands of black cracks appeared in the void. The black-clothed man's scalp went numb. His face became extremely ugly. This was because he felt an unusually sharp aura wrap around him, as if it could unfold his body. Boom! In the next moment, he was sent flying. Damn it, how is this possible? The black-clothed man's face was extremely ugly. As an almighty, he was very powerful. Moreover, he was an expert from Zhongzhou. In his opinion, the people from Eastern Wilderness were not worth mentioning. Moreover, Lin Sun was only a 6-star king. Such a person was no different from an ant in his eyes. But now, an ant was sent flying by him. On the other side, Lin Xian stood in the void. His black hair fluttered, and his eyes were as sharp as sword light. A powerful aura spread out, and the entire void rumbled. His voice was cold. Let me see how the Almighty of Zhongzhou is different from Eastern Wilderness. As soon as he said that, thunder fell from the sky. The black-clothed man's face became gloomy because Lin Sun was too confident. Lin Sun didn't seem to be afraid of the Almighty at all. He was treating them as equals. But how was this possible? Was he a saint from some Eastern Wilderness sacred ground or a peerless genius from one of the ancient families? Which family are you from? The black-clothed man asked coldly. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Lin Xian snorted. Then, he took a step forward and performed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His entire body turned into a sword light and instantly rushed over. The demon's slaying sword was quickly performed, and streaks of blood-red sword she rushed forward. Heaven and earth trembled because the attack was too terrifying. It was as if nothing in the world could stop it. The black-clothed man's face changed as he quickly retreated. At the same time, he threw out a shield to block the attack. He was simply too shocked. Because he didn't expect Lin Sun to be so powerful. Moreover, He had fought with the middle-aged man for many days, and his body was already injured. At this moment, he couldn't unleash his full power. Therefore, in the face of such a fierce attack, he could only retreat quickly. However, as an almighty, he was still infuriated. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily. A shocking murderous aura emerged from his body and rushed out quickly. Not only that, the black dragon wings on his back flapped. Then, a black pterosaur rushed out from beside him and quickly enlarged. It was as if a demonic beast had descended into the human world. Boom! The black pterosaur's shadow stretched out a claw and grabbed at Lin Xian from all directions. Strong winds howled between heaven and earth, and terrifying energy shook the entire void. Attack together. Don't waste time. Chapter 1975. Between heaven and earth, the wind howled, and the terrifying energy shook the entire void. Waves of air turned into sharp sword light that swept across the surroundings. Attack together, don't waste time! On the other side, Lin Xian did not attack alone. The dark red dragon also attacked. Because there was no need to pay attention to the rules when dealing with this kind of black-clothed man. The dark red dragon roared, and its body suddenly enlarged, turning into a true dragon that was hundreds of feet long. With a wave of its dragon tail, a terrifying light directly blasted towards the black claw. Boom, boom, boom! Then, the black claw directly exploded, and the black pterosaur phantom also trembled violently. Damn it, what is this? It also has the aura of dragons? The black-clothed man looked at the transformed dark red dragon in shock. Looking at the other party's appearance, it seemed to be related to dragons. Of course, he did not expect the dark red dragon to be a real dragon. Because even in Middle State, there were no real dragons, only some flood dragons. Boom! At this moment, the little white monkey appeared, and its furry little claws directly slapped the black-clothed man's head. Suddenly the world spun, and the black-clothed man was temporarily dizzy. In a battle between experts, this kind of dizziness was very fatal. Therefore, Lin Xian grasped this opportunity, and merged with the dragon's sword realm. His entire body turned into a shocking sword light, and slashed forward. This sword light was like the divine light of the immortal Tao, and it had an incomparably sharp aura as it slashed down. Poof! With a scream, half of the black-clothed man's body was directly split open. This sword had split him into two halves. Buzz! Then the black gas on his body rolled, and a small pterosaur flapped its wings, carrying the black-clothed man's soul, and was about to soar into the sky. But in the next moment, the dark red dragon opened its mouth and spat out a ball of fiery red dragon flame, directly burning the black pterosaur phantom and the black-clothed man's soul. This last black-clothed man was quickly killed by the joint forces of Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and the little white monkey. Whoosh! Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, then looked in the distance, at the middle-aged man who had fallen to the ground. The next moment, he walked over. Are you all right? Lin Xian helped the middle-aged man up and fed him a pill. The middle-aged man was panting heavily. His breathing was very unstable. It was only after he took the pill that he gradually calmed down. Then, he said weakly, Let me tell you, the nest of 10,000 dragons is right there, right there. At this point, his voice became extremely weak. Lin Xian also frowned and lowered his head to listen carefully. 1. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly erupted with a fierce light. His entire body went from weak to incomparably strong in an instant. The berserk soul power transformed into an awl, ruthlessly piercing towards Lin Xian. Pun! Lin Xian didn't expect this at all, so he was hit. Instantly, his entire body stiffened, and his gaze became lifeless. Damn it, it's a possession! The dark red divine dragon's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He didn't expect this middle-aged man to be so despicable. He actually wanted to steal Lin Xian's body at this time. In the next moment, he roared angrily, raised his dragon claw, and slapped the middle-aged man's body. Immediately, the middle-aged man was smashed into pieces. However, it was useless. The middle-aged man's soul had completely entered Lin Xian's mind. In Lin Xian's mind, the middle-aged man's soul transformed into a flood dragon, wreaking havoc in a frenzy. He wanted to destroy Lin Xian's soul and take over his body. To be honest, I don't want to do this either, but my body's injuries are too severe. I still can't fully recover. Since you can kill almighties, you must have a special bloodline. If I can obtain your body, I might be able to advance to the next level in the future. The middle-aged man's voice was cold and emotionless. So, go to hell. The middle-aged man went crazy. His soul was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, quickly heading towards the depths of Lin Xian's mind. As long as he occupied the depths of Lin Xian's mind and destroyed his soul power, the body would be his. Soon, his soul reached the depths of Lin Xian's mind. In the next moment, he was about to take over the entire body. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the surroundings. You want to take over my body? You're really courting death. Lin Xian's voice sounded. Then, a white fog appeared around him. Lin Xian's soul power also became stronger in an instant. It transformed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow that instantly rushed out and enveloped the middle-aged man's soul. What? How is this possible? How can your soul power be so strong? The middle-aged man's soul was split in half, but he didn't die immediately. Instead, he let out a scream of horror. This was because he found it hard to believe that the other party's soul power was stronger than his. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that he was an almighty. He could definitely crush any soul below the almighty level. However, the other party's soul power was too strong. It even surpassed his. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that the other party is an old monster? He's just hiding his cultivation. The middle-aged almighty was bewildered. However, in the next moment, he was so shocked that the two halves of his soul almost disappeared. This was because he saw a terrifying scene. In the depths of his mind, there was a dragon-shaped sword shadow that emitted an aura that terrified him. What is this? Why is it so scary? The middle-aged man was terrified because just the aura alone was enough to kill him. Dragon soul. This is the aura of a dragon soul. Could it be that you're one of the dragons? No, this is impossible. The middle-aged almighty shouted crazily. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and screamed. Could it be that this is the legendary Great Dragon Sword Soul? Heavens, you actually have the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He screamed crazily because other than the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he couldn't think of anything else that could have such a terrifying aura. You know quite a lot, but it's too late. A cold voice sounded. In the next moment, Lin Xian's soul and the Great Dragon Sword Soul merged into a sharp sword light and rushed forward. In an instant, the middle-aged man's soul was destroyed. In the outside world, the dark red dragon was waiting anxiously. Although he knew that Lin Xian's soul was strong, he was still very nervous. This was because the battle between souls was very terrifying. If the soul was injured, it would be harder to recover than physical injuries. It was even possible that he would become an idiot. Therefore, he was very worried. However, in the next moment, he noticed that Lin Xian's body was trembling slightly. Immediately, he nervously paid attention. Lin Xian's lifeless eyes gradually regained their luster, and then became abnormally sharp. Who are you? Is it Kid Lin or someone else? Chapter 1976. Who are you? The dark red divine dragon asked nervously. He wasn't sure who the owner of this body was. It's me, Ruffian Dragon. Don't worry, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. That guy was killed by my Great Dragon Sword Soul. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief and said, That old guy deserves to die. He actually wanted to possess your body. Fortunately, he didn't succeed. That's right, I almost failed miserably. Lin Xian was also afraid. If he didn't have the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he would have been in danger this time. The consequences of being possessed by an almighty being were very terrifying. How is it? Did you get any news? Could it be that the news about the nest of 10,000 dragons is also fake? The dark red divine dragon asked again. He was very concerned about the nest of 10,000 dragons. That's not fake, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. This middle-aged man did get some information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Then, Lin Xian took out a palm-sized broken map from the middle-aged man's storage ring. The nest of 10,000 dragons is in the central continent. And from the looks of it, those dynasties should be looking for it and preparing to set off. The other dynasties also found out about the nest of 10,000 dragons? The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Then he said, Kid, let's go to the central continent too. Sure, but tell me first, what is this nest of 10,000 dragons? Lin Xian was still a little puzzled. The nest of 10,000 dragons can be said to be the nest of dragons. Dragons, isn't that your hometown? I don't know. The dark red divine dragon shook his head. When I was born, it was in the East Sea. At that time, I was the only one. There were no other dragons. So I'm not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons. There's actually such a thing. Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he knew that the dark red divine dragon came from the East Sea. In the true spirit world, other than the 5 continents, the rest of the world was filled with oceans. The ocean near the East Wasteland was called the East Sea. The East Sea's surface area was even more vast. It was a few times bigger than the East Barren continent. It could be said to be boundless. No one knew where the end of the East Sea was. This nest of 10,000 dragons was the place where the ancient dragons resided. There were heaven-shaking treasures inside, and there might even be treasures left behind by the dragons. I am a dragon, and you have the great dragon sword spirit. We are both related to dragons. If we can obtain the treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons, it will definitely allow our strength to undergo earth-shattering changes. Moreover, there are many dragon veins in the central region. If we can find some dragon crystals or gather some dragon aura, it will greatly increase our fighting strength. I see. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, emitting a bright light. Since that's the case, let's go to the central state. Longzhou. It was the center of the true spirit continent, with its vast territory and abundant resources. Not only were there countless spirit veins here, but there were also countless dragon veins. These dragon veins were buried deep under the ground, their roots intertwined. Among them, there were many famous dragon veins that were occupied by the various great dynasties. However, there were also some unknown dragon veins hidden in the mountains and swamps. If anyone could obtain them and take them for themselves, they would be able to obtain heaven-defying fortune. Who knew, they might be able to establish a new dynasty. There were currently 9 great dynasties in the central state, and each of them was an incomparably heaven-defying overlord. Under these 9 great dynasties, there were 3,000 dynasties. These dynasties were also incomparably terrifying, and they were even comparable to unparalleled great sections. However, these dynasties did not exist alone, but were attached to the 9 great dynasties. These 9 great dynasties were not the final existences. Rumor had it that a long time ago, above the dynasties, there was a legendary sacred dynasty. That was the overlord of the world. However, in the endless years, only one sacred dynasty had appeared. It unified the entire central state. It could be said that it had started the most prosperous era of the central state. However, it was still destroyed in the end, turning into the 9 great dynasties and 3,000 dynasties. As for how it was destroyed, no one knew. However, there were rumors that the sacred dynasty was too heaven-defying. A god descended from the sky and directly destroyed it. However, whether there were gods or immortals in this world was still unknown. Therefore, the true situation of the destruction of the primordial sacred dynasty had already disappeared in history. However, this did not stop the central state from yearning for the sacred dynasty. Especially the 9 great dynasties, each of them wanted to annex the other dynasties and evolve into the only sacred dynasty. Lin Xian used many super teleportation formations and finally arrived at the central state. It took him more than 2 months just to use this kind of super teleportation array. If he flew at his speed, he would not be able to reach the central state in less than a few decades. Lin Xian had now arrived at one of the 9 great dynasties, the Tai dynasty. At this moment, he was flying towards the glazed city of the Tai dynasty. This was because when he entered the Tai dynasty, Lin Xian received a piece of news that the entire Tai dynasty was currently selecting experts to join the royal palaces. Lin Xian felt that this move had something to do with the nest of 10,000 dragons, so he discussed with the dark red divine dragon and decided to join a royal palace first to investigate the situation. Up ahead was Glaze City. This city was very famous in the Tai dynasty because there was a Valurium palace inside. Valurium Palace was a king of the Tai dynasty. Not only was he powerful, he was also a peerless expert. His identity card was that of the royal family, and he possessed the purest royal bloodline. Therefore, Glaze City was also famous throughout the world. At this moment, in the Tai dynasty, 27 royal palaces were recruiting heroes and heroes from all over the world. Valurium Palace was one of them. Lin Xian's target this time was also Valurium Palace. After flying for a while, Lin Xian finally saw the Valurium capital. The tall city walls were like divine pillars that reached the heavens. They were at least 300 meters tall. The enormous city gates were incomparably grand and heavy. Even a great expert would not be able to shatter them. Lin Xian looked into the distance from the clouds. He saw that there were many enormous palaces within the city. They were like stars, scattered all over the city. Among them, many of the palaces flickered with resplendent light. They were all supported by formations that formed enormous spirit formations. Flying above the Valurium capital was forbidden. Everyone entered through the main gate. If they did not, they would be killed by the formations. No one would be held responsible. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded from the city ahead. Then, the surrounding cultivators landed one after another. They did not dare to provoke Valurium Palace, so they could only enter through the main gate. Lin Xian also landed on the ground and walked forward. There were almost 100 guards standing in front of the city gates. Every one of them was clad in battle armor and exuded a powerful aura. They were like war gods. After paying the entrance fee, Lin Xian entered. Chapter 1977. The Tai dynasty was one of the 9 great dynasties of the central continent. It was one of the top factions. Normally, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to join the Tai dynasty. But this time, the Tai dynasty had taken the initiative to recruit the world's geniuses. This was undoubtedly a chance for experts to join the Tai dynasty. Therefore, these people hurried over. As long as they joined the Tai dynasty, they would be able to enjoy a lifetime of wealth and endless treasures. After entering the city, these people didn't wander around randomly. Instead, they all headed for the Valurium Palace. The Valurium Palace was even more majestic. It towered in front of them like a heavenly palace. Although it was called a palace, it was far too large. It was even larger than some of the larger cities. There were also guards standing at the entrance of the prince's mansion. There was even a table, paper, and pen next to it. Cultivators had to register their information. Because not everyone was qualified to enter the prince's mansion. Only young geniuses and powerful kings were allowed entry. Lin Xian found a place and walked up. At this time, one of the armored guards spoke in a low voice. "Write down your age, identity, and cultivation here." Lin Xian filled in the information without a word. When the guard took it, he immediately frowned. 24 years old, unaffiliated? A 6-star king? He was a little suspicious. Unaffiliated meant that he was a wandering cultivator. A wandering cultivator who had become a 6-star king at the age of 24 wasn't something that just anyone could achieve. After all, even the genius disciples of some aristocratic families weren't that great. As for those people, they all had enormous clans providing them with heavenly treasures. A wandering cultivator without abundant resources and talent could become a 6-star king at the age of 24. Everyone else around them felt that this was very suspicious, let alone the guard. Who is that kid? How did he become a 6-star king? It doesn't look like it. He must be trying to bluff his way through. Bluff his way through? Then he's dead meat. A few days ago, someone tried to bluff his way through by filling in his information, but was sent flying by a single punch from these guards. He was seriously injured and almost crippled. I think this kid's fate will be very miserable. A series of noises sounded in the surroundings, while the expression of the guard at the front darkened. His eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Xian and coldly said, "Brat, take my punch." This guard was also a 6-star king. At this moment, he wanted to test if Lin Xian had the strength of a 6-star king. Therefore, he threw out a punch. This punch contained the power of a 6-star king, and it was extremely terrifying. That terrifying blast of air made the cheeks of the surrounding people hurt. Pun! Faced with the terrifying punch, Lin Xian gently extended his hand and grabbed at the fist in front of him. The next moment, he caught the fist. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian would be able to withstand the punch. And he was able to take it so easily. That guard was also stunned. Next, he subconsciously wanted to withdraw his fist. But he found that he couldn't do it. Because the other party's palm was like an iron clamp, firmly holding his fist. Not only that, but he also felt that he could not use the power in his entire arm. He had never seen such a situation before. However, at this moment, Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, "How is it? Do I have the cultivation of a 6-star king?" "Yes." The guard spoke with difficulty. There was no longer contempt in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by a deep sense of fear. Seeing that the other party had admitted it, Lin Xian let go of his hand and strode into the mansion. Wherever he passed, the crowd made way. No one dared to stop him. This was because the surrounding people had already seen Lin Xian's strength. With such strength, he could be considered a genius among the younger generation. Who is this person? This kid is so strong. I don't know. I've never heard of him. Looking at his strength, he should be very famous among the younger generation. Look, what's his name? Thus, everyone looked at the information that Lin Xian had filled in. His name is Lin Xian. What an unfamiliar name! Indeed, I've never heard of it. Discussions broke out one after another. Obviously, they were even more curious about Lin Xian's identity. After entering the mansion, Lin Xian shuttled through the long corridor. The surrounding palaces and pavilions were very majestic. Not only that, but there were also other warriors running quickly. Judging from the looks of these people, their expressions were grave and even a little anxious. Lin Xian was curious, so he stopped one of them and asked, "Brother, what's going on? Where are you going? You must be new. Today is the day of the selection. Everyone is heading to the training field." The day of the selection? Lin Xian wanted to ask more, but the warrior had already run away. He had no choice but to follow the crowd. Finally, he saw a crowd gathering in front of him. It was a sea of people, and the noise was so loud that the clouds in the sky were shaken away. When he arrived nearby, he realized that it was a huge square. It was very vast. To be honest, it was the first time Lin Xian saw such a huge training field. It was like a city that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. On top of it, there were huge ancient bluestones with runes flickering on them. As expected of the Tai dynasty. Just the training field of the mansion was so magnificent. Lin Xian was surprised. Not only was the square huge, but there was also a fierce battle in the middle of the training field. Countless figures were besieging a burly man. The burly man was very huge, like a small mountain. He stood in front of them, exuding an unparalleled aura. Clearly, this was an almighty, and an extremely powerful one at that. There were at least 1,000 people attacking, and each of them had a powerful aura. Streams of light flickered as they attacked the burly man. Bang! 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 These people were all below the level of a mighty figure. Although they fought together, they could not shake the burly mighty figure. The terrifying sound was like thunder, resounding in all directions. The runes on the ground flickered, and the void shook. As for the mighty figure, he even used his king's domain, enveloping everyone in it. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Their eyes were shining, and their expressions were incomparably excited. I wonder who will be able to successfully break through this time? Who knows? That burly man is the famous moving mountain general in the mansion. He is known to have infinite strength. I guess even a mighty figure of the same level can't beat him. None of these people are mighty figures. It's impossible to beat the moving mountain general. We can only see who can be chosen by the moving mountain general and enter the mansion. That was indeed the case. Everyone nodded. Chapter 1978. Aside from the Mountain Razor General, there's also the Flaming General. These two are in charge of the selection, so it's up to their will to decide who gets in. That's right. If you want to enter the Valurium Palace, you must first gain the approval of these two generals. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. At this time, someone sighed. It looks like there's no chance today. It doesn't matter if there's no chance today. The selection is held once every half a month. We'll have plenty of chances. Yeah, I won't leave until the last moment. Everyone's eyes were resolute. It was obvious that they wanted to use this opportunity to enter the Valurium Palace. Lin Xian listened from the side and got a general idea of what was going on. The big man in front was called the Mountain Razor General. He was one of the selectors, and the people fighting against him were competitors. Whoever caught the Mountain Razor General's eye had a chance of breaking through and entering the Valurium Palace. When he thought of this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He had to admit that the Mountain Razor General was terrifying. He surpassed the average great expert. Every move he made had the power to devour the heavens and split the earth. Eh? That person passed! Someone exclaimed. He's been acknowledged by the Mountain Razor General. Lin Xian also saw that the Mountain Razor General's domain had wrapped around a person and sent him out of the domain to a safe place. In other words, a cultivator had been acknowledged by the Mountain Razor General. That kid must be from House Zhou. His luck was so good that he caught the Mountain Razor General's eye so quickly. Lin Xian looked into the distance and saw a young man dressed in yellow standing there. He was ecstatic and unusually excited. Lin Xian noticed that he was a 6-star king. He nodded slightly when he saw this. It seemed that a 6-star king could enter the Valurium Palace. It shouldn't be difficult for him to enter. However, he frowned slightly because he noticed that there were many 6-star kings still fighting. It was just that none of them had been chosen. Therefore, he didn't know what the Mountain Razor General's basis was for choosing his candidates. Was it talent, combat experience, or cultivation? Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the sound of fierce collisions suddenly rang out in front of them. The Mountain Razor General had raised countless gales and thunder with a wave of his hand. Hundreds of people were sent flying. However, even more martial artists charged over. King's domains lit up one after another as they clashed with the mountain-moving Great General's domain, creating thunderous booms. This sound was extremely terrifying, and the entire void could not withstand it. Not only that, the surrounding cultivators were also affected. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the battle process of the mountain-moving general. He found that the other party's strength was very strong, far beyond what he had seen before. Moreover, the other party did not use brute force. Instead, he used his strength with great skill. It could be said that there was not a single bit of waste. That's the little girl from the Liu family, right? She actually passed as well. Right at this moment, the crowd cried out in surprise again. This was because the king's domain had brought a young girl to a safe place. That young girl had also passed the test. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely excited. Because this meant that others also had a chance to pass. That's right, this young woman's cultivation was only at the 5-star king realm, yet she'd passed, and this undoubtedly gave everyone confidence. However, Lin Xian knew that although this young girl's cultivation was only at the 5-star king realm, her battle techniques and use of domains were extremely exquisite. It was also because of this that she had successfully broken through and entered the Wang mansion. From the looks of it, the people who were accepted by the prince's mansion were either geniuses with talent or experts with true strength. In this case, I should have no problems. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He couldn't participate today. He only needed to wait for half a month before participating. At that time, he would be able to enter the Wang mansion. Then, he might be able to obtain more information about the nest of 10,000 dragons by asking around in the Wang mansion. This mountain-moving great general was indeed impressive. He wondered what kind of person that Li Hui great general was. Lin Xian retracted his gaze from the battlefield in front of him and looked around. Soon, he saw a figure in the distance. It was a youth who looked to be 15 or 16 years old. He was wearing a fiery red robe and had delicate features and an outstanding temperament. There was a strong aura of fire on his body. He was like a flaming child. Could it be him? Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He could sense a terrifying aura emanating from the 16 or 17-year-old boy. He observed carefully. Although that person only had the appearance of a youth, his aura had reached the almighty level. Moreover, there were many people around him who were carefully serving him. He should be Li Hui great general. Bang! However, at this moment, the mountain-moving great general in front of him laughed 3 times again. Then, he slammed his hands on the ground. The terrifying force was shaking, and the entire prince's mansion was shaking. As for the people around him, they kept retreating. Some of them were even sent flying by the impact. "Be careful, dodge quickly!" Exclamations could be heard because many people were descending towards the crowd. These figures all had fierce auras, and ordinary people really didn't dare to take them head-on. Therefore, everyone dispersed. However, among them, a figure flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he waved his sleeves as well, forming a ball of gentle energy that caught hold of that figure. "I'm actually fine." The figure was very confused. He thought that he would be seriously injured from the fall. He didn't expect to be caught by someone else. In the next moment, he stood up and looked behind him. "Brother, were you the one who saved me? Thank you very much." This was a young man in his late 20s. He had a round face and looked honest. His cultivation was at the level of a 6-star king. However, it seemed that he had just become a 6-star king. His aura wasn't very strong yet. He looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. "My name is Ma Chao. Thank you for your help, brother." The young man smiled. "How should I address you, brother? After the selection is over, the two of us must have a good drink." "That's easy. My name is Lin Xian. I've just arrived at Valurium Palace today, so I'm not very familiar with the surroundings. Perhaps I'll have to trouble you, old brother." "You just arrived today?" Ma Chao paused for a moment, then smiled and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Of course. I'm not very strong, but I'm quite familiar with the situation in the Wang mansion. Since I've already been kicked out, there's probably no chance for me to go back. Why don't I give you a brief introduction? The selection is held once every half a month. However, not everyone participates every time. Most people only participate once a month, and leave one spot empty. Because there are some injuries during the selection, they need some time to heal. After all, the Mountain Razor General is a great expert. Of course, you've just arrived. You can participate in half a month later. Chapter 1979. I don't know the details, but it must have something to do with the Tai dynasty. Because the entire Tai dynasty, the 27 imperial mansions are recruiting. According to my estimation, the Tai dynasty should be making a big move, or they might be going to war with the other dynasties. By the way, there's one more thing I need to remind you. If you want to participate next time, you have to come earlier and try to make sure you're in the top 1,000 during the selection. Because only 1,000 people are allowed to participate in each selection. If you're not in the top 1,000, you can't participate at all. You can only come back and wait for the next selection. Oh? 1,000 people? Lin Xian was surprised. Just rush over? That's right. Just rush over. Of course, don't be too stupid and rush to the front. After all, it's very stressful to face an almighty alone. You just have to blend in with the crowd and be in the top 100. That way, you can guarantee that you won't be in the lead and that you'll be qualified. Ma Chao looked like a veteran at first glance. When he talked about the selection, it was all about some small tricks. Brother Lin, which family are you from? Ma Chao asked. I don't have a family. I'm from a small mountain village, Lin Xian said. So you're a rogue cultivator. To be able to cultivate to a 6-star king, you're really not simple. I think your talent must be especially good. As long as you participate a few more times, I believe you should be able to pass within a year, Ma Chao said from the side. Indeed, he didn't know Lin Xian's true strength. He was just guessing based on the strength of an ordinary 6-star king. This was because only a few people were able to pass the selection. There were a total of hundreds of thousands of people participating in the selection, and more warriors would arrive one after another. Therefore, the pressure and competition would be very high. There were very few people who could pass the test on their first try. There were almost none of them. By the way, Brother Lin, you just came here. You must not have bought a room. Do I need to buy a place to stay? Lin Xian was puzzled. Ma Chao said, Yes, hundreds of thousands of people will come here. There won't be enough rooms. I have to buy it. And if you come late, you won't be able to buy it even if you have the money. How about this? You come to my place. I happen to have 2 rooms. It's a good opportunity for us to communicate. All right, thank you, brother. Lin Xian didn't think that these selections would be so popular that they didn't even have enough space to stay. The two of them continued to chat, and Lin Xian mostly asked about the prince's mansion. After another period of time, the battle ahead ended, and so did the selection for the day. A total of 5 people passed. The surrounding people cried out in surprise, because 5 people had passed, which was already a lot. Sometimes, only 2 or 3 people would pass, or even just 1 person. Those who passed were jubilant, and prepared to report to the people in the prince's mansion. As for those who did not pass, they hung their heads dejectedly and dispersed one after another, preparing to return and cultivate diligently. Try to come back next month. Let's go, Brother Lin. Let's leave this place as well, Ma Chao said. Lin Xian nodded, and the two of them walked into the distance. The surrounding people were surging, and some of the pavilions on both sides were opened, and even hung signs. Lin Xian took a look and found that they were selling martial arts manuals, elixirs, and weapons. You can do business here? Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect to see such a scene in the prince's mansion. Yes, Ma Chao said. This prince's mansion is not ordinary. There are all kinds of things inside. It can be said to be a city. Of course, this kind of thing can only be found in the periphery of the prince's mansion. And in the core of the prince's mansion, ordinary people can't enter at all. Sure enough, many people walked towards the elixir pavilion. And most of them had just finished participating in the competition. They had injuries on their bodies, and because they stayed for too long, they used up all the healing elixirs they had. So they could only buy them. Lin Xian, on the other hand, followed Ma Chao to a small courtyard. It was a small pavilion. There were 2 rooms and a small courtyard inside. There were a few pine trees in the courtyard, and it looked very simple. However, Ma Chao was very happy. Don't judge this place by its simplicity. It's already considered a better room. The other places don't even have courtyards. At this point, Ma Chao said proudly, and this is because I came early that I managed to get it. If I came a little later, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have a room. We can each have a room. When we have nothing to do, we can spar in the courtyard and exchange ideas. Okay, thank you very much. Lin Xian smiled. The two of them were talking, but at this moment, there was a commotion outside. Lin Xian frowned immediately. Ma Chao's expression changed. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. He noticed that Ma Chao's expression was a little strange. "It's those guys, I didn't expect them to come at this time," Ma Chao said in a low voice. "Brother Lin, don't get into a conflict with those people later. No matter what they say, just pretend you can't hear them and ignore them." Lin Xian wanted to ask why, but the door in front of him opened, and a group of people walked in. These people looked arrogant, and their aura was overbearing. Moreover, their clothes were all embroidered with a silver wolf head. "Gang!" Lin Xian frowned. He was familiar with such attire. But why would there be a gang in the prince's mansion? Just as the other party walked in, Ma Chao quickly whispered, "That's right, it's a gang. They are Wolf of War's men. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of people here preparing for this election, so naturally, there will be alliances. Wolf of War is one of the more powerful groups. They have gathered more than 3,000 people, and they are very powerful. Ordinary kings are no match for them. So, Brother Lin, don't fight with them later." While Ma Chao was speaking in a low voice, the people from the Battle Wolf gang walked over with large strides. "May I know why my friends from Wolf of War are here?" Ma Chao asked carefully. After all, he was alone and was no match for these people. Wolf of War's men snorted and looked at Ma Chao with contempt. Then, one of them sneered, "What's the matter?" "It's very simple. Wolf of War has recently recruited a few brothers, but they don't have a place to stay. You two, hurry up and get out. Give us his room." "What? Give up his room?" Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned, and Ma Chao's expression changed. He had gone to great lengths to get these 2 rooms. If they were occupied, they would be gone. Chapter 1980. "What? You don't want to?" Seeing Ma Chao's hesitation, Wolf of War's men's faces darkened. Waves of murderous aura gushed out from their bodies. It covered the heavens and the earth and rolled away like smoke signals. Sigh. Seeing this scene, Ma Chao sighed. There was no other way. Wolf of War had too many people. Even if he could beat 1 or 2 of them, he couldn't beat a group of people. If he didn't give up his room, these people would probably beat him to a pulp. By then, he wouldn't be able to participate in the selection. Thinking of this, he could only grit his teeth and prepare to give up his room. "Okay, I'll give up my room." With that, Ma Chao turned to Lin Xian and said, "Brother Lin, let's go." Before Lin Xian could say anything, Wolf of War's men spoke again. They sneered. "You want to leave? Did I say you could leave? What else do you want? We've already given up our rooms." Ma Chao was also a little angry. After all, those who could come here were all geniuses. At this moment, being so humble was his limit. "What do you want?" "It's very simple. The 2 of you have dirted this place. Why aren't you kneeling and cleaning it up? If I find a trace of dust, I'll break the 2 of your legs." The cold voice echoed in the small courtyard. After Ma Chao heard this, his body trembled and his face became ferocious. Cleaning, and cleaning on their knees. This was clearly humiliating them. Although he wasn't a top genius, he was still a genius. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Therefore, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, you've gone too far." "Gone too far?" Wolf of War's men sneered. "Yes, we've bullied you. What, do you want to fight back? If you dare to fight back, we'll cripple you and make it impossible for you to participate in the selection." As soon as he said that, 6 or 7 members of the Wolf gang walked up and stared coldly at Ma Chao and Lin Xian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ma Chao trembled with anger, while Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that this group of Wolf of War's people were really arrogant. They actually dared to bully him. Who was he? His strength had long reached the level of a powerful being. Why would he care about the Wolf of War at this moment? If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Ma Chao hanging around here in the future, he would have made a move the moment the other party entered. But now, it seemed that even if Ma Chao backed down, these Wolf of War people did not intend to let them go. Since that was the case, Lin Xian had nothing to worry about. On the other side, Ma Chao was also angry because this kind of unreasonable request would make even a clay figurine go berserk. He snorted coldly. Although your wolf of war is powerful, I, Ma Chao, am not to be trifled with either. It's really not good for either of us to lose face. Lose face? You want to lose face with our wolf of war? You think too highly of yourself. Who do you think you are? You're just a 6-star king. Wolf of War has 3,000 brothers. Do you think you can fight against him? The warriors of Wolf of War laughed disdainfully. That's right, you dare to be arrogant in front of our third brother. You really don't know what's good for you. Kneel down obediently and kowtow to our third brother to apologize, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you're dead meat. The few of them laughed arrogantly. The middle-aged man at the front had a sneer on his face as he looked down at Ma Chao condescendingly. Fuck, it seems that you really don't know what's good for you. The person called third brother shouted coldly. Break his legs and pin him to the ground. Immediately, the two warriors beside him walked up and looked at Ma Chao with sinister smiles. They were about to attack. Ma Chao also roared angrily and circulated the spiritual power in his body. He said, Brother Lin, charge out with me. Don't be surrounded by these guys. As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. Because he realized that Lin Xian had actually taken a step forward and blocked in front of him. Then, Lin Xian waved his hands and gently slapped out twice. Immediately, the two warriors of Wolf of War who rushed over were sent flying. Their chests were caved in, and their hands were broken. They smashed directly into the wall, forming a ruin. What? How dare you attack? Wolf of War's people were stunned, as if they couldn't believe that the other party dared to attack. Ma Chao was also stunned. He originally wanted to break out of the encirclement with Lin Xian and leave this place. But he didn't expect that before he could finish speaking, the other party attacked. Forget it, let them attack. Ma Chao sighed. Anyway, they would attack when they broke out of the encirclement. Just as he was about to shout for Lin Xian to leave, Wolf of War's people on the opposite side reacted and immediately roared angrily. You dare to attack Wolf of War? It seems that you don't know what's good for you. Cripple your own arms and obediently kneel on the ground and admit your mistakes. The person called third brother looked even more ferocious. Kid, you dare to attack my people in the wolf gang. You're dead meat. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, third brother was grabbed by the neck and lifted up. Ma Chao's eyes widened. Looking at this scene, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Xian stretched out a hand and grabbed third brother's neck. Third brother, on the other hand, was like a rabbit. He kept kicking his legs, but he couldn't use any strength in his body. Third brother's face was red. He struggled all over, and the spiritual power in his body was frantically circulating, but it was restrained by a mysterious force. In other words, he was now like an ordinary person and couldn't use any strength at all. Wolf of War, is he that strong? Su Chen asked coldly. His eyes were cold as he stared at third brother. Feeling this gaze, third brother's scalp went numb. The reason for that was because those gazes were simply too cold. They were like two awls that directly pierced into his soul. So strong. Behind, Ma Chao was also stunned. This was because third brother was also a 6-star king, and he was even stronger than him. But now, such a strong person was like a rabbit in Lin Xian's hand, unable to resist at all. This meant that Lin Xian's strength was far above third brother's. This was completely beyond Ma Chao's expectations. The others were also stunned. The warriors of Wolf of War quickly roared, Kid, let go of my third brother or you're dead. That's right, I advise you to stop and don't do anything stupid. Those people were terrified and didn't dare to go forward. Firstly, Lin Xian's strength was too terrifying. Secondly, their third brother was still in his hands. If they went forward now, they couldn't guarantee that the other party wouldn't kill them. Behind, Ma Chao was also worried. He whispered, Brother Lin, don't be agitated. Just control him. Let's leave quickly. Don't be surrounded by Wolf of War's men. Ma Chao had been here for a long time. He knew that Wolf of War was definitely terrifying. He had 3,000 geniuses gathered together. It could be said that he was very strong. Chapter 1981. Wolf of War was very powerful. Ordinary people couldn't resist at all. Even if Lin Xian killed the third brother now, he wouldn't be able to escape Wolf of War's pursuit. Crack! Lin Xian squeezed, and the third brother's neck tilted, and he fainted. Humph! Lin Xian waved his hand, and the third brother slammed into a wall, then fell to the ground. He spat out blood. Seeing this, Wolf of War's men hurried over. Ma Chao's scalp went numb. You killed him? No, just knocked him out, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Fortunately. Ma Chao heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the other party was alive, there was still hope. He hurriedly said, Brother Lin, let's go. Go? Why should we go? Lin Xian turned around and looked at Ma Chao. This house is pretty good. I think we should live here. What? Live here? Ma Chao was stunned. What was this guy thinking? He quickly said, Wolf of War's men will be back soon. Don't worry, Brother Ma. What will come will come. No matter who comes, I'll take them on. Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder. This is my rent. But... Ma Chao wanted to say something, but suddenly, there was a tremor in the distance. The void fluctuated, and a powerful aura gathered here. It's over. Wolf of War's men are here. Ma Chao's expression became very ugly. He quickly said, Brother Lin, we can still make it if we leave now. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to escape. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He looked into the distance, and said indifferently, Brother Ma, what is the bottom line of the Wang Mansion? For example, if this Wolf of War comes looking for trouble with us, will the Wang Mansion care about it? For example, if I kill someone, will the Wang Mansion care? As long as it's not too big of a commotion, the prince's mansion usually won't care. After all, this is only the periphery of the prince's mansion. However, it's usually impossible to kill people. Of course, there are exceptions, unless you are a peerless genius or a powerful cultivator. The imperial palace would be eager to recruit such a person, so why would they blame you? Understood. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that geniuses and experts were sought after no matter where they went. Since that was the case, things would be easier. A cold smile appeared on Lin Xian's lips. This way, he wouldn't have to hold back. What? You want to attack us? The rest of the Wolf of War warriors were stunned. Then, they roared and charged at Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted and punched out with both fists. A terrifying aura of destruction gushed out. Immediately, those people were entangled. Then, with a boom, those people's bodies exploded into pieces. Blood spurted out, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. This scene stunned everyone in the courtyard. Not only in the courtyard, but the surrounding people were also stunned. Someone dared to kill people in the prince's mansion, and it was Wolf of War's men. Was this heaven-defying? All of a sudden, the surrounding martial warriors also gathered around. Behind them, Ma Chao was already stunned. He didn't know what to say at all, and even his mind was a little blank. Previously, he thought, Lin Xian was just joking about killing people. He was threatening Wolf of War's men. However, he didn't expect that the other party was serious and really attacked. It's over, we're really dead this time. Ma Chao's face was extremely ugly. He knew that Wolf of War would definitely not let this matter rest. However, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Because this matter had something to do with him, he would fight Wolf of War together with Lin Xian. At this moment, the third brother in front of him woke up after being fed a pill. However, when he woke up, the first thing he saw was his underling being blasted into pieces by a punch. This scene directly provoked him. As Wolf of War's man, he usually flaunted his power, and no one dared to provoke him. However, now, someone dared to kill Wolf of War's men. This was unforgivable. In the next moment, he stood up and roared angrily, leading his men to attack. Clang! 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 The third brother and the other two warriors drew 3 long sabers, and the aura on their bodies suddenly erupted, sweeping through heaven and earth. The terrifying king's domain also surrounded them. Whoosh! The 3 sabers slashed down, and the terrifying aura instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Crack! 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 Lin Xian waved his hand, and the icy aura in his body condensed and enveloped the 3 saber lights. Then, the 3 saber lights were frozen into ice cubes. Then, Lin Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the third brother. His 5 fingers formed a claw and instantly grabbed the other party's head. Bang! Lin Xian pressed his palm down on the other party's head. Immediately, the third brother felt 5 rays of sword chi madly gushing out from his fingers. They pierced into his body. Then, all the spiritual energy in his meridians were completely destroyed. Not only that, his entire body knelt on the ground. Poof! Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his soul was instantly destroyed. What? He was killed! Third brother! The 2 warriors beside him roared crazily. They didn't expect that their third brother couldn't even block a single attack from the other party. Who is he? They were terrified. However, in the next moment, 2 illusory palms grabbed their heads and killed them in an instant. The 3 corpses knelt on the ground, blood flowing down their cheeks. The 3 of them had long lost their vitality. Looking at this scene, Ma Chao was completely stunned. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could kill Wolf of War's men as easily as crushing ants. As for the surrounding people, they were also extremely shocked. They didn't expect this young man to be so crazy that he dared to kill Wolf of War's men. Moreover, he even killed an important member of Wolf of War. Boom! 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 Countless powerful auras filled the sky, and then figures appeared around the courtyard. They all had a silver wolf head painted on their bodies, and they were all members of Wolf of War. As soon as these people appeared, they sealed off the entire courtyard. Then they walked in. When they saw the 3 kneeling corpses in the courtyard, they were all stunned. Especially when they saw that the one kneeling at the front was their third brother. Immediately these people's scalps went numb, and their expressions were incomparably solemn. They knew that things had gotten out of hand because this third brother wasn't an ordinary person. He was a core member of Battle Wolf. To be precise, he was the younger brother of the leader of Battle Wolf. There were a total of 6 leaders in Battle Wolf, and the leader had 2 younger brothers. This third brother was one of them. But they didn't expect that he would be killed here. This was definitely a shocking matter. They couldn't deal with such a matter at all, so they could only wait for the other leaders to arrive. Chapter 1982. All they did was seal off the entire courtyard to prevent Lin Xian and Ma Chao from escaping. Looking at the scene around him and the flickering array formation, Ma Chao felt a chill in his heart. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked indifferent. He stood with his hands behind his back, not looking nervous at all. They were forced to do this, but Wolf of War had gone too far. He was just fighting back. Even if he killed someone, he wouldn't care. Moreover, this might be a way to attract the attention of the Wang mansion. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Who is this kid? He actually dared to kill a core member of Wolf of War. He's definitely dead. He killed the great leader's younger brother. He's definitely an important figure. I'm afraid the great leader and the entire Wolf of War won't let that kid go. That's right. He's just a hothead who just came to the Wang mansion. He probably doesn't know anything. I'm afraid he's already scared to death. Young people should keep a low profile. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died. More and more people gathered around, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The innermost layer was completely guarded by Wolf of War's men. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in front of them. Then, the crowd parted, and 5 figures quickly walked over. The person in front was a burly man with a full beard. When he saw the 3 corpses in the courtyard, his face immediately became ferocious. Damn it! Who is it? Who killed my third brother? Get the hell out here! He roared crazily like a mad lion, and the terrifying sound waves pierced the surroundings. Feeling the sound waves, the surrounding warriors who were watching the show trembled, and their faces turned pale. They quickly circulated their spiritual power and sealed their ears. There were also 4 people standing behind the lion-like man. One of them had a gloomy expression, and his appearance was similar to that of the dead third brother. He was also the burly man's brother. The other 3 looked different, but without exception, their eyes were abnormally cold. Other than the third brother, the other 5 people standing were the core members of Wolf of War. And the entire Wolf of War was built by them. As for the martial artist called third brother, he was the great leader's favorite younger brother. But who would have thought that he would be killed by someone? Not only did the 5 great leaders come, but 300 of Wolf of War's elite members also came. They had completely sealed off the surroundings, and a cold aura surrounded the entire small courtyard. The temperature in the small courtyard continued to drop, and the air was filled with endless killing intent. It was simply unbearable. Even though Ma Chao was a 6-star king, his entire body was drenched in sweat at this moment. His body even started to tremble. The reason for that was because the killing intent was simply too terrifying. In front of the 5 chiefs and 300 martial artists, he couldn't resist Fatty at all. Lin Xian was still very calm. He was like an elegant immortal king, calm and unrestrained. Seeing the 5 great leaders come, he said indifferently, "Your little brother was too arrogant. I've already killed him. Let him be a good person in his next life." "Damn brat, you killed my third brother!" Hearing Lin Xian's words, all eyes instantly fell on Lin Xian. Especially the big bearded man, whose expression was even more ferocious. "I killed him because he deserved to die." Lin Xian's face also darkened. "All right, take these corpses and get out of here quickly. Otherwise, don't start a massacre before me." Start a massacre? Everyone's scalps went numb. This brat actually wanted to start a massacre? Did he know what kind of people he was facing? That was the Wolf of War. Although it wasn't much in the Wang Mansion, it was definitely a huge monster in the periphery of the Wang Mansion. No one could go against them. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Not to mention the periphery, even the news had spread to the inside of the Wang Mansion. Many people came out to watch the battle. This was also Lin Xian's goal. If he could uproot the Wolf of War today, he would definitely be able to display his powerful strength. He believed that the Wang Mansion would invite him without the need for an assessment. "Brat, which family are you from?" The leader of the Wolf of War asked coldly because he felt that the identity of the person who dared to touch him in the Wolf Gang was definitely not simple. Therefore, he had to ask in advance. At the same time, the surrounding warriors of the Wolf of War emitted a cold light as they looked at Lin Xian. Beside them, rays of light bloomed, forming a terrifying pressure that enveloped Lin Xian. Just the aftermath of this pressure was enough to make the surrounding warriors unable to withstand it. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. Ma Chao's scalp went numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He took a step forward and stood in front of Ma Chao. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, completely ignoring the terrifying pressure. At the same time, he said coldly, "There's no need to ask. I don't belong to any sect. If you want to make a move, just do it." Didn't belong to any sect? Hearing this, everyone was speechless. The 5 leaders of the Wolf of War revealed sinister smiles. Since he didn't belong to any sect, it meant that he didn't have any backing. Even if they killed him, no one would stand up for him. Since that was the case, they didn't have to hold back. "Brat, go to hell!" The 5 leaders sneered. However, Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of the 5 leaders. The apocalyptic black dragon fist in his hand quickly surged out and blasted towards one of them. Boom! A black dragon shadow appeared and a destructive aura surged. In an instant, the 4th leader of the 5 leaders was directly sent flying. Then, his figure swayed and retreated again, returning to his original position. The whole process was so fast that the surrounding people didn't see what was going on. They didn't even realize that Lin Xian had moved. The fourth leader of the Wolf of War was sent flying and vomited blood. Damn it, what's going on? What happened? Why was the fourth leader of the Wolf of War sent flying? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. The leaders roared crazily. Brat, you're courting death! They were really mad. They had so many experts, but the other party was still able to succeed. This really made them jump up and down like thunder. Lin Xian sneered. What Wolf of War? In my opinion, you're just a chicken and a dog. You think you can bully others because you have more people? You want to bully me with your numbers? You must be dreaming. You're no match for me at all in a one-on-one fight. Even if you all come together, I'm not afraid. Chapter 1983. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Boss Wolf of War's voice was cold. Although they only had 300 men this time, it was too easy to deal with one person. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He rose from the ground and flew into the distance. Follow him. Don't let him escape. Boss Wolf of War waved his hand. Immediately, the 300 warriors around him charged toward Lin Xian. The other 4 leaders also rose into the air. Although they were shocked that Lin Xian had sent their 4th leader flying with one punch. In their opinion, Lin Xian had only relied on his speed and sneak attacks. If they fought head-on, Lin Xian would definitely not be their match. Therefore, they chased after him without hesitation. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they were all stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to fight Wolf of War's 5 leaders and 300 men alone. How could an ordinary challenger fight against such a group? Perhaps only the moving mountain general. Oh, only a terrifying almighty like the Lihua general could fight against them. How could other challengers fight against so many experts? Let's go and see what's wrong with this kid! The surrounding people quickly followed after him. They did not want to miss such an exciting battle. Ma Chao's scalp went numb. At the same time, he was extremely nervous. He also followed closely. Otherwise, the news would have spread quickly among the surrounding people. In the entire mansion, hundreds of thousands of warriors outside knew about it. In an instant, most of the warriors walked forward. They wanted to see what kind of confidence Lin Xian had that he dared to fight Wolf of War. Even those cultivators who had returned to their own places and were preparing to cultivate were alarmed. They looked at the torrent-like crowd and were extremely shocked. What's going on? Has the selection started again? How is that possible? The selection just ended. It hasn't even been a day. How could it have started? What's going on? I've been here for a few years. I've only seen such a grand scene during the selection. But since there's no selection, why are so many people looking forward? What are they looking at? Everyone was discussing. Obviously, these people did not understand what was going on. So they followed him. Soon, they discovered that Wolf of War's men were all furious as they charged forward. Wolf of War's men, what do they want? Could it be that you want to make a move in the prince's mansion? These people don't know what's good for them. Wolf of War can strut around in the periphery, but in the entire palace, he's nothing. It's only because the moving mountain general and the leaving fire general couldn't be bothered with him that they didn't expel Wolf of War. But now, John Lang's men actually want to make a big fuss. Isn't he afraid of alerting the Wang Mansion and being completely eradicated by the Wang Mansion? They were too shocked. No matter how strong one was, they had no choice but to lie down before Valurium Palace. Why was Wolf of War acting so crazily today? Don't you know? There's a young man who killed Wolf of War's younger brother and severely injured the 4th master with a single punch. Right now, the 4 leaders of Wolf of War are leading a group of elites from the Wolf Gang to hunt down that kid. What? What kind of person is so strong? Could he be a peerless genius from some family? No, he's not. I heard him say that he's a wandering cultivator who doesn't belong to any sect or faction. What? A wandering cultivator dares to be so arrogant? Come, let's go take a look. Everyone was discussing animatedly. At the same time, they moved their bodies and quickly followed. More and more people joined the group. The scene was like an ordinary selection in the Wang mansion. There was a sea of people and an unusually lively atmosphere. On the other hand, Wolf of War's men were gnashing their teeth in anger. The 4 leaders' faces were especially dark. First of all, they hadn't expected such a big commotion. More than 100,000 people had rushed over to watch. This scene could only be compared to the selection competition. They were afraid of alerting the Wang mansion, the moving mountain general, and the leaving fire general. But at the same time, they were unwilling to accept this outcome. The kid in front of them was flying slowly and provoking them. They couldn't tolerate this. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and swore to kill him. "Brother Lin, what do you want? You're not really going to fight these people, are you?" Ma Chao was terrified. Apart from the moving mountain general and the leaving fire general, he'd never seen anyone who could fight against several hundred people alone. "Brother Ma, to tell you the truth, I'm here to join the Valurium Palace. I wanted to wait until the next election, but it seems that I can't wait that long." Ma Chao was very confused. What did this have to do with Wolf of War? But the next moment, he was so shocked that he almost bit off his own tongue. This was because Lin Xian continued, "If I were to kill these experts of the Battle Wolf gang in front of everyone on the training field, don't you think that will attract the Wang Mansion's attention? I'm sure they'll invite me to join Valurium Palace then." "What? You want to fight them alone? Just to show the Wang Mansion?" Ma Chao was shocked. This was too much. One mistake and he'd be killed by Wolf of War's men. There were several hundred of them. Many of them were 6-star kings. Could he really fight them? Unless he was a great expert, even the best of geniuses wouldn't be able to fight them. "Don't worry, I'm confident." Lin Xian nodded slightly. He was indeed confident because his combat strength had reached the level of a great expert. Fighting against 300 elites was no problem at all. "Brother Ma, blades have no eyes later. You should watch from the crowd." "All right." Ma Chao sighed. The current situation was still beyond his understanding. Therefore, he couldn't help much. He pushed himself into the crowd and slowly followed. In front of them, Lin Xian strolled leisurely as if he was taking a stroll, heading towards the vast arena. Gradually, the crowd also realized that this kid was going to the martial arts practice field of the Wang Mansion. The people from the Battle Wolf gang also laughed sinisterly. They were actually going to the martial arts practice field for the final battle. It just so happened that the martial arts practice field was big enough to accommodate more than 100,000 people. It was more than enough for them to fight, and they didn't have to worry about destroying the Wang Mansion. For a moment, Wolf of War's experts revealed sinister smiles. If the kid went somewhere else, they might be worried. However, the martial arts practice field was different. It was a place for fighting. Even powerful beings could fight there. Therefore, they didn't have to worry at all. It didn't take long for Lin Xian to arrive at the martial arts practice field. With a flash of his body, he stood on the martial arts practice field. Chapter 1984. With a wave of his red sleeves, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back like a god of war. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, Wolf of War's 4 faction leaders led 300 elites and landed quickly. They surrounded Lin Xian. Behind them, more than 400,000 martial artists were watching. In an instant, the empty and quiet martial arts practice field became lively again. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the people in the Wang Mansion. When the people in the Wang Mansion found out that it was Wolf of War who was causing trouble, they frowned. Some even said that they would take action to suppress him. However, when the matter reached the ears of Moving Mountain General and Lihua General, the situation was different. This was because when the 2 generals found out that this was a newcomer who wanted to challenge the entire Battle Wolf gang, they immediately became interested. Then, they told the people in the Wang Mansion not to take action. As long as the newcomer did not destroy the Wang Mansion, they would let him fight. In fact, two of the great generals even decided to watch from the shadows. Not only that, many people from the king's palace also went there because they were curious. Who was it that had the guts to challenge the entire Battle Wolf gang? The Moving Mountain Great General was also excited. His bronze eyes shone with a bright light. Who is this kid? How can he be so bold? On the other side, Lihua General also narrowed his eyes. I wonder if he is a peerless genius or an idiot? If he is just playing to the gallery, then he deserves to be killed. If he can really stand up to Wolf of War, it is not impossible to recruit him. Now, the two of them were most concerned about whether Lin Xian could stand up to Wolf of War or was he just playing to the gallery to attract everyone's attention. In the martial arts practice field, Lin Xian faced the 4 faction leaders and 300 elites. He looked calm and fearless. As for the surrounding martial artists, they were whispering to each other, their faces filled with shock. Is this guy really going to stand up to so many experts? Is he crazy? Who does he think he is? An almighty? I am afraid that among the almighties, no one can do this. Those princes and princesses should be able to do it as well. But what kind of person is that? He's a peerless genius with a terrifying identity. How can this brat be compared to a prince? The crowd discussed animatedly. Most of them shook their heads and sneered. They believed that it was impossible for Lin Xian to resist. This is the grave you chose for yourself? The gang leader sneered. No matter where you run to, we won't let you go today. The second faction master's expression was also ferocious. The remaining 2 faction masters also snorted coldly. A fierce killing intent burst out from his eyes. Lin Xian sneered. Cut the crap, make your move! He didn't pull out the 9 Underworld Devil Sword because he didn't need to use it to deal with these people. Wolf of War's men roared angrily when they saw Lin Xian's insolence. Soon after, the big gang master gave the order, and 300 elite martial artists quickly charged at Lin Xian. Kill! The murderous aura of those people was like smoke signals, connecting heaven and earth. Every single one of them was incomparably terrifying, like a god of death. So many people were charging forward, covering the sky and covering the earth. Their momentum was extremely terrifying. Even the 100,000 spectators were trembling at this moment, and their faces were pale. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a fierce light burst out from his eyes. Then, his body swayed and completely disappeared into the void. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared in front of the 2nd faction master and the 5th faction master. Then, he quickly punched out the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. Black aura surrounded his fists, and 2 dragon heads fiercely bombarded the 2 of them. Roar! Boom! A loud dragon roar sounded, and a destructive aura swept out in all directions. The void was instantly torn apart, and countless cracks appeared. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire martial arts practice field. It was as if a peerless divine dragon was looking down on the common people. The 2nd faction master and the 5th faction master had no power to resist at all. The 2 of them were hit by the black dragon heads. Then, their bodies flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this scene, the big gang master and the other members of the Wolf of War were all stunned. They couldn't believe that the other party was so powerful. If the other party had sent the 4th faction master flying with 1 punch, it was because of his speed and sneak attack. But now, under the siege of so many people, the other party could still easily injure the 2nd faction master and the 5th faction master. This was definitely not a sneak attack. The 100,000 spectators were also stunned. In their opinion, the 4 faction masters led 300 elites to fight against the young man. This was definitely a one-sided massacre. They were afraid that the young man would be blasted into pieces in an instant. However, things went beyond their expectations. The young man was not killed, but the 2 faction masters of Wolf of War were directly sent flying. This scene deeply stimulated them. However, this was only the beginning. After the 2 faction masters were sent flying, the other 300 elites were also sent flying one by one. None of them could withstand Lin Xian's punch. What did I see? Wolf of War is being beaten up. Fuck, I must be under an illusion. Who can slap me? Slap. 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 Many slaps were heard, and then everyone's cheeks turned red. However, they realized that the scene in front of them was still ongoing. And they were getting more and more shocked. How is this possible? Everyone stuttered because they couldn't accept this scene at all. Just half a day ago, they had seen a similar scene. That was during the preliminaries, when 1,000 experts besieged the moving mountain general. In the end, the moving mountain general was like a mountain god, and everyone was sent flying. Only a few people could pass the test. The scene now was very similar to the previous scene. Lin Xian was like a god of war, shuttling through the 300 elites quickly. Every time he threw a punch, someone would be sent flying. It was also because of the extreme similarity that the crowd was even more shocked. The moving mountain general was an almighty, and not an ordinary almighty. He was an extremely powerful almighty. Only then could he fight against 1,000 experts. However, the young man in front of them was at most a 6-star king. How could he fight against Wolf of War's 300 elites and the 4 faction masters? However, no matter how shocked they were, this scene was really happening. Soon, more than 100 elites were sent flying or lying on the ground, unable to fight at all. As for the remaining 2 faction masters, they were also sent flying. This was especially true when the great gang master was heavily injured and coughed up blood from a single punch. The remaining 100 or so elites all fled one after another, because they didn't dare to continue fighting. Even the faction master and half of the elites were defeated. The remaining people were no match for him at all. Therefore, they tried their best to escape. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The battle today was a show for the people in the Wang mansion. Chapter 1985. Therefore, when he waved his fists, the shadows of dragons appeared. The sky was filled with the shadows of the black dragons. Along with his fists, the remaining 100 or so martial artists were sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. Other than Lin Xian, no one was able to stand up. Silence. Absolute silence. None of the 100,000 people in the martial arts practice field made a sound. They were all stunned. Not to mention these people, even the masters in the prince's mansion were shocked. This guy actually did it. Li Hua's handsome face was filled with a tinge of surprise. At the side, the eyes of the mountain-like moving mountain general shone brightly. He was so excited that he was trembling. Genius! He is definitely a genius in battle. I didn't expect to meet such a genius. His strength is definitely not inferior to those princes. In the crowd, Ma Chao was trembling with excitement. He didn't expect to see such a scene. Previously, he was still worried about Lin Xian. He thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant to challenge Wolf of War alone. However, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. Lin Xian had absolute confidence and strength to crush Wolf of War. Who exactly was he? Was he really an itinerant martial artist? Ma Chao was bewildered. He had never heard of an itinerant martial artist who had such incredible combat strength. Moreover, Lin Xian was only a young man in his 20s. The others also came back to their senses. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked. Cries of surprise sounded and shattered the clouds in the sky. Then, the sun shone on the martial arts practice field. Lin Xian was bathed in sunlight. He looked like a god of war as he stepped on more than 300 martial artists. His majesty was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the 100,000 people at that moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, the sky suddenly fluctuated violently. Then, the 100,000 martial artists looked up at the sky. Then, they exclaimed. That was because they discovered that numerous figures were descending from the sky like dark clouds. Among the 2 people in front, one was as tall as a mountain and was filled with explosive power. The other was a 16 or 17-year-old youth with delicate features, like a fairy child. The auras of these 2 people were so powerful that they suppressed everything. Moving mountain general, leaving fire general. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the two generals would actually come to the martial arts practice field. One could imagine how sensational this battle was. Behind the two generals, there were also dozens of elite experts from the king's mansion. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the moving mountain general and the leaving fire general. He knew that he had achieved his goal. Since these two generals were here, it was obvious that these people had seen the previous battle. He believed that he could easily enter Valurium Palace with his strength. "Kid, what's your name?" At this moment, Li Hua asked in a deep voice. There was a strange flame in his eyes, as if it could burn everything in time. Frost appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, blocking the heat. Then, he said, "Junior Lin Xian greets the two great generals." "Lin Xian?" Leaving Fire General murmured, his eyes flashing as if he was recalling something. In the Tai dynasty, which young genius had this name? But after thinking for a while, he realized that there was none. Moving Mountain General obviously didn't think so much. He laughed loudly, his voice resonating in the air. Then, his enormous body walked out and looked at Lin Xian. "Kid, do you dare fight me?" "What? Moving Mountain General wants to fight this kid?" Hearing this, the 100,000 cultivators in the martial arts practice field were in an uproar. This was too shocking. The Moving Mountain Great General was a mighty figure with terrifying strength. Although the kid in front of them had defeated 300 elites from Wolf of War and 4 gang masters, it was still shocking. But they didn't think that the kid in front of them could contend with Moving Mountain General. Even Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that the mountain-moving great general had seen through his true strength? But that shouldn't be the case. Although the fighting strength he displayed before was shocking, he hadn't fully displayed it. It should be impossible for Moving Mountain General to see through it. But so what if Moving Mountain General saw through it? His true fighting strength was at the level of a great expert. So in the next moment, Lin Xian nodded and said, "Sure." "Wow." The crowd was shocked and they roared wildly, their voices echoing through the clouds. It was already shocking that Moving Mountain General was going to fight with a young genius alone. But what shocked them even more was that the young man in front of them didn't even bat an eyelid and agreed without hesitation. What exactly was he relying on? The news spread like wildfire. Suddenly, those cultivators who hadn't rushed over were moved and gathered. In an instant, the number of people increased again, reaching more than 200,000. Other than those who were cultivating in seclusion and hadn't come out, the rest of the people all came to the martial arts practice field. This scene was not much different from the one that had taken place during the selection. At this moment, more than 200,000 pairs of eyes were fixed on Lin Xian, trying to see through him. They couldn't understand where Lin Xian's confidence and reliance came from. "He's a young genius. Disregarding everything else, just his courage alone is enough to instantly kill the vast majority of people." An old man in the crowd sighed. "Yeah, I've been here for 2 years, but I haven't entered the manor yet. But I heard that he successfully attracted the attention of 2 great generals after only 1 day. It's only a matter of time before he enters the manor. Is this the difference in talent? The difference between a peerless genius and an ordinary king? It's so huge." Everyone was envious. Ever since Valurium Manor started recruiting, no one had ever attracted the attention of 2 great generals in a single day like Lin Xian. Moreover, he had entered Valurium Manor. This was definitely a record that had been set, a legend that had been broken. In front of him, the mountain-moving great general was also stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to agree so readily. Then he laughed loudly. "Good kid, you're right for me. Don't worry, I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation to the level of a 6-star king and fight you on the same level." A battle of the same level. The crowd was even more shocked. This was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Moving Mountain General to suppress his cultivation and fight him on the same level. But he couldn't ask for more. Moving Mountain General was definitely an elite among the experts. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, his combat strength and experience weren't something an ordinary 6-star king could compare to. Chapter 1986. However, Lin Xian was also someone who could instantly kill a 6-star king. Therefore, he had very few opponents. Now that he had met someone who was on par with him, he naturally would not miss it. Boom! Seeing that Lin Xian had accepted the challenge, the moving mountain general laughed out loud. In the next moment, he stomped his foot on the ground. Instantly, the entire ground began to tremble. The members of Wolf of War on the ground were all sent flying. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena became extremely clean. The members of Wolf of War who were sent flying screamed in agony. However, they did not dare to resist. The moving mountain general was an extremely terrifying existence. If they angered him, he would probably kill all of them with a slap. Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and endure the pain as they quickly retreated into the crowd. Originally, they had planned to gather more people to take revenge on the other party. However, from the looks of it, revenge was futile. The kid in front of them had caught the eye of the moving mountain general. No matter the outcome of this battle, the other party would definitely be famous in the Wang Mansion. Such a person would be valued by the Wang Mansion. No matter how powerful Wolf of War was, they would not dare to go against such a person. Therefore, they quickly fled with their tails between their legs. Boom! 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 On the other hand, the moving mountain general let out a furious roar. A yellow light quickly appeared on his body. It intertwined in the air and formed a yellow chain that instantly bound his body. Then, it disappeared into his body. In the next moment, the moving mountain general's cultivation level rapidly dropped from the almighty level to a 6-star king. He has indeed suppressed his cultivation level! More than 200,000 people exclaimed. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. If that's the case, then I'll offend you. Since the other party had suppressed his cultivation level, he would also go all out. In the next moment, 2 black angry dragons appeared on his body and coiled around his hands. A violent and destructive aura quickly surged out and shot into the sky. At this moment, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. However, he was not as big as the moving mountain general, but he was like a demon king looking down on everyone. What a powerful destructive aura! Kid, I was right about you. Take this. The moving mountain great general let out a hearty laugh before punching out. Although he had suppressed his cultivation to the level of a 6-star king, the power of the mountain-moving great general was not something that anyone could withstand. This punch was absolutely terrifying as it directly shattered the void. The fist seemed to be made of gold as it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Ha! Lin Xian also let out a low roar and waved his fist. The black dragon's aura spread out from his body and transformed into a dragon head that instantly rushed out. Boom! Boom! The two collided, producing a world-shaking sound, causing the entire sky to shake. What? He actually managed to resist it? He wasn't sent flying? Heavens, is this true? Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. This was because Lin Xian wasn't sent flying by a single punch like the other kings. Instead, he was able to contend against the mountain-moving great general. This was inconceivable. It should be known that even if the moving mountain general suppressed his cultivation, he would still be able to instantly kill an ordinary 6-star king. But now, a young man was actually able to contend with the mountain-moving general. This was simply too shocking. Good lad, you're really strong. This fist technique of yours should be very unusual. But you'll have to be careful from now on, the moving mountain general said loudly. His voice was like thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, his huge body suddenly grew in size. His originally huge arms doubled in size once again. Boom! This punch was enough to destroy everything. The power of this punch was simply too great. It had exceeded the previous ones. Hence, in an instant, the black dragon fist that Lin Xian had unleashed was directly shattered. Lin Xian was also forced to take a few steps back. The great dragon sword soul transport station in his body destroyed the remnant energy of the attack. Then, Lin Xian stopped moving. In the next moment, he opened his palms. Each of his fingers was wrapped in the shadow of a dragon. Then, he slapped forward. The huge black palm covered the sky and the terrifying roar of a dragon filled the air. It filled the sky and enveloped the moving mountain general. Boom! The moving mountain general swung his fist and slammed it against the huge black palm. Immediately, a muffled thunder-like sound was heard. The two of them continued to attack, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to crack. Terrifying energy surged in all directions. Too strong. This kid is too strong. He could actually compete with the moving mountain general in terms of strength. Yeah, too terrifying. Although the moving mountain general has suppressed his cultivation, his strength has not decreased by much. What kind of body constitution does this kid have? It's too terrifying. Could it be that he has one of the legendary powerful body constitutions? I don't know. But his fist technique is too terrifying. That destructive aura makes me shudder. Discussions broke out one after another. It was obvious that everyone was shocked that Lin Xian was able to withstand so many blows from the mountain-moving general. Those from the Wang mansion were also shocked. Li Hui general also squinted his eyes and stared at the two figures in the field. The moving mountain general was even more shocked. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so strong that you can compete with me. But next, let's try out the superpower. As soon as he finished speaking, the moving mountain general's fist suddenly emitted a bright light. A golden light shot into the sky and pierced through the void. Previously, it was only the strength of his physical body. Now, it was not only the strength of his physical body, but also the power of his superpower. This terrifying golden fist shook the void and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian, making a violent trembling sound. The golden light made the hundreds of thousands of people unable to open their eyes. Ha! Lin Xian also shouted coldly. On his palm, not only was there a destructive aura like a black dragon, but there was also a layer of blue frost covering it. It froze the void and met the golden fist head-on. In the sky, the intense collision was like the sound of thunder, shaking the entire sky. The two forces were like tides, constantly colliding with each other. Fortunately, the Wang Mansion's martial arts practice field was a place that was specially used for battles. It could withstand a battle between almighties. Otherwise, the attack alone was more than enough to shatter everything here into pieces. Buzz! After the punch, the moving mountain general's bell-like eyes shone brightly, forming rays of golden light. They were like balls of golden flames burning. Those sharp eyes made people unable to look directly at them. One could imagine how terrifying the moving mountain general was. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the moving mountain general's fist loosened and turned into a palm, pressing down from the sky. Mountains began to appear in his palm. This scene was too terrifying. Those mountains appeared in the void and were being dragged by the moving mountain general, pressing down rapidly. The sky was covered in darkness. Mountains stood tall and majestic, and there were even birds and beasts on top of them. It was as if they were real. Chapter 1987. What kind of superpower is that? Many people exclaimed. Someone screamed, Mountain palm! It's the mountain palm! The mountain palm was a terrifying palm technique. When the palm was thrown out, it was as though a real mountain had appeared in the sky. It was so oppressive that the crowd found it hard to breathe. The palm was too terrifying. The mountains in the sky were earth-shattering. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped. Whoosh! Lin Xian looked solemn. He took a deep breath and the great dragon sword soul in his body quickly rotated. Then, mysterious sword runes appeared under his feet and quickly spread out in all directions. The entire martial arts practice field formed a mysterious sword array. Then, streaks of blood-red sword chi formed in the sword array and quickly slashed towards the sky. It was as though it could destroy everything. The blood-red sword chi was vast and mighty. It was like a river of blood, carrying with it a murderous aura. Clang! 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 The blood-red sword she rushed out and collided with the mountains in the sky. The terrifying sound tore through the void, causing more than 200,000 people to feel a piercing pain in their ears. Many people even fainted on the spot. Both of their superpowers were too terrifying. Whether it was the mountain palm or the demon-slaying sword, they were both extremely terrifying superpowers. The moment they appeared, the weather changed. Buzz! The void trembled. A snow-covered mountain that was thousands of feet tall was being dragged by the mountain general. It seemed as though it was cutting through time and space as it quickly pressed down. Boom! Behind Lin Xian, a huge blood-red sword sheath formed into a blood-red dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The terrifying dragon claws grabbed the void and met the attack. Crack! 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 The dragon claws cracked the mountain. However, the huge rocks on top of it also shattered the sword-sheath dragon claws. This intense battle left the 200,000 over martial artists extremely shocked. Even the people from the Wang mansion were wide-eyed. They could not believe that a young man could fight against the mountain-moving general for so long. Kid, you're amazing. Take my last move. If you can take it, I'll let you into the Wang mansion. With that, the mountain-moving general kept waving his palms. Suddenly, 13 huge mountain peaks appeared in the sky, one after another, as if they were demonic peaks that reached the heavens. They filled the void. Immediately, the entire sky darkened. It was as if the 13 mountains in the sky would descend at any moment. A vast aura that could crush the heavens and earth quickly spread out in all directions. That aura was simply too sharp. It could definitely suppress everything in the world. Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn as well, because the 13,000-meter-tall mountains posed a huge threat to him. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared. The demon-slaying sword formation under his feet quickly intertwined and formed 9 gigantic black tortoises that soared into the sky. Divine tortoise-carrying mountains. 9 huge black tortoises, completely condensed from sword chi and full of spiritual power, rushed into the sky like real divine beasts. They let out loud and clear roars. Then, the 9 divine turtles lifted the 13 demonic mountains in the sky. Boom! Boom! The sound of violent collisions rang out, and every one of them made people's hearts jump. He actually wanted to completely hold back the 13 huge mountains? Everyone was shocked by this scene. Because the best way to resist this move was to dodge quickly or find a weak point and attack with all his might. But now, Lin Xian wanted to forcefully hold back the 13 huge mountains. This was definitely the most difficult and unrewarding method. The mountain-moving general was also stunned. Then, he shook his head. Impossible. You can't possibly hold back my 13 mountains. He did not believe that Lin Xian could hold back his 13 mountains. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because in the sky, the 9 huge black tortoises were roaring crazily. Their bodies were shining brightly. In the end, they actually managed to hold back the 13 mountains in the sky. Otherwise, they would have dragged the 13 mountains into the sky and disappeared into the void. What? He really did it! What kind of superpower is that? It's too scary! He can actually resist the mountain-moving general's mountain palm? That kid really did it? The mountain-moving general's eyes flickered. Then, he retracted his aura. He had said that the 13 mountains would be his last move. If his opponent could withstand it, then he would not attack again. Kid, you're very strong. You've exceeded my expectations. The mountain-moving general looked at Lin Xian and said in a low voice. I will keep my promise and recruit you into Valurium Manor. The 200,000 cultivators were in an uproar when they heard this. Then, they all looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. Entering the Valurium Palace was something they'd always dreamed of. It was also the reason for their visit. However, some of them had been here for several years and still hadn't entered. Yet, a young man had successfully entered Valurium Manor on the first day. Such heaven-defying speed made everyone envious. But there was nothing they could do. They had seen with their own eyes how powerful the young man was. He was able to fight the mountain-moving general to a standstill even with his cultivation suppressed. Even if someone like him didn't enter now, he would be able to do so the next time. Therefore, they could only be envious. Bai Qianqi! The mountain-moving general shouted coldly. This subordinate is here! At this moment, a middle-aged man in white robes stepped forward. He was very respectful. Arrange for this child to be sent to your Golden Sword Peak. Yes. The middle-aged man in white robes quickly responded. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. From now on, you are a member of Valyrium Manor's Golden Sword Peak. Golden Sword Peak? What's that? Lin Xian was very confused. He didn't know much about Valyrium Manor. Valyrium Manor isn't just a simple manor. It also governs an endless territory. Under Valyrium Manor, there are 5 major branches. Golden Sword Peak is one of them. Those who pass the selection will be randomly assigned to one of the 5 branches. You will follow me to Golden Sword Peak. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. Then, he said, Then I'll have to trouble you, senior. Although Lin Xian's performance during the battle with Moving Mountain was extremely domineering and looked down on the world, Lin Xian's strength was still not enough. But now, he didn't seem arrogant at all. The middle-aged man in white robes breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his amiable attitude. If Lin Xian had been an unruly person, it would have been very difficult for them to get along. But now, Lin Xian was so amiable. The middle-aged man in white robes was very happy. All right, child. Follow him to Golden Sword Peak, the mountain-moving general said. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man in white robes. Tell your peak lord to take good care of this child. Chapter 1988. Of course not. Our Golden Sword Peak will do our best to nurture such a genius. The middle-aged man in white robes smiled. There were some other young cultivators in the distance. They had also successfully joined the Valyrium Palace. They were envious when they heard this. Needless to say, Lin Xian would be greatly nurtured after joining the Golden Sword Peak. That was why they were envious. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very calm because his target wasn't here. Joining the Valyrium Palace was only his first step. His real goal was to enter the Tai dynasty's core. From there, he could obtain information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. All right, you can come with me. The middle-aged man in white robes called out to Lin Xian. They then walked into the distance. Soon, Lin Xian and the other young cultivators gathered together. They were all geniuses who were about to go to the Golden Sword Peak. Boom, boom, boom. The middle-aged man in white robes moved his hands, forming mysterious runes in the air. Then, the void was torn apart. A shining golden door appeared in the air. Lin Xian knew that this was a portal that could be used for spatial teleportation. However, opening it required a huge amount of resources. Even Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon couldn't open it. One could imagine how vast the resources of the Valyrium Palace were. Seeing that the portal was fully open, the middle-aged man in white robes waved his hand and stepped in. Then, the other geniuses followed suit. Lin Xian took a deep breath and entered the golden portal as well. Boom, boom, boom. Time and space shifted. When Lin Xian's vision regained clarity, he discovered that he was still in a mountain range. There were mountains and rivers all around him. The surrounding spirit chi was so dense that it had even turned into liquid droplets that flowed under his feet. The spirit chi here was definitely hundreds of times stronger than the outside world. As expected of the Tai dynasty. Just a branch of the Valyrium Palace alone had such a supreme spirit vein. Lin Xian didn't know how powerful the core and heart of the Tai dynasty was. The young cultivators around him were ecstatic and excited. They looked around curiously, and then locked their eyes on the front. There were countless clouds and mist there. A majestic mountain could be vaguely seen in the clouds. It was very tall, and it directly disappeared into the clouds. It was impossible to see where the top was. However, it was surrounded by countless rays of light. Halfway up the mountain, There were even rainbows gathered. It was like a paradise on earth. Let's go. Jin Jianfeng is right in front of us. The white-robed middle-aged man waved his hand and led Lin Xian and the others forward. The closer they got to the huge mountain range, the denser the spirit qi became. Even the multicolored light that filled the sky shone on Lin Xian and the others. Although the mountain range in front of them looked very close, there was still a long way to go if they really wanted to walk. Therefore, during this time, the white-robed middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Let me give you a general overview of Valurium Manor and Golden Sword Peak. The Tai dynasty has a total of 27 imperial mansions. Valurium Palace is one of them. There are 5 great peaks beneath Valurium Manor. Golden Sword Peak is one of them. Although Golden Sword Peak isn't the strongest, it isn't the weakest either. Golden Sword Peak has a large population. There are hundreds of thousands of cultivators, but only a few tens of thousands have been nurtured as core disciples. You are very lucky to be one of them. Our Peak Lord is the leader of Golden Sword Peak. Under him are 9 great elders, 72 envoys, and 1,000 attendants. Every attendant has hundreds to thousands of cultivators under them. After you enter Golden Sword Peak, you will be randomly assigned to one of the 1,000 attendants. From today onwards, you belong to Jin Jianfeng. You are also a member of Valurium Manor. However, while you enjoy the resources, you will also work for Valurium Manor. Of course, if you do well, you will be rewarded handsomely. You might even be accepted as a disciple by one of the 72 envoys. There are even those who are heaven-defying enough to be chosen by the 9 great elders. If that's the case, then you will have a meteoric rise." Everyone was very excited when they heard this. However, it was at this time that a young man asked, "Senior, what is your position in Golden Sword Peak?" They were very curious. Although the white-robed middle-aged man hadn't become a great expert yet, his aura was enough to make them feel terrified. There was no need to think. He must be one of the strongest 6-star kings. The white-robed middle-aged man didn't get angry when he heard the question. Instead, he said, "I am a disciple of the 7th elder, one of the 9 great elders. Of course, I am just a good-for-nothing disciple. My senior brothers are much stronger than I am." The 7th elder. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Lin Xian nodded slightly. It seemed that the 9 great elders were second only to the Peak Lord. The white-robed middle-aged man in front of them was the 7th elder's disciple. He must be very noble. The white-robed middle-aged man smiled. "You don't have to envy me. If you perform well, there is a very good chance that you will be accepted as a disciple by one of the 9 great elders." Everyone clenched their fists when they heard this. They swore that they would do their best to perform well and strive to become a disciple of one of the elders. Lin Xian was much calmer. Becoming a disciple of an elder was not his goal. His goal was to enter the core of the Tai dynasty. Of course, this matter had to be done step by step. Gradually, they approached the huge mountain range in front of them. Soon, an extremely powerful spiritual energy rushed towards them. As for the crowd, they slowly descended. Lin Xian followed the white-robed middle-aged man and the others and landed together. However, at this time, he felt his heart palpitate. This was because he suddenly realized that there were 7 bright lights behind the mountain range. They connected to form a huge circle of light, flashing there. The 7 lights were very blurry, but they emitted a power that made one's heart tremble. Even a great expert would tremble in front of such power. Whoosh! Lin Xian took a deep breath as he resisted the pressure from the 7 beams of light. When he landed on the ground, he frowned and asked, "Senior, when I landed just now, I saw 7 rays of light in the distance. What is that? You saw it?" The white-robed middle-aged man was surprised. He then looked at Lin Xian carefully and said, "That is the depths of the Valurium Palace. It is the core of the Valurium Palace. Ordinary people can't even get close to it. Even I am not qualified. I am afraid that other than the 5 peak lords and the elders, no one else is qualified to enter the core of the Valurium Palace." Chapter 1989. At the thought of this, Lin Xian clenched his fists. Power, he needed great power. Only then could he establish a foothold here. Although he was very strong now, he could compete with mighty figures. However, it was still not enough. Ordinary mighty figures were only 7-star kings. Above that, there were 8-star kings, 9-star kings, and legendary invincible kings. He still had a long way to go. Finally, they landed on the huge mountain range in front of them. The young geniuses around them exclaimed. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised because the scene was too spectacular. The mountain peak in front of them was tens of thousands of feet tall, like a giant sword that was inserted into the ground. It towered into the clouds, and one could not see the bottom at a glance. It was surrounded by a sea of clouds, and there were spirit springs everywhere. There were even cranes flying around. That abundant aura made the pores on one's body open. Cultivating here, even an ordinary person would be far better than cultivating in the outside world. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. That was the benefit of having a heaven and earth spirit vein. The mountain range was very vast and huge, so Lin Xian and the others flew for a while before they saw the palaces and pavilions on the mountain peak. They were scattered in groups of 3 to 5, like stars in the sky, dotting the mountain range. And in the depths of the mountain range, there was a golden palace. It was golden and dazzling, like an immortal palace, towering in the clouds. That's the main palace of the Golden Sword Peak. It's also where they are going now. Follow me. Next, I'll bring you to the main palace to meet the elders. Whether you can be accepted as a disciple the first time will depend on your luck. Of course, even if you don't succeed the first time, there will be chances in the future. So, you must perform well. Yes. Everyone cheered loudly, extremely excited. In the next moment, everyone flew into the sky, and Lin Xian followed. The outside of the palace shone with golden light, and the inside of the palace was even more dazzling and majestic. The group stood inside, as if they were standing in the sea and the starry sky. The entire palace was huge, no less than a huge city. You guys wait here for a while. The elders' envoys will be here soon, the white-robed middle-aged man said. After that, Lin Xian and the others waited quietly in the hall. Many of them were so excited that they were whispering to each other. Not long after, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and turned to look outside the hall. At this moment, the white-robed middle-aged man also looked out of the hall and said, Everyone, be quiet. The elders and emissaries are here. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others looked outside. Sure enough, they saw spiritual energy fluctuations in the sky. Light flashed, and then figures appeared one after another. Among these people, some were riding on red-crowned cranes, some were riding on clouds, and some were walking in the air. They were using all kinds of methods as if they were immortals. Hoo! Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the main hall. Then, with a flash, those figures arrived in the main hall. At this time, the white-robed middle-aged man bowed respectfully to the various elders and emissaries. Behind him, Lin Xian and the other young geniuses also quickly bowed. Lin Xian knew that these should be the elders. However, there were not many of them. Only 4 of them came. There were also some others. They should be the emissaries of the 72 emissaries. In total, there were more than 10 of them. These people were extremely powerful. Among them, there were a few elders. Their eyes flickered with a sharp aura. Their auras had also reached the almighty level. Among them, the weakest was a 6-star king at the great perfection level. They were only 1 step away from the almighty level. The powerful ones were unfathomable. Because they were all almighties, the difference in strength was very obvious. Obviously, these almighties were not ordinary almighties. They were very powerful. As soon as these people entered the main hall, they began to size up Lin Xian and the others. The white-robed middle-aged man stood respectfully at the side, while Lin Xian and the other young warriors stood in front. There were only about 20 of them in total. At this moment, they were enveloped by the gazes of those almighties, and they felt extremely pressured. Lin Xian was fine because it was not his first time dealing with almighties. Therefore, he was still able to resist the pressure of such almighties. However, the other young martial artists were unable to resist. Fortunately, these almighties were only sizing them up and did not exert any special pressure on them. Otherwise, these people would not be able to withstand it. Buzz! At this moment, the sound of air being torn apart suddenly came from outside the hall. Then, a huge golden light sword in the sky quickly rushed over. The light sword flickered with an incomparable golden light, illuminating the entire sky. In an instant, the sword light arrived in front of the main hall. In the next moment, it disappeared. In the main hall, there were two more figures. Lin Xian and the others turned their heads and saw a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black robe and looked extraordinary. As for the women, they were all wearing long purple dresses and had beautiful appearances. Both of them looked to be about 30 years old, but that was not their real age. As for their auras, they had become even more powerful. They had already reached the almighty level. It seemed that their auras were even more powerful than those of these elders. They are also elders? Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The auras of these two people were very powerful. Greetings, guardians! At this moment, the middle-aged man in the white robe bowed respectfully. The other elders in the main hall also nodded slightly. The envoys also bowed. No need to be so polite. The Peak Master is in seclusion and has no time to come out, so the two of us are here, the woman in the purple dress said coldly. At this moment, the man in the black robe also spoke. Just do as you did before. Yes. The middle-aged man in the white robe bowed slightly, and the envoys of the elders in front also invited the two guardians in. Lin Xian and the others were puzzled, but at this moment, the middle-aged man in the white robe sent a voice transmission. The two guardians had a very special status, second only to the hall master, and even higher than the 9 elders. However, they usually did not care about the secular world, so they did not expect to come this time. The two of them sat on all the elders' seats, and then closed their eyes slightly. The elders were also sizing up Lin Xian and the others, but did not say anything. However, these elders did not come alone, and they brought some young warriors with them. It seemed that they were about the same age as Lin Xian and the others. These people also looked around, and they could not stop looking at Lin Xian and the others. Then, the corners of their mouths curled into a cold smile. Among them, a skinny young man shook his head slightly. These people's aptitude is too ordinary. How did they pass the test? Could it be that there are no more outstanding people coming this time? Chapter 1990. Hearing this, the warriors around Lin Xian frowned. Some of them even snorted, showing their dissatisfaction. That was because they had gone through a lot of hardships to get here. However, they were being called ordinary. How could these geniuses accept this? Even Lin Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that the young men in front of him were the disciples of the elders. The auras of those people were strong, and their strength far surpassed the geniuses around him. Moreover, if they were accepted as disciples by the elders, their talent must not be bad. Therefore, those people looked down on these newcomers. Lin Xian was relatively calm in the face of such discussions. This was because he no longer needed to rely on other people's comments to boost his confidence. However, the young geniuses around him were indignant. Yes, there isn't even a late-stage 6-star king among these people. It seems that their cultivation is really weak. Not only that, but they are also relatively old. Although resources are also needed for cultivation in the future, talent is still the most important. Without talent, it would be a waste of resources no matter how much you give them. Indeed, there was a popular saying in the cultivation world, talent determined the upper limit. With the same amount of resources, the more talented one was, the faster one's cultivation would rise. If one's talent was ordinary, although they could rise quickly in the early stages with a huge amount of resources, their speed would slow down when they reached a certain level. They might even never be able to break through. This was the difference in talent. In the eyes of the elders and disciples, the people below were also ordinary. The elders and disciples still wanted to say something, but at this moment, the purple-robed woman sitting above suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Immediately, she emitted a sharp aura. Then, the elders and disciples all shut their mouths, not daring to speak. At this moment, the white-robed youth, Bai Qianqi, also stood up and bowed to the left and right guardians and the elders. Then, he said, "Seniors, please allow me to introduce these people to you. These young warriors were all selected by the Moving Mountain General and the Leaving Fire General. They are the people who can enter the prince's mansion this time." The white-robed middle-aged man introduced them one by one. He recounted the performance of these people in the selection competition to the elders and seniors. He spoke very carefully and did not miss a single detail. The entire hall was silent. Only the white-clothed middle-aged man's words echoed in the hall. However, the elders remained silent. Even the protector's eyes were flickering. However, he had no intention of asking. This meant that they were not very interested. Although their disciples' words were stopped by the protector, the elders still agreed with their disciples' opinion. These people's talents were ordinary, and none of them were particularly outstanding. Therefore, he was not worthy of them taking him in as a disciple. Since no one was interested in these people, the purple-clothed woman opened her beautiful eyes again. Her cold voice rang out. "If that's the case, Bai Qianqi, take them down there to train. Don't worry. Although you won't have the chance this time, if you perform well in the future, you might still be able to catch the eye of these elders. If any of you can show great potential in the future, perhaps the right guardian and I will be tempted to take you in as disciples." She then waved her hand gently, indicating for Bai Qianqi to take the people away. Since the left protector had spoken, those elders also stood up and prepared to leave with their disciples. However, Bai Qianqi did not move. He said again, "Protector, there's one more person I haven't introduced." Hearing this, the purple-clothed woman was stunned and opened her beautiful eyes again. As for those elders, their expressions sunk. They seemed to be unwilling to do so. The left protector had already spoken, and they were all prepared to leave. However, Bai Qianqi still had someone to introduce. Wasn't he deliberately wasting their time? He had already seen these people. Their talents were ordinary, and none of them had reached the late-stage 6-star king realm. In other words, their potential was not particularly great. Thus, whether or not he could become a mighty figure was still a difficult problem. Therefore, they would not accept such people. Therefore, they were not interested in the people Bai Qianqi was going to introduce next. However, Bai Qianqi walked up to Lin Xian and said respectfully again, "The last person I want to introduce is him." Hearing this, the elders, envoys, and even the left protector all turned to look at Lin Xian. Immediately, the pressure on Lin Xian increased, but he still looked calm. Not bad. He's able to face so many people without batting an eyelid. He's really good. However, his cultivation is too weak. He's only an early-stage 6-star king. I'm not interested in such a person. An elder shook his head slightly. The eyes of the others also flickered. It was obvious that they had seen through Lin Xian's cultivation with a single glance, and their interest was immediately dampened. The disciples behind them were about the same age as Lin Xian, but their cultivation had already reached the late-stage 6-star king realm. Although it was only the difference between the early stage and late stage, it was impossible to break through without more than 10 years, even if one was a genius. The older one was, the higher the cultivation, the better the talent. Lin Xian's age in cultivation might be a genius in other places, but in the eyes of these elders, they did not think highly of him. At this moment, a short and fat elder in a red robe also spoke. "Bai Qianqi, your eyesight is getting worse and worse. What kind of disciple does old Seventh teach?" This red-robed elder was the 8th elder. Bai Qianqi's master was the 7th elder, and the two of them were not on good terms. Therefore, when he saw Bai Qianqi mention an early-stage 6-star king, the 8th elder sneered. Bai Qianqi also snorted in his heart. He did not have a good impression of the 8th elder. However, the other party was an elder, and he did not dare to openly contradict him. because if he did, he would be punished by Jin Jianfeng. However, the other party's arrogant attitude really made him unhappy. Therefore, he planned to use Lin Xian to contradict the other party. Since the other party looked down on Lin Xian, he wanted to see what the Eighth Elder's expression would be when he mentioned Lin Xian's battle achievements. At this moment, the purple-robed woman also spoke. "Oh, there's one more person you haven't introduced? You left him for last. Could it be that there's something special about this kid?" As a protector, the purple-robed woman was more patient. Therefore, she asked in a deep voice, "To be honest, Protector, this little brother is really a little special. Moreover, I believe that with this little brother's talent, ordinary elders are really not qualified to take him as a disciple." Chapter 1991. Humph! The Eighth Elder snorted when he saw Bai Qianqi's gaze. Anger burned in his eyes. How dare he say that he didn't have the right to take this kid as a disciple? What a joke! He was one of the 9 great elders. Although he was ranked 8th, he was still an elder. Moreover, he had reached the level of a great expert. That was a terrifying existence. Therefore, the 8th elder said darkly, "What kind of genius is he that even elders like us don't have the right to take him in? Bai Qianqi, I can see that your eyesight has deteriorated, but your ability to talk big has improved a lot. It seems that old 7th really knows how to take in disciples." Bai Qianqi gnashed his teeth in anger when he heard the 8th elder mocking him again. However, he was only a small disciple. He didn't dare oppose an elder. Therefore, he could only cup a fist salute and look at the purple-clad woman. The other elders were surprised as well. They sized up Lin Xian once more, and when they discovered that he was really just an early-stage 6-star King Realm youth, they immediately revealed doubtful looks. "Bai Qianqi, tell us, what's so special about this kid? He's just an early 6-star king. You're not trying to fool us with him, are you?" The purple-clad woman was also very curious. She nodded slightly and said, "Tell us your reason, Bai Qianqi." "Yes." Bai Qianqi didn't dare delay when the purple-clad woman spoke. He hurriedly introduced. "This young genius is Lin Xian. He just arrived at Valurium Manor today and was chosen by the Mountain Razor General." "What? Just arrived at Valurium Manor? That's impossible!" Many people in the Great Hall were in an uproar when they heard this. The elders' disciples especially cried out in surprise. "Bai Qianqi, don't lie. How can someone be chosen by the Mountain Razor General on the first day?" "That's right. Someone who just arrived on the first day doesn't even have the right to participate in the selection." Bai Qianqi, you're obviously lying." Many shook their heads. The 8th elder's disciples sneered. "I'm not lying. He didn't participate in the selection. This brother Lin provoked the Wolf of War on his first day here. After that, he started a great battle with the 4 gang leaders of Wolf of War and the 300 elites of Wolf of War. He single-handedly defeated 300 elites and 4 sect masters. There's actually such a thing." Hearing this, the envoys and elders were also moved. As for the disciples of the elders, they were all stunned. One by one, they opened their eyes wide in disbelief. They had also heard of the Wolf of War. They didn't care about Wolf of War, including Wolf of War's gang leaders. However, if the 4 sect masters and the 300 elites attacked together, no matter how strong they wouldn't be able to resist. After all, although they were geniuses, they were not almighties. Moreover, these people had never heard of any 6-star king who could contend against such a lineup. Therefore, their first reaction was disbelief. However, Bai Qianqi said loudly, "I can't lie about this. All 200,000 people outside the mansion saw it. Moreover, the Moving Mountain General and the Colored Glass General also saw it with their own eyes. If the elders don't believe me, you can ask them." Originally, these elders and disciples didn't believe it at all. However, at this moment, they saw Bai Qianqi's confident look. They were very confused. Could it be that this kid in front of them really had a way to contend against so many experts? This time, even the purple-clothed woman was interested. she said coldly. Bai Qianqi, continue. Yes. Bai Qianqi continued. This brother Lin attracted the attention of the Moving Mountain General after defeating the 4 sect masters and the 300 elites. Then, the Moving Mountain General suppressed his cultivation and used the strength of a 6-star king to fight this brother Lin in front of us. In the end, the two of them tied. What? He tied with the Moving Mountain General? Hearing this, those elders also cried out in surprise, their eyes wide open. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, the black-clothed man who had his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. His sharp gaze pierced through the void. Is this true? The black-clothed man looked at Bai Qianqi and Lin Xian. Of course it is true. How would I dare to lie? And before I came, the mountain-moving great general specifically instructed me to introduce this little brother Lin to me. Moreover, he said that if the Golden Sword Peak didn't take good care of this little brother here, he would personally talk to the Peak Master. Whoosh! As soon as these words were said, even the elders gasped and felt their scalps go numb. To be honest, they didn't believe that this young man in front of them could tie with the Moving Mountain General. Although the mountain-moving great general had suppressed his cultivation, they knew how terrifying the mountain-moving great general was. These elders didn't have the confidence to suppress the moving mountain general, let alone an early 6-star king in front of them. However, from the looks of it, he actually did it. However, how did he do it? It was hard for them to imagine. However, among them, one of the blue-robed elders was the first to react. He said with a smile, "Why don't you let this kid join my sect? I'll train him well." As soon as these words were said, the others were shocked and then came to their senses. A black-robed elder said, "Old Five, what do you mean? You're snatching him so soon? Didn't you look down on him before?" I was dozing off and didn't notice. Only now did I realize that this kid actually has such talent. He's fated to be with me. Hearing the blue-robed elder's words, the corners of the young disciples' mouths twitched. Damn, how shameless can you be? Previously, these people didn't care about Lin Xian at all. However, after hearing about Lin Xian's miraculous battle results, they just started snatching him. This was too shameless. Of course, they didn't dare to say this out loud. They could only think about it in their hearts. However, while they didn't dare to say it, the other elders dared to say it. Among them, the black-robed elder said, "Old Five, what you're doing is very shameless. I think this kid is fated to be with me. Third brother, you're snatching people too? Aren't all the spots for the disciples behind you full?" Another elder spoke. This time, it was the fourth elder. Then, the others also expressed their willingness to accept Lin Xian as their disciple. The eighth elder's face was flushed red, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This was because he was sneering and mocking Lin Xian previously, thinking that he didn't deserve to be his disciple. However, now it seemed that he didn't have the right to accept Lin Xian as his disciple. Whether it was the fifth elder, the fourth elder, or the third elder, he couldn't compete with them. Chapter 1992. He wanted nothing more than to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. He didn't want to stand here and embarrass himself. At this time, the blue-robed elder smiled and said, "Little guy, you should join my sect. I recently took in a girl. She's about the same age as you, and she's very pretty. You could say that she's a national beauty. If you can join my sect, you might be able to have a wonderful relationship with this little girl." Damn! This elder Zhang is too shameless. The other disciples almost spat out blood when they heard this. The other elders' mouths twitched as well. The blue-robed elder was all smiles. If Lin Xian was really as amazing as the rumors said, then he was definitely a peerless genius. So what if he used a honey trap to lure him to his side then? It was just a female disciple. He'd be willing even if it was 2 or 3. The third elder gritted his teeth when he heard the blue-robed elder's words. He hadn't expected the elder to use a honey trap as well. However, he wasn't going to give up. In the next moment, he spoke in a low voice. "Little child, You must be very strong to be able to contend against a mountain razor general. I have a set of glazed Vajra fists here. It's a top fist technique that walks the path of strength and ferocity. It's very valuable. If you can become my disciple, I can teach you this glazed Vajra fist. What? The glazed Vajra fist? You're actually willing to take out such a treasure? The other elders exclaimed in surprise after hearing this. Yes, the glazed Vajra fist was no ordinary technique. It was one of the top fist techniques in Valurium Manor. It was extremely valuable. Apart from the core members of Valurium Manor, only the third elder and his disciple had the right to practice it. Now, the third elder had taken out this technique to recruit Lin Xian. The other elders weren't willing to give up either. They all took out their own treasures to attract Lin Xian to their sect. All right, let's stop fighting. You're all over 1,000 years old. Why are you still so childish? Right at this moment, the violet-clothed woman smiled. Hearing this, the elders in the hall stopped arguing. However, they still looked at Lin Xian with fiery gazes. At this moment, the eighth elder sneered. Then, he turned his head slightly and gave the disciple behind him a look. The disciple behind him immediately came to a realization, causing a cold grin to appear on his face. In the next moment, the disciple stood up and bowed to the surroundings. The two protectors and the various elders. I have a suggestion. I don't know what the seniors think. In any case, we have only heard of this little brother in front of us. We have never seen his strength. I think it would be better for me to fight against this little brother. Firstly, I will be able to help the elders verify the strength of this little brother. Furthermore, if this little brother is truly talented, it won't be too late for the elders to fight over him. At this point, he looked at Lin Xian with a smile and a trace of cold light in his eyes. Hearing this, the elders nodded slightly. Indeed, they had not seen Lin Xian's strength. What if what Bai Qianqi said was false? If Lin Xian was not a genius, then they would not only lose their treasures after paying a huge price, but they might also be ridiculed by others. Immediately, the elders nodded in agreement. The two protectors also looked at each other. Then, the black-robed man said, All right. However, since it's a sparring session, let's stop here. Yes, sir. The eighth elder's disciple was overjoyed when he heard this. As for the eighth elder, he narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. He did not believe that this kid in front of him had any outstanding talent. Therefore, he decided to send out his disciple to test him. As long as his opponent was not strong, he would definitely be defeated. When that happened, he would like to see which elder would be willing to accept such a piece of trash. The eighth elder was very satisfied and confident with his disciple. That disciple had short red hair and a dignified appearance. He was extremely handsome, and there was fire dancing in his eyes. He took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Lin Xian. He said loudly, My name is Sun Yi, and I'm the 8th Elder's disciple. My cultivation has reached the peak 6-star king level. Since you can compete with the moving mountain general, it shouldn't be much of a problem for you to fight me, right? He deliberately mentioned the moving mountain general so that Lin Xian would not reject him. This was because he was a peak 6-star king, and he was very powerful. Below the almighty level, other than those at the peak 6-star king level, no one else was his match. Seeing this scene, the elders and young warriors all looked on with interest. They all stepped back and made an empty space. Bai Qianqi also looked calm because he had seen Lin Xian's strength with his own eyes. Therefore, he was not worried. Therefore, he retreated to the side of the crowd. Lin Xian looked at the handsome young man with short red hair in front of him. His eyes flickered, and then he said in a deep voice, Just you? Doesn't the 8th elder have another disciple? Why don't the 2 of you come at me together? This way, your strength will be more balanced. What? Together? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. That was right. The 8th elder had 2 disciples. Apart from them, there was another young man. However, no matter how they looked at it, Lin Xian's words were too arrogant. He wanted to challenge 2 peak 6-star almighties. He was simply courting death. Humph! The 8th elder snorted coldly, and his expression was extremely cold. The other party was actually so arrogant. He was really ignorant. Sun Yi even roared, "Kid, you're courting death!" He did not expect that the other party would dare to look down on him. It was really unforgivable. My senior brother doesn't have to do anything. I can deal with you alone. 3 moves, I only need 3 moves to beat you to the ground. Originally, Sun Yi wanted to say 1 move. However, seeing how everyone praised Lin Xian so much, he was not very confident. Therefore, he decided to use 3 moves to beat the other party down. He thought that 3 moves should be enough. Lin Xian laughed. 3 moves? You're too cowardly! He stretched out a finger and said loudly, 1 move. I only need 1 move to determine the winner. He was very calm, as if he was not in a competition. Damn kid, you're too arrogant. I'll let you know what it means to keep a low profile. Sun Yi roared, and his expression became extremely ferocious. In the next moment, 2 balls of red flames appeared in his eyes. Soon, the flames on his body rose and formed a flame armor that covered his body. Chapter 1993. The temperature in the main hall rose rapidly in an instant. It was like a furnace, and everyone was sweating profusely. The new martial artists were shocked. They kept retreating and channeling their spiritual power to resist the surrounding heat. As for the disciples of those elders, they all cried out in alarm. 10,000 Fire Sky Fist! This Sun Yi is going to be serious. Yes, this is the 8th Elder's ultimate skill. I didn't expect Sun Yi to use it. It seems that Sun Yi is really angry. Haha, that kid is really dead. Someone sneered. Once the 10,000 Fire Sky Fist is used, even a peak 6-star martial artist wouldn't dare to take it head-on. That kid is only a beginner 6-star. Let's see how he can resist it. Cold laughter could be heard. Obviously, everyone thought that Lin Xian couldn't resist it. Although everyone didn't think highly of Lin Xian was very calm. He looked at Sun Yi, whose aura kept rising, and then waved his hand. You're courting death! Sun Yi was enraged because the other party's contemptuous attitude made him very angry. He was just a beginner 6-star martial artist. What was there to be arrogant about? How dare he be arrogant in front of him? He really didn't know what was good for him. Therefore, at the next moment, he snorted and threw out a fiery red fist. In the sky, thousands of flames jumped and turned into a fiery fist, charging toward Lin Xian. The terrifying heat wave was like a ferocious beast that wanted to engulf Lin Xian. Sun Yi was really angry with this punch. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed, and the elders looked at each other. Why do I feel that Sun Yi can kill him with 1 punch? I think so too. If no one comes to save him, that kid is definitely dead. The elders and disciples were full of contempt. The elders' eyes were also flickering as they stared at Lin Xian. They wanted to see if this kid was as powerful as the rumors said. Facing the terrifying fist, Lin Xian's eyes also focused. Blue frost quickly condensed on his body. Frost's palm. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with snow. Snowflakes fell from the sky and a thick layer of frost formed on the ground. For a moment, half of the hall was filled with ice and snow while the other half was filled with lava. Ice and fire collided, creating an intense impact. Originally, these 2 attributes were mutually exclusive. At this moment, when they were displayed by the 2 young experts, it was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, the 2 energies collided nonstop, as if they were going to destroy everything in the world. Fortunately, at this moment, the black-robed middle-aged man waved his hand and immediately shot out a screen of light. It protected the entire hall, preventing the energy from destroying it. Frost martial artist? No wonder he was so arrogant. However, do you think you can restrain me? It's useless. Sun Yi sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. He was very confident in himself. Whether it was his fist technique or his cultivation, he was above his opponent. Therefore, he couldn't think of any way that his opponent could defeat him. But in the next moment, his expression changed. The contempt in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock and disbelief. This was because he discovered that his fiery red fist was covered in frost, as if it was about to be frozen. "How is that possible? Damn it, melt it for me!" Sun Yi roared crazily. The heat in his body surged even more, as if he was a fire god. The monstrous heat wave shattered the void, but it was unable to melt the ice. Soon, the punch he threw out was frozen. Not only that, that huge blue frost palm, carrying the power of ice and snow, quickly enveloped him. What? The surrounding elders opened their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost, unable to believe this scene. As for those elders, they started to frown. How was this possible? Eighth elder's face was even darker. He did not believe that Sun Yi would lose to his opponent. Because there was no reason. Whether it was cultivation or martial skills, Sun Yi far surpassed his opponent. But why would this scene appear? He could not understand. And under the blue frost palm, Sun Yi roared crazily. His entire body was covered in flames, turning into strange runes. It attacked in all directions. However, it was useless. Not only was his move broken, but his body was also quickly covered in frost, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Ka ka ka! No! Sun Yi screamed crazily, wanting to burn all his power. But in the end, he was still frozen. The expression on his face was frozen with deep fear, and Lin Xian's previous words were still echoing in his mind. One move could end the battle. For a moment, everyone in the entire hall was stunned. Even the left and right custodians exchanged glances with one another in astonishment. At this moment, they all remembered Lin Xian's previous words. One move to end the battle. Originally, they thought that the young man was arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But they did not expect that the young man really had such strength. He defeated Eighth Elder's proud disciple in one move. Humph! The Eighth Elder could not bear to watch any longer. With a wave of his sleeve, a fierce flame turned into a half-moon arc. It instantly hit the frost palm in front of him and immediately cut it open. He saved Sun Yi. However, at this moment, Sun Yi's entire body was covered in frost. His entire body was trembling like a snowman. Not only his body, but the spiritual power in his body was also frozen. He even felt that his soul was about to be frozen. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were even more shocked. Eighth Elder's face was extremely gloomy. He had lost, completely lost, and there was no luck. His opponent's strength was beyond his expectations. Therefore, Eighth Elder's face was very ugly, as if he had eaten a dead mouse. The left and right guardians looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They knew that Lin Xian was definitely a genius, and a genius who could fight above his level. This kind of person was very terrifying. Their true combat strength could not be measured by their cultivation level. Genius! He's definitely a peerless genius! It was really rare to see someone who could fight above his level, especially 2 or 3 small realms. Amazing! No wonder he's chosen by the mountain-moving general! Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. The eyes of those elders were spitting fire as they stared at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a peerless beauty. Previously, they still had some doubts. But now, after seeing this battle, they no longer had any doubts. They had to get their hands on such a precious genius. This was because they knew that with Lin Xian's talent, with a little bit of training, he would definitely be able to rise quickly. In that case, whoever took in Lin Xian would have a greatly improved status in Jin Jianfeng in the future. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, these elders would not give up at all. Kid, if you join my sect, I'll definitely make you an almighty as soon as possible. Chapter 1994. What you have, I have. What you don't have, I have too. What do you have to make him a mighty figure as soon as possible? On the other side, the third elder also snorted coldly. Then, he said, you won't regret it if you join my sect. the two elders began to argue, opposing each other with equal harshness. The atmosphere in the field was getting more and more heated. When the other elders saw that the third elder and the blue-robed elder were arguing, they gave up. They couldn't win against the two of them at all. They shook their heads and sighed. They could only watch this fight with the mood of watching a show. "Third brother, you're too overbearing." "What do you mean I don't have what I have?" The blue-robed elder was unconvinced. "Your disciple quota is already full. What's the point of fighting?" "Fifth elder, you can't say that. Anyone would want such a genius. Since you and I both want him, why don't we have a fight?" "Sure, let's do it. I'm not afraid of you." The blue-robed elder also rolled up his sleeves. Their auras continued to climb to the peak, as if two invisible mountains were colliding in the air, emitting sonorous sounds. A surging river appeared above the blue-robed elder's head. It was like a heavenly river, endless and sweeping in all directions. On the other hand, the third elder's Buddhist light shone. A glassy light appeared on his body, making him look like a Buddha, incomparably valiant. "Since the two of you are here today, let's see who will win in the end." The third elder's voice sounded, and the glassy light on his body became brighter and brighter. "Humph!" The blue-robed elder snorted coldly. The heavenly river above his head surged and surrounded his body like a heavenly snake, shining brightly. "All right, the two of you stop fighting." They were almost 2,000 years old, but they were still like children, fighting over a disagreement. Weren't they afraid of being laughed at by the younger generation? The woman in purple frowned when she saw this scene. The black-robed man also said, "How about this? Let this kid decide who he wants to be his master." Since the black-robed man had spoken, the third elder and the blue-robed elder stopped fighting. Thus, the two of them snorted lightly and retracted their powerful auras. Then, their fiery gazes once again stared at Lin Xian. The blue-robed elder was the first to speak. "Little doll, I see that you are an ice element martial artist, while I am a water element martial artist. Ice and water are both of the same element. If you follow me, you can definitely increase your ice power. So what if he has water? Not only does he have ice, but he also has strength and a strong physique. Being able to contend against the mountain-moving general proves this point. My glazed Vajra fist is definitely most suitable for him." On the other side, the three elders were unwilling to show weakness. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he was frowning slightly. He had not expected this to happen. To be honest, he did not want to choose either of the two elders. Therefore, he was now thinking about how to reject the two of them without hurting their faces too much. However, he hadn't decided yet. At this time, another golden light came from outside the main hall. It was like a golden lightning bolt, arriving above the main hall in an instant. Immediately, the golden light shone and turned into a blurry figure. "Peak Master!" When they saw the golden figure, everyone was stunned. In the next moment, they all bowed to the void. "You don't have to fight. I will take this young man as my disciple," the golden figure said slowly. "The Peak Master will take him as his disciple personally." Everyone was shocked. They had not expected that the fight this time would attract the Peak Master. Moreover, the Peak Master would personally take someone as his disciple. This time, they were too shocked. One had to know that the Peak Master had not taken in any disciples for 500 years. The Peak Master had a total of 2 disciples, both of whom were taken in 500 years ago. In the past 500 years, he had not taken in anyone. They had not expected that he would take in another disciple this time. "Brother Lin, hurry up and thank him!" Bai Qianqi whispered to him through voice transmission because he realized that Lin Xian was still in a daze. Lin Xian was indeed stunned. He had not expected the situation to change again. However, he soon heaved a sigh of relief. This was good too. He did not want to be the disciple of those 2 elders in the first place. Now that a Peak Master had appeared, it gave him a choice. Therefore, he quickly cupped his fist towards the golden figure in the sky. Seeing this scene, the third elder and Elder Lan Bao sighed. They knew that things could no longer be changed. The other elders quickly congratulated the Peak Master for taking in such a talented disciple. The golden figure laughed loudly and gave some instructions before disappearing into the void. Lin Xian could tell that this was not the true body of the other party, but a manifestation of the other party's mystique. However, he did not care because he had not come here to become a disciple in the first place. He only wanted to find information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. After the golden figure left, the hall fell silent again. Then, the purple-robed woman said, "All right, except for Lin Xian, who has been taken in as a disciple by the Peak Master, you can distribute the others. Take them away and let them experience it. If they perform well in the future, they will be judged again." Next, the envoys distributed the remaining new disciples, and this matter was considered to have come to an end. "Brother Lin, congratulations," Bai Qianqi said with a smile. "It's nothing. I was just lucky." Lin Xian smiled. "You don't know, but the Peak Master of the Golden Sword Peak is an unparalleled almighty. He only has 2 disciples. Including you, it's the 3rd. Being a disciple of the Peak Master is different from being a disciple of the other elders. The resources you can enjoy and the mystiques you learn are definitely beyond your imagination." "Who are the other 2 disciples?" Lin Xian asked. "Senior sister Qin Lan and second senior brother Qixing. These 2 people are already almighties now. I reckon they will send someone to pick you up in a while." 2 almighty disciples. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the Peak Master to be so impressive that his 2 disciples had already become almighties. It seemed that they had far surpassed those elders. "Brother Lin, there's one more thing I need to remind you of. Although you've become the Peak Lord's disciple, since you have become a disciple of the Peak Master, you still have to be careful. Because senior sister Qin Lan has a bad temper, don't provoke her. However, second senior brother Qixing is quite kind. If you have any questions, you can ask him," Bai Qianqi said softly. Bai Qianqi said in a low voice. Evidently, he was deeply afraid of that eldest senior sister Qin Lan. Just as they were talking, a bright voice rang out in the sky. Following which, a gigantic crane flew over. There was a young man and a young woman standing on top of the red-crowned crane. They were very beautiful and their aura was that of a 6-star king. Chapter 1995. Little Yu Daotong. Bai Qianqi also greeted them with a smile. Then, he said to Lin Xian, "These 2 are second senior brother Qixing's disciples." Then Bai Qianqi said to the 2 people on the red-crowned crane, "Little Yu Daotong, this is the Peak Master's new disciple. Greetings, young Uncle Master." The young man and woman on the red-crowned crane hurriedly bowed to Lin Xian. "You don't have to be so polite." Lin Xian smiled. He did not expect that he would suddenly become an Uncle Master. At this moment, Bai Qianqi said, "Brother Lin, logically speaking, I should also call you Uncle Master because the Peak Master's disciple has the same status as an elder. And we are the elder's disciples, so according to seniority, I should also call you Uncle Master." "Forget it, Brother Bai. Don't make fun of me." Lin Xian shook his head. Lin Xian felt very strange to have someone so much older than him call him Uncle Master. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, he knew that this was very normal behavior. It was like this in the cultivation world. Seniority was not determined by age, but by one's actions. Even if one was only 7 or 8 years old, if one's cultivation had reached the almighty level, a group of old men would probably respectfully call one a senior. "Uncle Master, please come with us," the 2 people on the red-crowned crane said respectfully. Then, Lin Xian nodded and said goodbye to Bai Qianqi. Then, his figure swayed and he got on the red-crowned crane. The red-crowned crane spread its wings and flew like a shooting star, quickly streaking across the sky. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the red-crowned crane finally slowed down and stopped in midair. "Young Uncle Master, we're here," the 2 people next to him said respectfully. Lin Xian nodded slightly and looked ahead. Then, his figure swayed and he left the red-crowned crane. The young man and woman behind him also landed. Then, the red-crowned crane cried and spread its wings to fly away. "Uncle Master, please!" The young man and woman led the way, guiding Lin Xian towards the huge and majestic palace. The palace was extremely luxurious. After entering, Lin Xian realized that the floor of the palace was actually paved with spirit stones. This was truly extravagant and extravagant. Most people wouldn't dare to use spirit stones to pave a road. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the financial resources to do so. Lin Xian walked on the floor paved with spirit stones and followed the young man and woman in front of him into the main hall. There was a figure standing in front of him. That person was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground. Mysterious runes were flickering around him. His jet-black hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were tightly shut, and his cheeks were as sharp as a knife. Sensing that someone had entered, the man in front slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were long and narrow and deep, as vast and boundless as the stars. "Master!" The young man and woman at the front bowed respectfully. The black-haired man nodded slightly. In the next moment, his gaze swept past the young man and woman and landed on Lin Xian at the back. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. As his smile spread, his chiseled face no longer became sharp. Instead, it was replaced by a touch of gentleness. "You should be Master's new junior brother, right?" The black-haired man in front of him said softly. "That's right." Lin Xian nodded, then cupped his fists. "Greetings, senior brother." In the next moment, the black-haired man slowly stood up. His body was slender, like a sharp sword. "Although you've been accepted as Master's disciple, you still have to undergo some tests to obtain Master's true inheritance. Let me remind you, this test isn't simple. It's even a little dangerous. Of course, you can refuse. That way, you'll still be Master's disciple, but only in name. You won't be able to learn Master's extensive and profound abhijna. So, junior brother, are you willing to participate in this test?" "Test?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't know about this before, but he was very curious about what this test was. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, he nodded slightly. "Yes." "Very good, Master didn't misjudge you." The black-haired man smiled. Then, he stretched out his hand and quickly formed a seal. Buzz! 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 Imprints formed in the air, then formed a strange pattern. Suddenly, thousands of rays of light were emitted from those imprints. Not only that, mysterious runes appeared on the crystal floor under his feet. Countless rays of light wrapped around Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian didn't resist. He knew that there was no danger, and that he should have entered the so-called test. When the surrounding rays of light disappeared, Lin Xian looked around. He was surrounded by endless white fog. It was so vast that he couldn't see the end. However, in the next moment, his surroundings changed instantly. Mountains, rivers, palaces, and pavilions appeared around him. In front of him was endless white fog, which condensed into a beautiful figure. Murong Qingqing. The figure that condensed was Murong Qingqing. However, after her, the figures of Zhao Shui and Xin Jingqiu condensed. The three of them were exactly the same. It was impossible to tell them apart. Their gazes were like limpid autumn water, and they shrouded Lin Xian. "Xianer." At this moment, a calm voice sounded behind Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian's body trembled and he turned around abruptly. He saw a middle-aged man standing there. He was like a god of war, handsome and extraordinary. "Father!" Lin Xian exclaimed subconsciously. However, he soon frowned. Because he knew that everything was an illusion. It wasn't real. The surrounding scenery also changed crazily. Finally, it formed a huge mansion. The vermilion door flickered with light. On the door plaque, 3 large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy: Sword Pool Manor. Was this the first test? Looking at everything around him, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Follow his heart. Lin Xian smiled and took a step forward, holding the hands of the 3 women beside him. Then, he walked towards the Sword Pool mansion with the tall middle-aged man. Lin Xian was going through the test while the young man and woman in the main hall had already retreated. Only the black-haired man was left. There was a ball of light floating in front of him, displaying the scenes that Lin Xian had experienced. When he saw Lin Xian holding the hands of the three beauties and entering the Sword Pool mansion, he suddenly exclaimed softly, "Follow his heart? This guy is really bold. Isn't he afraid of getting lost? This junior brother's method is quite unique." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, the void fluctuated and a blue figure appeared in the main hall. She was dressed in a long blue dress that was like the sea. This woman had an exquisite appearance, and her jet-black hair was tied up with a red string. His eyes were very bright, but there was a hint of sharpness in them. Chapter 1996. Senior sister, you're here. The black-haired man smiled when he saw the woman in blue. He was the Peak Master's second disciple, and the woman in blue was the eldest disciple, Qin Lan. Qin Lan said coldly as she stared at the ball of light floating in the air. This person's method is actually the same as that person's. They both chose such a dangerous method. Looks like he's not an easy person. Senior sister, there's no need to be nervous. It's very easy to lose oneself by following one's heart. Even if he can persist, he probably won't be able to persist for long, 7 Stars said indifferently. However, Qin Lan's expression was ice-cold. Don't forget what happened 300 years ago. Don't forget that there was a person who used the same method 300 years ago and stayed inside for 100 years. 1 day outside was equivalent to 100 years inside. 7 Stars' face stiffened, and even the smile on his face disappeared. But he quickly returned to his senses and smiled. Senior sister, you're overthinking. After all, that person is a peerless genius. One can only come across it by chance. Not everyone is able to persevere for such a long period of time. I wonder how long this brat can persist? Inside the test, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, Zhao Shui, and Xin Jingqiu started their lives. Not only them, but Lin Xian's parents, grandfather, uncle, and the entire Lin family also started their lives. They started their lives together in Sword Pool Manor. This kind of life was very peaceful and tranquil. Outside, Qin Lan and 7 Stars' expressions were also extremely solemn because Lin Xian had stayed inside for a day already. In other words, he had stayed inside for 100 years. This made them extremely solemn. This was because the person from 300 years ago only stayed inside for a day. But now, Lin Xian had stayed inside for a day and still hadn't come out. This made both of them somewhat anxious. This was because the first test tested one's heart, which was very important. Furthermore, it was extremely mysterious and couldn't be described with words. It was even more impossible to figure it out because everyone was different. However, they knew that the longer they stayed inside, the greater their future achievements, and the broader their future martial path. Furthermore, there were many choices for the first stage. For example, he and Qin Lan had chosen a different path, which was to directly kill everything in their way to clear the stage. The other was the same as Lin Xian, who chose to accept the illusory realm and experience countless baptisms. The latter choice was extremely dangerous, because over time, the cultivator would get lost in it. Would they not be able to distinguish between reality and illusion? However, if he could persevere in the end, the benefits he would gain would be self-evident. First of all, their martial hearts would become firmer, and even their soul force would be nourished and enhanced. Lin Xian stayed for an entire day, making Qin Lan and Big Dipper very uneasy. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a palace that was surrounded by mist. A golden figure was sitting cross-legged inside. There was also a ball of light in front of him. At this moment, the scene of Lin Xian also appeared. The golden figure looked at the ball of light and nodded slightly. He was very satisfied. 1 day passed quickly, and then the next. This kind of life was very pleasant, like a quagmire that could make people sink deeply into it. However, Lin Xian opened his eyes inside the illusory realm at this moment. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and all the illusory realms were destroyed in an instant. Lin Xian took a step out and left the illusory realm. This guy actually stayed for 2 days. He stayed an entire day longer than the person from 300 years ago. That was an additional 100 years of experience. This made 7 Star and Qin Lan very uneasy. Humph! Qin Lan coldly snorted. Her tone was extremely cold. She turned around and directly left the great hall. Meanwhile, the black-haired man, 7 Star, looked at the ball of light with flickering eyes that carried a trace of coldness. Lin Xian left the illusory realm's test but did not return to reality. Instead, he came to another space. The surrounding scenery changed drastically. Ancient lands appeared below and formed a huge arena with a radius of 10,000 miles. Fight? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he looked at his surroundings. He was not afraid of a fight. Sure enough, a black figure condensed on top of the huge black arena. He was pitch black, and his eyes emitted a cold light. There seemed to be a pair of black wings growing on his back. Humph! The black figure snorted. The wings on his back flapped, and he turned into an afterimage that charged toward Lin Xian. He arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Then, he clenched his hands, and a black spear quickly appeared. With a shake of his hands, the black spear turned into a black dragon that swept toward Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Then, he waved his hand and quickly struck out with the frost palm. Instantly, a palm that flickered with blue light and carried with it wind and frost slapped forward. Boom, boom, boom! There was a shocking collision, and then Lin Xian and the black figure fought fiercely. The two of them fought fiercely, but at this moment, Lin Xian frowned. This was because he had the God's Eye of Heaven and his powerful soul power. It could be said that his perception surpassed ordinary almighties. At this moment he could sense that there seemed to be a pair of eyes watching him. This feeling made his heart beat wildly, so he decided to conserve his strength and not use the power of the dragon sword soul. Instead, he only used the power of the sea god's eyes to fight. Therefore, after 200 moves, Lin Xian was stabbed by the other party's spear. However, he was not injured. The black spear had passed through his body, and it was very illusory. Then, the black figure turned into a cloud of thick fog and disappeared into the sky. 200 moves, huh? It's beyond my expectations, but it's still not ridiculously strong. The black-haired youth, 7 Star, muttered to himself. At the same time, in another mysterious palace, the golden figure's eyes flickered. However, he did not say anything. The second stage was passed just like that. The third stage was even simpler. It was a test of bloodline power. However, Lin Xian did not have any bloodline power, so this test was extremely ordinary. This made the black-haired youth breathe a sigh of relief. Although the other party's performance in the first stage was very valiant, the third stage was truly too ordinary. He did not have any bloodline power at all. He was simply an ordinary person. One had to know that 7 Star also had a type of bloodline power. Hence, 7 Star's lips curled up into a smile. On the other side, Lin Xian's figure gradually faded as he exited the test and entered the palace. Congratulations, little junior brother, you've successfully passed. When Lin Xian came out, the tense and cold expression on 7 Star's face completely disappeared. Chapter 1997. Little junior brother, come with me. I'll bring you to your residence. 7 Star waved his sleeve and opened the palace's doors. Dazzling sunlight spilled in and illuminated the surroundings. Then, he stepped into the air barefoot and walked into the distance. Lin Xian followed beside him. The two of them flew over countless mountain peaks and arrived at a verdant valley. There were many palaces and pavilions inside, and there were also array formations flickering in the surroundings. Little junior brother, you'll live in that valley. 7 Star chuckled as he rapidly descended. Lin Xian nodded and followed him. The valley below was very ethereal and quiet, very suitable for Lin Xian's current residence. Seven Star took out some clothes, some tokens, and other items. He then said, "As the Peak Master's disciple, your status is equivalent to an elder, so you can order around those ordinary disciples. As your cultivation increases and you break through to the Almighty Realm, your authority will increase. You'll naturally understand these things once you're familiar with this place." After explaining a few more matters, Seven Star left. Lin Xian placed these items to the side. He didn't plan on staying here for long, so he didn't pay too much attention to these matters. In the following days, Lin Xian was peaceful. That Peak Master seemed to be in seclusion and didn't summon him. Seven Star and Qin Lan also didn't look for him. They seemed to have forgotten about Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. He quietly cultivated and increased his strength on a daily basis. That night, he was going to do some scouting. Thus, he concealed his aura and transformed into a wisp of nothingness, disappearing from the valley. Then, he came to an uninhabited mountain peak and used his heavenly secret divine eyes to look down. Golden Tao patterns surfaced in his golden eyes. They were extremely mysterious, as if they were the eyes of a god overlooking the mortal world. Under Lin Xian's Tianji God eyes, the locations of the experts were all revealed. This was because their qi and blood were like dragons under the heavenly secret divine eyes. In the distance, 7 beams of light circled around. It was like a celestial realm, and it was even more resplendent. Lin Xian knew that this was the core area of the prince's mansion. Looking at that place, Lin Fan's body swayed as he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and flew towards that place at high speed. Not long after, he arrived nearby. When he got closer, he discovered that the 7 balls of light were similar to dragon balls. They revolved around him, forming a light curtain. Only after entering the palace would one be able to reach the core area of the prince's mansion. But thinking about it, he would definitely attract the attention of those people if he went in. Therefore, Lin Xian sighed and left. It was impossible to sneak in. It seemed that they could only enter the core area of the prince's mansion through normal means. Lin Xian decided to find an opportunity to ask around and see if there was any way to quickly enter this place. On the other side, a mysterious figure also appeared in the valley where Lin Xian lived. That figure was like a ghost. It was very strange. Like lightning, it kept shuttling back and forth in the valley. But soon, he frowned, and a trace of doubt appeared in his long and narrow eyes. "There's actually no one?" The next moment, the black fog on his face dispersed, revealing a chiseled face. It was second senior brother 7 Star. He wasn't here to assassinate, but he wanted to check if Lin Xian had any other secrets. However, what surprised him was that there was actually no one in the valley. "He's just a guy who just arrived. Where can he go?" 7 Star frowned and then snorted. "This guy is indeed very strange." After pondering for a moment, 7 Star disappeared from the valley. Whoosh! Not long after, Lin Xian returned to the valley. But as soon as he entered, the dark red divine dragon sent a voice transmission. "Boy, my array has been tampered with. HM? Someone's here." Lin Xian also frowned and was very vigilant. The next moment, his soul power covered the entire valley and discovered that there was no one inside. Presumably, they had left. It seemed that this Jin Jianfeng wasn't too peaceful either. Lin Xian sneered. No matter who came today, he wouldn't let them have an easy time since they dared to target him. After 2 days, the valley regained its peace. On this day, several red-crowned cranes flew across the sky. There's actually someone below? Several handsome young men stood on the red-crowned cranes and exclaimed as they looked down at the valley. "What? There's someone? Don't joke around. This is Yinyang Valley. How can someone dare to live here? Aren't they afraid of death?" Another person sneered. "There's really someone. There's an array fluctuation and the aura of spirit power below. Let's go down and see who has the guts to live in Yinyang Valley." They immediately rode their red-crowned cranes and rushed down. "That fellow below, hurry up and come out!" A cold shout was heard and turned into rolling thunder that rushed down. Below. In the valley, Lin Xian, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and frowned. The next moment, he swayed his body and appeared in the sky. He looked at the red-crowned cranes in front of him, and the 3 or 4 young men standing on them. Lin Xian frowned immediately. "Who are you? Oh my, you don't even know who we are. Seems like you're new here? Lad, are you a new disciple of Jin Jianfeng? You're too reckless. How dare you live in such a place? I thought you were some powerful figure. I didn't expect you to be a 6-star beginner challenger. You're simply courting death by letting such a person live here. What did you say?" Lin Xian frowned. He couldn't understand what these guys were talking about. "What's wrong with this valley? I've lived here for a few days and didn't notice anything unusual." "Forget it if you don't understand. We don't have any other intentions. We just want to see who's so daring. Now that you've seen it, we'll take our leave." The few young men sneered and rode their red-crowned cranes away quickly. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he watched them leave. Although he didn't know what they were talking about, he knew that there was something wrong with this valley. Although he hadn't discovered the problem yet, these people's behavior shouldn't be fake. If there was something wrong with this valley, why did they let him stay here? Wait, this valley was arranged by 7-star. Could it be that there's something wrong with 7-star? Lin Xian sneered when he recalled that someone had secretly come to the valley before. Could it be that 7-star was a smiling tiger with a knife hidden behind his smile? Lin Xian's eyes turned cold at the thought of this. Chapter 1998. However, he still decided to stay here for the time being, because he wanted to see what was so special about this valley. It was actually so surprising. In the next few days, there was nothing unusual. But on this day, a full moon hung in the sky like a silver plate, illuminating the entire land. Lin Xian was still cultivating, but at this moment, he suddenly felt something unusual. So in the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Because he discovered that all the vitality in the entire valley seemed to be rapidly disappearing. Instead, it was replaced by a cold and incomparably dark aura of death. Boom! 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 Streams of death aura appeared, transforming into ghostly hands that swept towards Lin Xian. Not only that, but headless beasts and powerhouses that had been pierced appeared around him, floating non-stop. A series of terrifying afterimages appeared beside him, as if they were ferocious ghosts, howling as they pounced towards him. "Get lost!" Xian roared angrily, and the dragon sword domain instantly appeared, enveloping him. Then, tens of thousands of sword chi slashed in all directions, sending all of these phantoms flying. At the same time, all of the surrounding death aura was destroyed. However, it was useless. More death aura and phantoms came, wrapping around Lin Xian without any regard for their lives. As for Lin Xian, the great dragon sword soul in his body surged, and the dragon sword domain emitted light. Then, his entire body soared into the sky, transforming into a sharp ray of light. He broke through the endless death aura and left the valley. It was too dangerous. This death aura was very terrifying. Even if a mighty figure was entangled, they would probably be killed. Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy. Now, he finally knew why those young men sneered a few days ago. There was indeed something wrong with this valley. In the sky, looking at the pitch-black valley below, Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy. He had been schemed against, but why? Could it be that he had revealed some flaws? That shouldn't be the case. This was Zhongzhou. No one knew who he was, and those people from the eastern wasteland wouldn't have chased him here. It wasn't his former enemy, and he didn't show the slightest interest in the nest of 10,000 dragons. In other words, it was a new enemy. But who was it? Su Qin thought about it, and realized that only second senior brother, 7-star, was the most suspicious. After some judgment, Lin Xian knew that the person who plotted against him was very likely that second senior brother 7-star. When he thought of this, his expression immediately turned cold. He had no enmity with the other party, but the other party actually plotted against him? This caused Lin Xian to be filled with killing intent. However, now was not the time to make a move. However, Lin Xian decided that as long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill the other party. Looking at the black valley below, the aura of death permeated the air. Lin Xian knew that he could no longer stay in this place. Therefore, with a sway of his body, he landed in a nearby valley. Then, he flicked out a few strands of sword chi with his finger, and opened up a cave abode. Then, he set up a formation and went into rest. The next day, when the sun rose, the aura of death in the secluded valley disappeared, and peace was restored. In the sky, 2 rays of light flew over. They quickly came to the vicinity of the valley and scanned the area. Suddenly, they fixed their eyes on a mountain peak and sneered. "Over there, let's go!" After the 2 rays of light disappeared, they were 2 young men. Their expressions were cold and arrogant as they quickly arrived in front of a mountain peak. Then, one of them shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. Boom! The spirit chi in the sky gathered and formed a huge palm that covered an area of 100 kilometers. It slammed down fiercely. Boom! If the palm landed, it would definitely flatten the mountain peak. However, when the light palm landed in midair, rays of light suddenly lit up below. Then, a formation was formed and blocked the shocking palm. Seeing this scene, the 2 young men above frowned. The young man in red who attacked sneered. In the next moment, he shouted coldly, "Who is it? Get out here!" There was a cave abode on the mountain peak below that was opened up by Lin Xian. In the cave, Lin Xian frowned and slowly opened his eyes. He could naturally sense the situation outside, and his face immediately darkened. When he heard the other party's arrogant voice, his body flashed and instantly disappeared from the cave. In the next moment, he appeared in the air opposite the 2 young men. "Who are you? How dare you disturb my rest?" Lin Xian asked coldly. He was still in a very bad mood after being ambushed yesterday. He hadn't expected that someone would come looking for trouble the next day at daybreak. Did they really think he was easy to bully? "Who are you, kid? How dare you open up a cave abode here?" However, the young man in red asked coldly. The young man in blue also said, "We're not disturbing your rest, we're enforcing the law." "What, enforcing the law?" Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw their arrogant and cold attitudes. "What, can I open up a cave abode? You don't have the right to open one." The young man in red sneered. "Every inch of land here belongs to Valuria Manor. Only Valuria Manor's people can open up a cave abode. Everyone else can only live here. Even Jin Jianfeng's elders can't?" Lin Xian asked again. "Of course not. That's why you've broken the rules. Come back with us obediently." Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard this. In the next moment, he waved his sleeves and sent countless boulders downwards. The cave abode quickly disappeared. The formation around it turned into rays of light and disappeared into Lin Xian's sleeves. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "Is this enough? Humph, do you think you'll be fine after filling up the cave abode? You've already opened up a cave abode. Of course you've broken the rules. We're going to take you back to the law enforcement hall for punishment. Come back with us obediently, kid. Otherwise, you'll suffer a terrible fate." The 2 men sneered. The young man in red didn't say anything else. He reached out and grabbed at the space in front of him. An enormous palm of light immediately covered the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian was infuriated as well. These people were unreasonable and wanted to capture him by force. Moreover, they'd come here so early in the morning. It was obviously premeditated. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of people in Jin Jianfeng. There were countless mountains and lands. Who knew where a newly opened cave abode would be? But these 2 people had been able to find it so precisely, and when the aura of death had just disappeared from the valley. It was obvious that this was a meticulous plan. Their goal was to capture him. The cold light in Lin Xian's eyes grew even colder when he thought of this. In the next moment, he waved his hand. A frosty aura filled the air and froze the enormous palm of light in an instant. "You dare defy us, kid? Chapter 1999. Kid, it looks like you don't know what's good for you. No one dares to stop us enforcers from doing our job. Even the elders have to follow us back obediently. How dare you resist? You're dead meat. Dead meat? Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? I don't think so. It's easy if you want to take me back. Just do it and I'll go back with you. If you can't do it, you two can get the hell out of here. At the end of his words, Lin Xian's body glowed with a sharp light. It transformed into countless rays of sword light that swept in all directions. You're courting death! The blue-clothed youth was furious. He attacked as well. The blue-clothed youth was also a frost cultivator. Thus, he transformed into a giant ice cage that enveloped Lin Xian. All of a sudden, countless pieces of ice appeared around Lin Xian, making cracking sounds as they formed a huge cage, trapping him within. Looking at the ice cage around him, Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out. Boom! The terrifying fist transformed into a black dragon. It swept out and shattered the ice cage into pieces. Not only that, Lin Xian swung his fist and charged forward. You're courting death! How dare you attack us? Are you tired of living? The two youths were enraged when they saw this scene. The blue-clothed youth was especially furious. He hadn't expected his opponent to break out of his cage so easily. Not only that, his opponent had even attacked him. The two youths were members of the Valurium Palace's enforcers. Moreover, they were both peak 6-star cultivators. Their opponent was only an early 6-star cultivator. How dare he attack them? What a fool! However, as soon as they finished yelling, the black fist came crashing down. The blue-clothed youth stretched out his hand and gathered the power of frost in the air. It formed an ice shield in front of him to defend himself. Crack! Boom! However, it was useless. The giant ice shield shattered into pieces in an instant. Not only that, the blue-clothed youth was also hit. He was sent flying, spitting out blood. Damn it! How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? The blue-clothed young man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face became extremely ugly. That punch just now had shattered half of the bones in his body. This made him extremely terrified. He had no choice but to take out a large number of spirit medicines from his ring of holding and quickly swallow them. At the same time, he circulated his cultivation method to heal his injuries. Brat, you dare to hurt me? I'm from the Law Enforcement Hall. Kneel down and accept your death. On the other side, the red-clothed youth was enraged when he saw this. Clang! He drew the red sword from his waist and slashed forward. The red longsword expanded in the wind, transforming into a gigantic flaming sword that was over 1,000 feet long. As the sword slashed down, the air waves surged to the sky. Boom! Boom! Faced with such a terrifying flaming greatsword, Lin Xian unleashed his black fist and attacked wildly. In the end, the huge flaming sword was shattered into pieces. How is this possible? The red-clothed youth was extremely shocked. He held the broken red sword in his hand, and his arm was numb. The spiritual power in his body could not circulate smoothly. He was simply too shocked. Who exactly is this person? How can he be so powerful? Isn't he just a beginner 6-star challenger? The two youths looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. In the next moment, their scalps went numb, and they turned around to flee. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered. How could he let these two go? He stretched out his hands, and 2 streams of sword chi turned into long dragons that rushed in all directions, trapping the two youths and pulling them to his side. Sensing the fierce aura, the two youths' faces turned extremely pale. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, we're from the Law Enforcement Hall. If you dare to touch us, you're dead meat. Even if you're the Peak Master's disciple, you'll still be finished if you offend the Law Enforcement Hall. The two youths roared crazily and struggled with all their might. You actually know my identity? Lin Xian was shocked. He originally thought that the two youths did not know his identity, so they attacked him. However, it seemed that this was not the case. The two youths actually knew that he was the Peak Master's disciple and dared to attack him. It seemed that they had something to rely on. At the thought of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. He asked coldly, "Who sent you to deal with me? Also, what's going on in this valley? What secrets does it contain? Don't even think about it. Although you caught us, don't think that you'll get any information from us." The two youths snorted coldly. Although their faces were pale, their eyes were filled with malice. "Not going to talk?" Lin Xian sneered, reached out his hand, and grabbed the other party's head. Suddenly, a terrifying icy aura poured into the other party's body. The red-clothed youth screamed crazily. The icy aura around his body surged, and a thick layer of frost formed on his body. Cold, it was really too cold. It felt as if his soul was about to be frozen. "Are you going to talk?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. At this moment, the blue-clothed youth gritted his teeth. "Attack me if you dare!" He was also one of the Ice Five, so he was confident that he could resist the ice. However, Lin Xian sneered. "All right, since you asked for it, I'll fulfill your wish." As he said that, his left hand pressed on the blue-clothed youth's head. In the next moment, endless black flames surged out and enveloped the blue-clothed youth. "Flames? How is this possible? You're not an ice-type warrior. How can you have flames?" The youth screamed crazily. He felt as if his entire body was about to be ignited, and even his soul was about to be burned into nothingness. "Damn it! You're an ice-type and fire-type king!" He was really scared because he did not expect the other party's flames to be so powerful. His icy aura was completely useless. "Can you tell me now?" Seeing the two youths on the verge of death, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. The two youths were terrified. They looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. They did not dare to be arrogant anymore. Instead, they quickly said, "It's your second senior brother, 7 Star. He sent us." It really was him. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. His guess was right. It was indeed the second senior brother, 7 Star. "Why is he targeting me? Also, what's the matter with the valley below?" Lin Xian continued to ask. "The valley below is called the Yin-Yang Valley. Usually, there's nothing there, but every time there's a full moon, endless death aura will surge out, turning it into a death valley. At that time, even mighty figures would not dare to enter." The red-clothed youth said. "As for why your second senior brother wants to kill you, I think it's because he's jealous of you. After all, having one more person would threaten his future inheritance." Chapter 2000. Fear? What's going on? Lin Xian was puzzled. He did not display his strength in front of the 7 Star. Why would the other party be afraid of him? One had to know that he was only a 6-star king on the surface, while the 7-star king was an almighty. It was a joke for an almighty to be afraid of a 6-star king. "It's said that you're very similar to that person from 300 years ago." At this moment, the blue-clothed young man said weakly, "The person from 300 years ago? What's going on? Tell me clearly." Actually, the Peak Master of Jin Jianfeng has 3 disciples, not 2. There was one before you, but he betrayed us. Betrayed us? Where did he go? Why did he betray us? I don't know why, but that person is very powerful. He was able to suppress senior sister Qin Lan at such a young age. The 7-star second senior brother was no match for him. That person lived in the Yin-Yang Valley back then. Where is he now?" Lin Xian asked. He did not expect the Peak Master of the Golden Sword Peak to have a disciple. "That person left long ago. It's said that he joined the Yin-Yang sect. He even became an elder of the Yin-Yang Horn." Joined the Yin-Yang sect? Lin Xian was shocked. If he remembered correctly, the Yin-Yang sect should be a powerful sect in Middle Ground. It was very ancient and powerful, similar to the sacred grounds in the eastern wilderness. He did not expect Jin Jianfeng to have such a thing. But what did it have to do with him? Why was he similar to the person who joined the Yin Yang sect? What was the similarity between the two of them? Lin Xian could not figure it out. The two young men did not know either. They looked at Lin Xian and asked in a trembling voice, Can you let us go now? Let you go? Sure, but since you dared to provoke me, I'll cut off one of your arms as a warning. Lin Xian's eyes turned into sharp sword chi and slashed at the two of them. Immediately, one of their arms was cut off. Ah! The two of them screamed and rolled in the air. Their blood dyed their clothes and the sky red. Get lost! If you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill all of you. With that, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and sent the two of them flying. The next moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew down to the valley below. The Yin-Yang Valley had returned to normal. Not only that, but there were also a few strange purple trees in the valley. Their branches were like long dragons, and they were abnormally dark and thunderous. God knows how long they had existed. At that moment, several black and white fruits were growing on the purple tree. What's that? Could it be related to the death aura from last night? However, right at this moment, a delicate shout came from behind. Then, a figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of red lightning, heading straight for Lin Xian. A sharp aura spread out and turned into a red saber light that slashed down fiercely. The saber light soared into the sky. Before it landed, cracks appeared in the sky. Even Lin Xian's clothes fluttered in the wind. Lin Xian frowned and suddenly turned around. He realized that the red saber light was coming for him. He immediately snorted coldly. In the next moment, he clapped his hands and faced the attack. Boom! A blue ice ball appeared in his palm. Then, it collided with the red saber light and made a clanging sound. The void cracked, and the red saber light was completely frozen. The figure was also knocked back. The light disappeared, and then a figure appeared. It was a woman with a beautiful face. However, there was an unknown anger in her beautiful eyes. She stared at Lin Xian. Who are you? How dare you stop me? Get lost! The Yin-Yang fruit is not for you! The woman shouted coldly. Yin-Yang fruit? Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that the black and white fruit was called the Yin-Yang fruit? The valley was called the Yin-Yang Valley, and it was indeed mysterious that the Yin-Yang fruit could be produced here. However, what was the use of the fruit? Lin Xian did not know. However, he thought that it should be a treasure. Otherwise, the woman in red would not be so angry. I don't care about the Yin-Yang fruit. From now on, this valley is mine. Therefore, the things inside are naturally mine as well. Who are you? Get lost! Lin Xian looked at her and said coldly. What? This valley is yours? The woman in red was stunned when she heard that. Soon she sneered. Are you kidding me? No one lives in the Yin-Yang Valley. It has been ownerless for 300 years. Who are you, kid? Get lost! Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. No one has lived in this valley for 300 years, but from today onward, this valley is mine. You're courting death. The woman in red was furious when she heard Lin Xian's arrogant and domineering words. In the next moment, she held a long saber in her hand. The sharp saber light soared into the sky and slashed down at Lin Xian. At the same time, the woman in red's body swayed and disappeared on the spot. Whoosh! Lin Xian flicked his fingers. Sword chi surged out and resisted the sharp saber light. However, at this moment, the space beside him split open. The woman in red suddenly appeared and slashed at Lin Xian with her long saber. Clang! Lin Xian's arm was imbued with boundless ice. He slapped the blade with his palm, sending the blade flying. In the next moment, he threw a punch at the woman in red. A violent aura appeared between heaven and earth. Black dragon tattoos wrapped around his fist and turned into a black dragon that charged forward. The world lost its color. It was as if only the black dragon was left roaring. When the woman saw this, her body stiffened and the spiritual power in her body froze. Her pretty face became extremely pale. She did not expect this young man, who was only at the beginning of the 6-star level, to have such a powerful fist technique. This fist technique made her body tremble. She wanted to run away, but she found that her surroundings were frozen by endless ice. She had no way out. Therefore, she could only grit her teeth and resist with all her might. A red light appeared. The woman waved her hand and a set of bright red armor covered her body. Not only that, her dainty jade-like hands were rapidly forming hand seals. She gathered in front of her and formed a light screen to resist the black fist. Boom! 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 Everything seemed to be in vain. The red light screen became fragile under the black fist. Chapter 2001. After that, the black fist ruthlessly smashed into the red-clothed woman's armor. Immediately, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Ah! The woman screamed in agony as she flew backwards, turning into a streak of red light. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her body smashed into a mountain peak, causing it to break apart. Junior sister! At this moment, a furious roar came from afar. Soon after, several rainbows appeared in the sky and streaked across the sky like lightning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The rainbows danced in the air, turning into 3 figures. They came to the woman's side and helped her up. There were 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were a young man and woman. The young woman quickly took out a pill and fed it to the woman in red. The other 2 glared at Lin Xian furiously. Kid! How dare you hurt my junior sister? I'll kill you! The young man drew his longsword from his waist. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. Who are you? He asked coldly. Get over here and kneel for your death. These people were furious. They'd come to Yinyang Valley to pick the Yinyang fruit. However, they didn't expect that someone would come before them and even injure their junior sister. They wouldn't let this go. Who am I? Lin Xian sneered. And who are you? This is where I live. Aren't you afraid of being punished by my residents for causing trouble for no reason? He knew that those who could come here were all from Valurium Palace. These people were strong, but he'd never seen them before. Presumably, it was not from the Golden Sword Peak. Perhaps it was from the other peaks. It was hard to say. But no matter who they were, Lin Xian wouldn't let them enter Yinyang Valley and cause trouble. What? Your territory? The 3 newcomers were stunned when they heard this. The young man snorted. Are you kidding? Yinyang Valley is ownerless. Since when did it become your territory? Kid, don't lie. The young woman snorted as well. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. Who are you, kid? You don't look familiar. Jin Jianfeng is new? You dare to be arrogant in front of us? And who are you? Lin Xian asked. Even we don't know? Kid, listen carefully, we are the disciples of Tai Yunfeng's 3rd elder. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and get over here to die. Otherwise, if we catch you, we'll definitely let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. The 3 of them had ice-cold expressions. Apart from the injured woman, the middle-aged man among the 3 of them was at the perfection 6 stars realm. As for the other 2, they were both peak 6 stars. When the 3 of them joined forces, it could be said that they were very powerful. Furthermore, in their opinion, the other party was only an elementary 6-star cultivator. Such a person was not even worth mentioning in their eyes. They felt that their junior sister's injury must have been caused by carelessness. How could an early-stage 6-star King Realm cultivator possibly injure them? Brat, since you don't want to die obediently, then I can only make a move. The young man stood up. Ka ka ka. A suit of armor appeared around his body, enveloping his entire body. Then, he unsheathed the sword at his waist. 1. Terrifying sword aura surged, piercing through the clouds and shining brightly. In the end, the long sword slashed down. Instantly, a sword aura that was almost 1,000 feet long descended rapidly from the sky. Kid, go to hell! The young man sneered. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. That's not how you use your sword. That's not how you use your swordsmanship. At the next moment, he slapped his palm toward the sky and collided with the sword aura. Instantly, there was a huge explosion in the sky. The terrifying sword aura that was 1,000 feet long was directly shattered. He can actually block my attack? This kid is much more powerful than he looks on the surface. The young man frowned. The middle-aged man also said, Junior brother, be careful. This kid is very strange. He might be able to fight someone of a higher level. Don't worry, senior brother. So what if he can fight someone of a higher level? In front of me, it's still not enough. The young man sneered and was prepared to attack again. However, Lin Xian stretched out his palm. In the center of his palm, a black aura spun rapidly, forming a powerful suction force that shrouded the young man. How can this be? The young man was sucked forward by the powerful suction force. He could not control himself at all. He roared crazily, trying to break the suction force, but he could not do it at all. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the young man arrived in front of Lin Xian. Then, his neck was grabbed by the other party. His entire body was pressed into the void, unable to move at all. You want me to kneel and wait for my death? Kneel and wait for your death first. Lin Xian kicked out and broke the other party's legs. Then, the other party knelt in the air and screamed crazily. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? The young man was in so much pain that his eyes were filled with fear. That was because he could not believe that the other party was too powerful. Senior brother! Save me! Hurry up and save me! He did not dare to be arrogant anymore and quickly asked the middle-aged man for help. That was because he could not fight against the other party alone. Perhaps only his senior brother could fight against the other party. Kid, you're courting death. Let go of my junior brother. The middle-aged man's face turned gloomy when he saw that. In the next moment, his aura exploded like a mountain that one could only look up to. You're too arrogant. How dare you offend our Iron Cloud Peak? You should know that our Iron Cloud Peak is more powerful than your Golden Sword Peak. If you know what's good for you, let go of my junior brother and hand over the yin-yang fruit. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. You talk too much. Come and save your junior brother yourself if you can. With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and threw the young man aside. Then, he used the ice cage to control the other party. Kid, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. In the next moment, the middle-aged man stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in his right hand. Then, a golden spear slowly took shape. Boom, boom! The spear pierced out like a golden lightning bolt, shaking the entire sky. The terrifying golden spear pierced through the void and viciously stabbed towards Lin Xian. Boom, boom, boom! The void was pierced full of holes in an instant. The middle-aged man's strength was several times stronger than the young man's. When he attacked, the wind and clouds changed. Complete 6-star Great Circle? Is that what gives you the right to be so arrogant? Lin Xian sneered. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden spear. Humph, what an idiot! How dare you grab senior brother's golden spear? In the distance, the two women sneered when they saw that. Chapter 2002. When he said that, the golden spear shone even more brightly. Endless light flickered in all directions. Golden thunder fell from the sky, causing the entire sky to tremble. Buzz! However, the spear stopped in the next moment. The terrifying scene around them also froze in an instant. Then, the lightning and golden light that filled the sky disappeared without a trace. A strong and powerful hand grabbed the golden spearhead. That hand belonged to Lin Xian. He seemed to have grabbed the poisonous snake's weak spot and subdued the golden spear in an instant. Damn it! How is that possible? He can grab my weapon. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and his face was full of disbelief. In the next moment, he roared crazily and waved his hands, trying to pull the spear out. The great perfection of 6 stars? That's all there is to it. You don't have the ability to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He exerted strength in his arms and immediately waved the spear. As for the middle-aged man who was holding the spear, he was also lifted up into the air, dancing non-stop in the air. Boom! Lin Xian waved the spear and smashed it hard on the ground. Immediately, the middle-aged man's body fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Cracks spread in all directions, and it was extremely terrifying. Ah! I'm going to kill you! The middle-aged man got up from the ground and roared crazily. Endless sacred light erupted from his body. The terrifying aura shattered the void. Boom! However, at that moment, a foot stepped on his head. Immediately, his body that had just gotten up was stepped back down again. Not only that, but his head was also stepped on into the soil. You still want to fight back? Do you have the ability to? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. The young man who was trapped and the two women in the distance were stunned when they saw that scene. They did not expect their powerful senior brother to have his head stepped on, and unable to resist at all. It was really hard for them to believe. Now, do you still dare to have any ideas about the yin-yang fruit? Lin Xian asked coldly. Hearing that, their bodies trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. What kind of joke was that? They would never dare to have any ideas about the yin-yang fruit even if they were beaten to death. That was because the young man before him was simply too powerful. Moreover, it was very strange. He was clearly only at the early stage of a 6-star martial artist, but his combat strength was so strong that even a 6-star martial artist at the consummation stage was no match for him. Could it be that the other party had already reached the almighty level? They were all terrified. No, I wouldn't dare. The middle-aged man struggled to open his mouth and said, We were blind and didn't know that the Yin-Yang Valley was still young master's territory. Please forgive us, young master. I hope young master won't blame us. The other three also hurriedly apologized as their bodies began to tremble. Tell me, what is the use of the yin-yang fruit? The yin-yang fruit will bear fruit once a month. However, there are very few of them each time, only 3 to 5. This yin-yang fruit is very magical. It can help you concentrate and train your qi. After consuming it, the soul power and spiritual energy in the body will be refined. If taken over a long period of time, it can even purify one's soul and improve one's physique. It might even give birth to bloodline power. The middle-aged man didn't dare to hold anything back. He explained all the uses of the yin-yang fruit. When Lin Xian heard this, he was greatly surprised. The yin-yang fruit was special. It could only be found in the yin-yang valley. No other place would have it. Lin Xian hadn't known before, but now it seemed that the yin-yang fruit was truly a treasure. Not only could it improve a cultivator's physique, but it could also strengthen one's soul. However, he was very puzzled. Why didn't Valurium Palace want such a good thing? Why did they leave it here for others to fight over? But soon, he understood. There were simply too few of the yin-yang fruit. Although it could improve one's physique and even strengthen one's soul, it needed to be consumed over a long period of time. If 3 to 5 of them were taken each time, who knew how long it would take to gather enough yin-yang fruit? That was why Valurium Palace didn't monopolize the yin-yang fruit. Instead, they let the other 5 peaks benefit. In the past, the 5 great winds would fight over the yin-yang fruit. At the very least, Jin Jianfeng and Tai Yingfeng's men would fight. However, because of Lin Xian's arrival this time, Big Dipper and Qin Lan didn't come. However, Tai Yingfeng's men had come. They fought Lin Xian, but the result was a crushing defeat. All right, get out of here! Also, Yin-Yang Valley is my territory from now on. Don't come here again. Otherwise, I'll break your legs the next time I see you. Lin Xian removed his foot and sent the middle-aged man flying with a kick. In the next moment, he removed the cage of ice and snow. These people immediately fled and disappeared into the sky. The yin-yang fruit was a treasure. Lin Xian entered the valley and plucked 3 yin-yang fruits. He looked at them and saw that there were 2 more. In other words, there were only 5 yin-yang fruits at a time. Without hesitation, he took one and put it into his mouth. The yin-yang fruit was very miraculous. It melted in his mouth, turning into pure yin and yang qi that quickly entered Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian could feel that his physique was quickly absorbing the yin-yang qi. His soul seemed to have been tempered as well. Soon, he opened his eyes. It seemed that there would only be obvious changes after consuming the yin-yang fruit for a long time. If he only ate one or two, there would not be any obvious changes. It would only be a slow increase. However, this was already good enough. At least Lin Xian still needed to stay in Yin-Yang Valley for a while. He ate another one and then divided the rest among the dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey. The news that Lin Xian owned Yin-Yang Valley quickly spread. The people from the 5 peaks were greatly shocked. That was because Yin-Yang Valley had been without an owner for 300 years. They did not expect to welcome a new owner this time. However, some people were not convinced. After all, Yin-Yang Valley could produce yin-yang fruits. Therefore, many people came to attack Yin-Yang Valley, but they were all beaten away by Lin Xian. Therefore, after a while, everyone knew that a ferocious person had come to live in Yin-Yang Valley. Even a great perfection 6-star cultivator was no match for him. For a time, no one dared to behave atrociously in Yin-Yang Valley. Lin Xian could be considered to have settled down in Yin-Yang Valley. On the other side, in Huihong's main hall, the black-haired man, 7-star, had a cold expression. All the Golden Sword Peak disciples thought that this 7-star was a good-natured second senior brother. However, they did not know that this 7-star was a person who hid a dagger behind a smile. At this moment, there was no one in the main hall except for 7-star, so he would not hide anymore. His chiseled face was incomparably cold. Damn fellow, he can actually dodge the death aura. How did he do it? To be honest, 7-star was very surprised. Because even he could not resist the death aura in Yin-Yang Valley. However, the other party was safe and sound. Chapter 2003. Not only that, but the people from the Hall of Law Enforcement had also been sent running. Even a great perfection 6-star cultivator wasn't his match. This shocked 7-star even more. This was because even though Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the elementary 6-star level, his battle prowess was simply too terrifying. No one below the rank of great expert was his match. 7-star took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, he began to organize his thoughts. According to the news from the manor, this kid could fight above his level. He could even fight the Mountain Razor General to a draw when his cultivation was suppressed. This meant that he had the strength of a quasi-great expert. But so what? He's just a quasi-great expert. He's not a true great expert. He's nothing compared to me. 7-star's lips curled into a cold smile. However, he didn't relax his frown. His master was in seclusion right now, so he hadn't attracted his master's attention. However, the manor will hold a great competition in 2 months. If he shines in the competition, his master and the manor will definitely take notice. What if his master takes a liking to him and imparts him with some real cultivation methods? With that guy's talent, it won't be long before he breaks through and becomes a great expert. At that time, I won't have any advantage. 7-star's eyes shone with a fierce light. Little junior brother, I won't let you shine in the competition in 2 months. Qin Lan is a proud and aloof woman. She probably won't make a move in secret. Moreover, no one in Golden Sword Peak's younger generation is his match. It seems that I should think about the other 4 peaks and see if I can instigate others to kill him in advance. Even if I can't kill him, I can at least severely injure him. However, the disciples of ordinary elders really aren't his match. Only the disciples of the 5 peak lords can. 7-star thought about it, and realized that Lin Xian was truly a monster. No one below the rank of great expert was his match. This drove 7-star crazy. Kid, it seems that I still need to end you with my own hands. Lin Xian began to cultivate after no one disturbed him. However, he received some news during this time. Valurium Manor would hold a great competition in 2 months. This grand competition was Valurium Palace's test for the 5 peaks. Anyone who performed outstandingly in this grand competition would be chosen by Valurium Manor and nurtured with all their might. It was even possible that he could enter the heart of Valurium Palace. Upon receiving this news, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the large competition in 2 months was his only chance. He had to enter the heart of Valurium Palace, and use it as a springboard to enter the heart of the Tai dynasty. Only then could he obtain more information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. I remember that when I received the token, that disciple once said that this token would allow me to obtain some cultivation resources every month, Lin Xian recalled. Then, he took out his token and flew off into the distance in a flash. In the distance, immortal mist was faintly discernible. A 7-story pagoda towered into the clouds. Lin Xian arrived at the bottom of the pagoda. Immediately, someone flew up and shouted coldly, "Who goes there?" "I'm Jin Jianfeng's 3rd disciple. I'm here to collect cultivation resources," Lin Xian said in a low voice and took out his token. The guards took the token and examined it carefully. Then, they respectfully handed it to Lin Xian and said, "See your uncle, please." Lin Xian nodded and followed them into the 7-story pagoda. The interior was incomparably spacious. Runes flickered on the walls and floor. It was obvious that this pagoda was unusually sturdy. There was absolutely no need for anyone to cause trouble here. When they arrived at the 3rd floor, the disciple said, "See your uncle, please enter. Hand over the token and you'll receive the resources you need." The disciple waited on the side and didn't enter. Lin Xian nodded and pushed open the door alone. After he entered, the stone door behind him slowly closed with a rumbling sound. Although the door was closed, it wasn't dark inside. On the dark walls and ceiling above him were fist-sized luminous pearls that flickered with light. On the wall in front of him, there were many boxes with titles engraved on them. In front of the wall, there was a huge copper lamp with mysterious runes engraved on it. It was abnormally complicated and dazzling. It had an unfathomable aura. Lin Xian walked forward. However, at this moment, the huge copper lamp in front of him flickered. Then, at the mouth of the lamp, a cloud of green mist gushed out and quickly condensed into the appearance of a gigantic spirit. "Halt! Report your name," the spirit-gathering spirit said. His voice was like thunder, but it didn't spread out of the room. The runes in the entire room flickered and blocked all auras. "I'm Jin Jianfeng's 3rd disciple," Lin Xian said in a low voice. He didn't say his name. Moreover, the items here weren't collected according to one's name. Instead, they were collected according to their titles. For example, if Qin Lan came to collect, she would be Jin Jianfeng's eldest senior sister. If Jin Jianfeng came to collect, he would be Jin Jianfeng's 2nd senior brother. As for him, he was the 3rd disciple. With that, Lin Xian waved the token in his hand. That Cyan Juling God Phantom received the token and then danced towards the back. The token flew out and embedded itself in a box on the wall. Immediately, there was a clicking sound. Jin Jianfeng's 3rd disciple. You haven't collected cultivation resources for 300 years. Are you going to take them all out at once? What? Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. Originally, he had just arrived and thought that he could only take a month's worth of cultivation resources. However, he didn't expect that he could take all the resources for 300 years. This was really surprising. Suddenly, he remembered that the Gold Sword Peak's peak master seemed to have taken in a disciple before. However, he later left and joined the Yinyang sect. That person was probably the 3rd disciple at that time. He was now the 3rd disciple. Moreover, this place only collected resources based on their titles, not their names. Therefore, the things that the previous person hadn't collected for 300 years were all given to Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt excited. Happiness came too suddenly. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Take them all out." He couldn't help it. He was really too excited. After hearing this, the spirit condensation god nodded. Then, he waved his arm and a storage ring floated in the air. Then, it flew towards Lin Xian. All the cultivation resources for the next 300 years are here. Take them. Lin Xian took the storage ring and probed it with his soul power. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. This was because there were 360,000 supreme-grade subdivine crystals neatly placed inside. Chapter 2004. Lin Xian knew very well how rare it was to have a nerve. It could only be cut out from those wondrous stones. Moreover, it was extremely rare. But now, he had obtained a resource similar to a divine crystal. How could he not be excited? In the next moment, he put away the storage ring, retrieved the token, and turned around to leave. What a pleasant surprise! With these 360,000 substandard divine crystals, Lin Xian believed that he could increase his cultivation again. After obtaining these abundant cultivation resources, Lin Xian immediately returned to the Yin-Yang Valley and prepared to cultivate in seclusion to increase his cultivation. However, he frowned when he returned to the valley. "Who is it? Show yourself, you sneaky bastard!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice was as sharp as a sword, bombarding the surroundings. "Hee, brother, your soul power is quite sharp." Soft laughter sounded at this moment. Then, the void rippled and two figures appeared. "Who are you? What are you hiding here for?" Lin Xian looked ahead and asked coldly. There were two figures in front of him, a man and a woman. The man wore a blue robe and had a handsome face. The woman wore a black dress and an icy expression. "I'm from Blue Haifeng. She's from Black Jade Peak." Blue Haifeng and Black Jade Peak were both part of the 5 Great Peaks. However, Lin Xian didn't know what they were here for. "We're here for no reason. We just want to inform you of something. That is, brother, please give up on the competition in 2 months." "What?" Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect this to be their request. He sneered. "Do you think it's possible for me to give up on the competition?" The competition in 2 months was Lin Xian's opportunity to enter Valurium Palace's core. Even if that wasn't the case, Lin Xian wouldn't listen to them. He wasn't a lamb to be slaughtered. "Why waste your breath on him? Just attack," the woman in black said coldly. Her expression was unusually cold. The blue-clothed young man smiled and said, "Brother, we didn't intend to target you in this matter. It's just that someone doesn't want you to participate. Since you won't listen, then don't blame us for being rude." "Impolite? How impolite?" Lin Xian sneered. Both of them were 6-star great perfection cultivators. The man in blue in particular was even stronger. He was about to enter the realm of great experts. But even so, it wasn't enough. Lin Xian didn't take these two people. The two of them did not attack Lin Xian immediately. Instead, they took out 2 jade pendants and put them together. Immediately, a dazzling light bloomed, forming countless multicolored lights that rushed into the clouds. In the next moment, 18 large flags appeared in the sky and began to flutter rapidly. Every one of them was like a huge mountain, black and oppressive, carrying a heavy aura. "We know you're powerful. You can even kill a 6-star great perfection cultivator. So, we don't plan to attack you. We only need to trap you for a few months. After the competition, we'll let you out. Go!" The woman in black snorted and waved her hand. The 18 swaying flags in the sky were quickly inserted into the ground below, surrounding the entire valley. Then, the 18 flags formed an extremely mysterious formation cage that covered the entire Yin-Yang Valley. "With the 18 iron blood flags, that kid won't be able to get out. Even a great expert can be trapped for a year or so, let alone him. That kid could have provoked anyone, but he provoked that smiling tiger. He's unlucky. Let's go." The two of them talked for a while. Then, they turned into a long rainbow and disappeared into the sky. The 18 flags below fell to the ground and formed a formation. Then, they disappeared. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. However, it formed a mysterious force that covered the entire valley. The people in the valley couldn't get out. Humph! Lin Xian stood in the valley and looked around. He snorted when he sensed the mysterious aura. Needless to say, it was the doing of second senior brother, 7 Star. It seemed that the other party had put in a lot of effort to suppress him. To think that he would even resort to a method like sealing the formation. However, how could a mere formation seal him? In the next moment, Lin Xian clapped his hands and blue frost turned into a huge ice palm that slammed forward. Boom, boom, boom! There was an intense collision, and countless ripples appeared in the sky. However, this time, the ice palm didn't break through the void. Instead, it was shattered. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was surprised. Buzz! In the next moment, he bent his fingers and flicked out a wisp of sword chi that surged forward. Then, it expanded in the wind and turned into a sword light that was 100 feet long. It slashed down from the sky. Clang! Air waves rolled, and the void cracked. However, it didn't break the formation formed by the 18 flags. Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to have such a mysterious formation. He wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. However, he wasn't worried because he had the Dark Red Divine Dragon. With the Dark Red Divine Dragon's means, it wouldn't be a problem to break this kind of formation. Sure enough, when he summoned the Ruffian Dragon, the Dark Red Divine Dragon said, "Don't worry, kid, I can break it." "That's good." Lin Xian smiled but then said, "Don't be too fast. If we break the formation now, they'll probably attack us again. Why don't I cultivate in seclusion while the formation is still here? We won't be disturbed. We just have to break the formation before the competition starts." Lin Xian smiled. He was originally worried that 7 Star would attack him, but now he was trapped by the formation. He thought that the other party wouldn't cause trouble for him anymore. This made it convenient for him to cultivate in seclusion. Other than the Dark Red Divine Dragon reminding them during the full moon, the two of them could avoid death. Lin Xian had been cultivating in silence. He took out 360,000 supreme-grade substandard divine crystals and used the Dragon Sword Field to refine them. The energy of the supreme-grade substandard divine crystals was completely absorbed by the Dragon Sword Field and transferred to Lin Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. During this time, many newcomers were sent in and assigned to the 5 peaks. The people from the 5 peaks were also excited. It didn't matter if they were newcomers or those who had arrived long ago. It didn't matter if they were ordinary disciples, elders' disciples, or even peak masters' disciples. At this moment, all of them were excited. This was because the competition of the Wang Mansion was coming. If anyone could stand out in the competition, the Wang Mansion would definitely take a fancy to them and nurture them with all their might. Chapter 2005. After all, the 5 peaks were only branches of the manor. The entire Valurium Manor was incomparably powerful. It wasn't inferior to some of the great sections. Everyone was accumulating strength and cultivating madly, preparing to display their prowess in the competition. Buzz! A 72-level cultivation pagoda suddenly opened, and an icy figure walked out. She was wearing a blue dress and was standing on a blue greatsword. Her face was beautiful, but her eyes were unusually cold. She was the eldest senior sister of Golden Sword Peak, Qin Lan. Although Qin Lan looked like she was in her 20s, her true age was more than 300 years old. However, compared to those old monsters who were easily thousands of years old, she was still part of the younger generation. Therefore, she was naturally qualified to take part in the Prince's Mansion competition. The same was true for second senior brother 7 Star. There were very few people like Lin Xian, who was only 24 or 25 years old, but possessed heaven-defying strength. Every one of them was a peerless genius. Only the holy sons and daughters, as well as the princes and princesses, could do so. Apart from them, the others were all youths who were a few hundred years old. They might be old in the eyes of the common world, but they were very young in the world of cultivation. With the arrival of the competition, Not only were the 5 peaks excited, but the entire manor was bustling with activity. This competition wasn't just an internal affair of Valurium Manor. It also invited nearby experts, families, and other factions to spectate. It was a grand event. For one thing, Valurium Manor could show off the strength of its young disciples. Moreover, this was an opportunity for Valurium Palace to cooperate with the other great factions in the area. Therefore, Valurium Manor attached great importance to the competition. The disciples of the 5 peaks were all mobilized. Apart from registering for the competition, they were also receiving the various experts. The manor had limited manpower, and those who were stronger wouldn't do such a thing. It wasn't appropriate for the weak to be sent out to receive the strong. Therefore, the genius disciples, elders, and disciples of the 5 peaks were all mobilized. Senior Foam, please come in. Greetings, Master Skyfire. My master misses you very much. Brother Hong, you're early. Laughter rang out as Valurium Manor's disciples welcomed the various experts and geniuses. Among them, even 7 Star and Qin Lan were sent out. 1. In the sky, a rainbow streaked across. Then, the light dissipated, and a child appeared. The child was not even half a meter tall, but he had a big head and a beard. His face was no different from a middle-aged man's. This strange scene caused the surrounding disciples to be slightly stunned. However, 7 Star's eyelids were twitching wildly. He quickly walked up and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master He Tuesday." He didn't dare to be careless at all because the short middle-aged man in front of him was extremely terrifying. Even though they were both almighties, the other party's strength far surpassed his. He had reached an unfathomable realm. Moreover, he had a bad temper because he was a natural dwarf. Unlike the dwarfs in the normal world, this was a race. Therefore, even if this middle-aged man cultivated to the level of a powerful being, he would still be short, and couldn't change his size. However, his temper was extremely violent. If anyone dared to speak rudely to him, he would definitely torture them to death in an extremely cruel manner. Therefore, 7 Star didn't dare to be careless in front of such a person. Not only 7 Stars, but Qin Lan also met a big shot. Clouds rolled in the sky as an old man slowly descended on a white cloud. The old man was tall and big, with a hooked nose and piercing eyes. However, his arms were missing. His empty sleeves fluttered in the wind. The demiurge crippled master. This was also an extremely terrifying almighty. Even with Qin Lan's arrogant personality, he still forced a smile and took it seriously. What a beautiful child! I remember you. You should be one of Jin Jianfeng's people. The demiurge crippled master looked at Qin Lan, his eyes quickly roaming over her body. Qin Lan froze when she was enveloped by his gaze. Intense anger rose in her heart. However, she didn't dare show it on her face. She couldn't beat the person in front of her. Moreover, this was a critical moment. She couldn't make a move. Therefore, she welcomed the crippled old man with a smile and invited him inside. Qin Lan and 7 Star weren't the only ones. Genius disciples from all directions welcomed the experts into Valurium Manor. This was a grand occasion. Congratulations came from all directions. Valurium Manor was currently open to all but the most central areas of the manor for these people to enjoy. There were also places to live. Mountains, pavilions, terraces, and towers sparkled with light. These were all places for people to live. Spirit beasts danced in the air around them. Mountains and rivers were places for people to enjoy. More and more people arrived. Finally, Valurium Manor welcomed the official start of the grand competition. The weather was clear and sunny. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. Valurium Manor was bathed in multicolored light. An enormous mountain peak floated in the sky. The magnificent sight was admired by tens of thousands of people. The mountain peak was enormous. However, it didn't have a peak. Someone had sliced it open in the middle with a single stroke of a sword, creating a vast expanse of flat land. There were exquisite palaces and pavilions on the flat land. There were even springs and waterfalls above. All kinds of spirit beasts ran about. This place was called the Immortals' Advent Terrace. It was the most important and noble place for the grand competition. It was also where King Valurium would appear. Apart from King Valurium, the most important people of Valurium Manor would also appear here. Apart from them, very few people who came to pay homage were qualified to come here. Anyone who could ascend to the Immortals' Advent Terrace was an earth-shattering figure. However, there weren't too many of them in total. There were no more than 100 people. There were also 5 floating mountains around the Immortals' Advent Terrace. They had also been sliced in the middle, revealing a vast expanse of flat land. These were 5 viewing platforms that were one level below the Immortals' Advent Terrace. They were one level below the Immortals' Advent Terrace. Those who could come to the 5 great beer temples were no ordinary people. After all, other than the 5 great spiritual altars, there were countless other viewing spots that were prepared for other people. Although Venerable Master Tiancan and the dwarf boy were feared by Qin Lan and 7 Star, they couldn't ascend to the Immortals' Advent Terrace. They could only sit on these 5 platforms. Those people took their seats one by one. No one dared to disturb them, and no one dared to forcibly occupy a good place. It would be too humiliating to be beaten down in front of so many people. Chapter 2006. There weren't many people in the vicinity of Yin-Yang Valley, not even birds or beasts. No one dared to come here because of the presence of death. At this moment, Yin-Yang Valley was unusually calm. However, it did not take long for the void to start boiling. It was as though the void was boiling, making loud splashing sounds. An extremely handsome young man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the valley. His hands were constantly changing mysterious seals. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. Sword light dozens of meters long tore through the air. His aura suddenly erupted, rushing in all directions with the force of an avalanche. Thunder and wind began to howl in the valley. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Whoosh! A long howl turned into rolling thunderclouds. The young man stood up, his aura rising steadily. Finally, he rose from an early 6-star king to a mid-6-star king. At the same time, the 360,000 supreme-grade subdivine crystals behind the young man shattered and turned into ashes in an instant. This young man was Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the 360,000 supreme-rank subdivine crystals behind him. His lips curved into a smile. After 2 months of absorption, he had broken through to a mid-6-star king. His strength had also increased once again. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked into the distance. There was a dazzling light in the distance, as if an immortal palace had opened. It was about time for the competition to begin. He said, "Ruffian Dragon, it's time. Let's do it." "Haha, I've been ready for a long time." The dark red dragon had deciphered more than half of the 18 flags of iron and blood over the past 2 months. Only the last step remained. When he heard Lin Xian's command, he waved his claw. Several mysterious runes appeared and floated in the air. In the next moment, a crack appeared. "Let's go!" Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he left the crack with the dark red divine dragon. He turned into a ray of sword light, and flew towards the dazzling light in the distance. Valurium Palace was unusually lively at this moment. Voices and laughter could be heard from time to time. The Immortals' Advent platform at the center shone so brightly that one could only look up at it. The 5 spirit platforms around it were even more lively. On one of the golden spirit altars, there were many experts here, including Jin Jianfeng's eldest senior sister, Qin Lan, and second senior brother, Jin Jianfeng. Other than the 2 of them, the 9 elders of the Golden Sword Peak were also present. Other than that, there were also other experts who had come to congratulate him. Their eldest martial sister Qin Lan had an ice-cold personality. Thus, in this sort of situation, she would not agree too much. The younger generation was naturally left to second senior brother 7 Star. As for the elders of the older generation, they were received by the great elder. At this moment, second senior brother 7 Star stood up and smiled. "Seniors, fellow Taoists, 7 Star salutes everyone. Well said, well said. The older ones all laughed. As for those martial artists of the same age, they stood up one after another. The group of people drank. At this moment, a hurried sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Then, a sharp sword light pierced through the clouds and flew over quickly. The sword chi was sharp and very eye-catching. Therefore, everyone on the golden spiritual platform looked up at the sky at once. What a sharp sword chi! The elders and experts were all astonished, and the younger generation exclaimed in shock. Who would come at this time? Second senior brother Seven Star's face darkened when he turned to look at the sword chi. He even spilled some of the wine in his hand because he discovered that the sword chi was actually released by Lin Xian. Damn it, how is this possible? Wasn't that guy trapped by the 18 flags of iron blood? How could he come out? Seven Star was extremely surprised because he had already sent people to use the 18 flags of iron blood to trap the other party. That kind of array formation was very terrifying. Even an almighty would not be able to come out without a year or so. But now, the other party actually came out. How did he do it? Could it be that someone helped him? But after thinking about it, Seven Star realized that unless an almighty level array master made a move, no one could break it open. Even then, the commotion would be very big. With his means, he could quickly obtain news. However, he did not receive any news at all. This made him even more puzzled. Damn it, this brat's aura has become tyrannical again. What shocked Seven Star even more was that the other party's cultivation seemed to have broken through and reached the mid-stage 6-star monarch realm. This made his expression very ugly. Off to the side, Qin Lan naturally noticed Lin Xian as well. However, her face was still cold and expressionless. Although she somewhat disliked this new junior brother of hers, she did not think much of him. A mere 6-star monarch was beneath her notice. Therefore, she would not secretly attack him. However, when she saw 7 Star's expression, she knew that he must have attacked the other party. Moreover, the other party had successfully escaped. Qin Lan's lips curved into a cold smile when she thought of this. Damn it! We can't let him in! 7 Star's expression darkened, a trace of iciness appearing in his eyes. In the next moment, he put down his wine cup and waved his sleeve. He shouted coldly, Who dares trespass on Valurium Manor? Today is the day of celebration for the manor. Trespassers will be killed without mercy! He roared angrily, a biting cold killing intent radiating from his body. He wanted to kill the other party before they could make a move. To prevent future trouble. Otherwise, the things he had done would be exposed. If his master found out, he would be severely punished. Therefore, 7 Star attacked without any hesitation. Hum! With a wave of his hand, a blue pagoda quickly flew out. It expanded in the sky like a star and enveloped the sword light. The 7-star pagoda! The crowd cried out in surprise. They didn't expect 7-star to be so decisive as to use his weapon right from the start. Who dares trespass on Valurium Manor? Are they not afraid of death? Who knows? Maybe it's a hothead outside who wants to join in the fun. Who cares who he is? He's dead meat. 7-star is a great expert, and he's even used his weapon. That person can't resist at all. In the sky, Lin Xian frowned as he looked at the blue pagoda flying towards him. It seemed that 7-star was the culprit. 7-star had attacked him as soon as he saw him. He obviously wanted to kill him to silence him. Since the other party had already made up his mind to kill him, why should he hold back? He, Lin Xian, wasn't someone who could be trampled on. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't face the pagoda head-on. Instead, his figure flickered as he used Empyrean Dragon's 8 steps. He turned into a streak of light and rushed out of the 7-star pagoda's range. Boom! The 7-star pagoda missed its target and shattered the void. The people on the Jiling platform below were extremely surprised. What? He actually dodged it? How is that possible? Could he be a great expert? That person was so fast. Exclamations of surprise rang out. They thought that no matter who the other party was, they would be dead for sure. Chapter 2007. The other party actually dodged it so easily, which truly surprised them greatly. 7-Star was even more surprised. His pupils constricted as he pushed the 7-Star pagoda in the sky, wanting to attack again. Buzz! However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's speed. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared on Jiling platform. His black hair fluttered, and his red robes fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like lightning, turning into a sharp blade. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Despicable villain, plotting against me time and time again. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? What? It's actually a young man. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and exclaimed in shock. The powerhouses who came to congratulate were all puzzled. Who is this person? So domineering! He even dares to threaten 7-Star! Meanwhile, Jin Jianfeng's elders were all astonished. They recognized Lin Xian. Wasn't he taken in as the Peak Master's third disciple? Why was he constantly in conflict with 7-Star? At this moment, the first elder also stood up and said coldly, Lin Xian, today is an important day for the monarch residence. Don't mess around. Mess around? Lin Xian sneered. Sure. Make this fellow kneel and kowtow to me in apology, and I won't mess around. What? Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly. Make second senior brother 7-Star kneel and apologize? How was that possible? That was 7-Star, the Peak Master's disciple. His status was equivalent to an elder. Moreover, 7-Star was an almighty and could be said to have a noble status. How could he kneel to a 6-Star monarch? 7-Star's face also darkened when he heard that, and thick killing intent surfaced in his eyes. First elder snorted coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? That's your senior brother. My senior brother? Are you sure he's my senior brother? Do you know what he did to me? Lin Xian sneered. Do you know that my senior brother tried to assassinate me more than once in order to protect his status? If I wasn't strong enough, I probably would have been killed by now. Assassination. Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. Not to mention the people from the Golden Sword Peak, the experts from the outside world were even more surprised. But very quickly, their lips curled up and they looked like they were watching a good show. This was originally Jin Jian Peak's matter, so what did it have to do with them? However, with such a show to watch today, their trip was not in vain. Nonsense! 7-Star also roared. He would never admit to something like this. Little junior brother, I don't know why you are framing me like this. But today is the day of the prince's mansion. Don't let the outsiders see you as a joke. You won't be able to bear the blame of the Wang mansion and master. So, you'd better go back home and reflect on your mistakes. What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Lin Xian sneered. You really are a coward. Someone like you wants to take over the Peak Lord's position? How laughable! You're courting death. 7-Star's face was extremely gloomy. No one had ever dared to mock him like this, and this brat in front of him was actually so reckless. If today wasn't the important day of the prince's mansion, he dared to guarantee that this brat would have died a few hundred times already. Enough! First elder also roared. Brat, hurry up and go back. Don't behave atrociously here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? How are you going to be impolite? Try being impolite. Lin Xian did not back down. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. Instantly, a terrifying blast of air surged out in all directions. Whoosh! Feeling this sharp aura, everyone exclaimed in shock. The younger disciples even revealed horrified expressions. As for the older generation experts, their brows were tightly knitted together. They did not expect that although this young man in front of them only had the cultivation of a 6-star intermediate rank king, the aura he emitted was truly too terrifying. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let this go, Lin Xian said coldly. He was truly too furious. If he did not kill the 7-star today, his cultivation and strength would be in vain. Stubborn! In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. First Elder's voice was icy cold, and he was about to make a move. However, at this moment, a red-robed elder stepped forward. He was the 8th elder. The 8th elder said, Big brother, there's no need for you to make a move. I'll capture this brat. He sneered. He and Lin Xian originally had some enmity. Lin Xian was accepted as the Peak Master's disciple, which made him somewhat nervous. Moreover, he could not take revenge on the hatred in his heart. After all, after becoming the Peak Master's disciple, his status was equivalent to theirs. However, it was different now. This brat actually dared to openly cause trouble on such an important day of the prince's mansion. He would definitely be severely punished. Moreover, that brat was unwilling to stop now. It was the best time to kill him. Therefore, 8th Elder decided to personally make a move and kill him. Even if the other party really died, the Peak Master and the prince's mansion would probably not blame him. Instead, they would reward him greatly. Therefore, he stepped forward without hesitation. Brat, you really don't know what's good for you. Isn't being your 3rd disciple quite carefree and happy? You actually came here to behave atrociously? Since you're courting death, then don't blame me. 8th Elder sneered, and endless flames appeared on his body. 7-star also laughed when he saw 8th Elder make a move. He naturally knew that 8th Elder and Lin Xian had a feud. Presumably, 8th Elder would definitely not show mercy when he made a move. Moreover, 8th Elder was also a mighty figure. Dealing with a 6-star monarch was absolutely a piece of cake. This way, he could get rid of a potential enemy without having to make a move. Why not? Old thing, I gave you face last time and didn't make a move on you. I didn't expect you to be so reckless. You still dare to find trouble with me now? Since that's the case, then there's no need for you to live. Lin Xian stared at 8th Elder, his eyes filled with murderous intent. 8th Elder actually jumped out at this time and wanted to kill him? How could he let him go? You're courting death! 8th Elder roared furiously, and his red palm shot out rapidly. Flaming Divine Palm! A terrifying flame aura soared into the sky, and a terrifying heatwave swept out in all directions. 2 large red palm prints of light dyed the entire sky red. They ruthlessly slammed toward Lin Xian. At this moment, it was as if the god of fire had descended. It was incomparably powerful. Buzz! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and frost surged on his body. Instantly, a blue fist shot into the sky. The terrifying frost aura was piercingly cold, and it instantly formed a layer of frost on the entire spiritual platform. Even the surrounding martial artists were covered in a layer of blue ice shards. What a terrifying frost aura! I wonder who will win. What a joke. 8th Elder is a mighty figure. Isn't it easy to deal with a 6-star monarch boy? 8th Elder sneered disdainfully. He already knew that Lin Xian was an ice attribute martial artist, and he immediately sneered. Brat, you want to compete with me with this frost aura of yours? Chapter 2008. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 flaming palms became even brighter. They were like scarlet divine flames that were dancing. Boom! The 2 palms collided and kept rumbling. However, what was shocking was that the 2 of them were evenly matched. The icy flames did not shatter. Instead, they formed a powerful and effective attack to fight against the flaming palms. How is this possible? He can fight against the 8th Elder? God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? He has the strength to fight against an almighty! Exclamations of surprise could be heard. At this moment, not to mention the people of Goldasword Peak, even the experts from the outside world were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Previously, they wanted to watch the show, but they did not expect the young man to be so domineering. He did not back down in the face of an almighty. In fact, the fact that they were evenly matched with each other was truly shocking. Genius! A peerless genius! Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the arrogant young man to have such strength. The eighth elder's face also stiffened. A hint of shock and disbelief appeared in his eyes. He did not expect the young man to be able to fight against him. It was really unexpected. The next moment, his face became abnormally ferocious. Die, kid! The eighth elder was furious. He could not tolerate a six-star king being able to fight against him. Therefore, he threw out more than 10 palms in a row. The flames were monstrous and dyed the entire sky red. The air waves rolled and the surrounding space trembled violently. The flames on the palms turned into a big red bird in the air. It was as dazzling as a phoenix. The terrifying aura made it difficult for people to breathe. Boom! The big red bird roared and flapped its wings. It carried a monstrous air wave and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Eighth Elder? In Almighty? Do you think you can do whatever you want? Today, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. Lin Xian was also furious. In front of everyone, the eighth elder spared no effort to use his ultimate move. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him on the spot. If that was the case, why should he hold back? Therefore, at the next moment, he roared and clenched his fists. Suddenly, a terrifying destructive aura formed a black storm and swept in all directions. Boom! He threw out a punch, and the roar of a dragon resounded. An arm stretched out like a black dragon and collided with the red bird. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Sparks flew in all directions. The destructive aura formed a black blade that cut through the void. The fiery red bird was smashed into pieces in an instant. It screamed and disappeared into the void. As for Lin Xian, his 5 fingers turned into claws, and a black dragon coiled around his 5 fingers. It turned into a huge palm that covered the sky, and it quickly slammed towards the eighth elder. What? He's so strong! Everyone was stunned. They quickly retreated and rose into the air. Their faces were filled with fear. Yi Shiwen was too strong. He was able to shatter the eighth elder's ultimate move with just one punch. It was unbelievable. Not only that, he even took the initiative to kill the eighth elder, which was hard to believe. The eighth elder's pupils shrank. His opponent's fists were too violent. However, he was incomparably furious because the other party actually dared to attack him. He really didn't know what death was. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out balls of fire, which turned into fiery meteors that soared into the sky. He wanted to shatter the huge black palm. The huge black palm carried with it a violent aura. 5 dragons coiled around it. It was extremely ferocious and terrifying, as if it could tear everything apart. Therefore, the fiery meteor-like fireballs were unable to withstand it, and were completely shattered. Not only that, but the eighth elder was also instantly enveloped by the huge black palm. In the next moment, he was trapped in darkness. The 5 dragons roared ferociously and turned into rays of sharp sword radiance. They moved quickly and slashed towards the eighth elder. Buzz! The eighth elder roared. He waved his hand and a fiery red light screen appeared. The runes on it shone and formed a solid defense. Clang! Clang! The sword she blasted on the red light screen and a deafening sound was heard. In the outside world, everyone could only see a huge palm that covered the sky and wrapped around the eighth elder. They could no longer see what was happening inside. Only terrifying voices could be heard echoing in the air. Ah! At this moment, an extremely miserable voice rang out from the huge palm that blotted out the sky. When everyone heard the sound, their scalps went numb. However, the faces of the people from Golden Sword Peak changed. This was because they realized that the sound came from the eighth elder. The eighth elder is injured? How is this possible? These people widened their eyes in disbelief. That's an almighty. How could he lose to a mere 6-star king? Boom! In the next moment, the huge palm that covered the sky loosened. Then, a ray of red light escaped into the distance. It was the eighth elder. At this moment, His hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. There were several sword wounds on his body that had split his body open, revealing deep white bones. There was even one that almost split him in half. "He's really injured." Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. They were only guessing at first, but now that they saw this scene, they knew that the eighth elder was really injured. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. What kind of existence was this young man who could defeat an almighty? They did not dare to imagine. 7-Star was also stunned. To be honest, he did not expect this to happen either. That was the eighth elder. He was an almighty who was not inferior to him. But now, he was being chased like a stray dog. A cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He swore that he would kill the other party today. Because if the other party continued to grow, it would not be long before he would not be able to suppress the other party. "Stop!" 7-Star roared and waved the 7-star pagoda to block Lin Xian's path. At the same time, he said coldly, "What are you doing? Do you know how big of a sin it is to injure the eighth elder? Moreover, this is the Liuli royal residence. How dare you fight here? Do you want to die?" "Humph!" Lin Xian ignored 7-Star. He snorted and used the chaotic doppelganger to perform the 6 gods sword technique. Suddenly, 3 doppelgangers appeared. Each of them had monstrous sword chi. Like the god of death, they instantly caught up with the eighth elder. A terrifying sword essence erupted and shot into the sky, turning the sky into nothingness. The eighth elder was also pierced by the sword chi. His eyes were wide open as he fell from the sky. "What? The eighth elder has been killed!" Everyone on the spiritual platform went crazy when they saw this scene. They could not believe it at all. Injuring the eighth elder and killing him were 2 different things. Almighties usually had life-saving means. Unless they fought desperately, it was rare to be able to kill an almighty. Chapter 2009. 7-Star's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected 8th Elder to die just like that. In the next moment, he laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, kid, you're an idiot! I don't even need to do anything to kill 8th Elder. The Hall of Enforcement will arrest you. They'll pull out your tendons, flay your bones, and tear you to pieces." Indeed, Lin Xian would be arrested by the Hall of Enforcement after what had happened. At that time, the other party would definitely be dead. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I'll deal with the Hall of Enforcement when they come. But now, it's time for you to die." With that, he stared coldly at 7-Star. "You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." 7-Star snorted. The blue pagoda floated above his head, shrouding him in a myriad of blue rays. "Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. I'll capture you and kill you with my own hands to avenge 8th Elder. Let's see if you have the ability to talk so much." Lin Xian sneered, releasing a biting killing intent. 7-Star also released a blue light. Then, the 2 auras clashed in the air. Terrifying energy soared into the sky. This scene wasn't just seen by the entire Jinling platform. The other 4 platforms and all the cultivators below saw it. Even the great personages on the Immortals Advent platform at the very center saw it. Only great personages could ascend the Immortals Advent platform. A stalwart middle-aged man sat at the very front. He wore a crown on his head and wore a long robe. His aura was powerful. He was King Valurium. Beside him, there were several experts. Among them were Lihua General and Moving Mountain General. Even the peak leaders of the 5 peaks were present. The rest were all experts who'd rushed in from outside. Each of them was a peerless expert, their auras as deep as the sea. These people were originally discussing martial arts, but soon they frowned. This was because an extremely sharp aura came from afar, disturbing their state of mind. The experts from outside were silent, their brows tightly knitted. This was Valurium Palace. They shouldn't be asking questions. Valurium would surely give them an explanation. Sure enough, King Valurium's face darkened when he sensed the change in the energy. What's going on? Could it be that someone wants to cause trouble? The others found it hard to believe as well. After all, who would dare cause trouble in Valurium Palace? At this moment, the steward of the prince's mansion came and quickly explained what had happened below. What? The eighth elder was killed. Hearing this, the expressions of the people in the Wang mansion changed. It seemed that not only was someone causing trouble, but it was also very big. This was simply looking down on the Wang family. Humph! Who dares to be so bold? Which peerless almighty is it? The Peak Master of Iron Cloud Peak snorted coldly. Not a peerless almighty, but a 6-star king. King? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What kind of joke was this? A 6-star king had killed an almighty? Wasn't this a fantasy? Even the foreign experts looked at each other in dismay. The housekeeper continued. This 6-star king is also a member of our Wang mansion. To be exact, he is the third disciple that Peak Master Jin Jianfeng just accepted. Whoosh! Even though these people were all peerless experts, they were still in an uproar when they heard this news. The Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak's eyelids were twitching wildly. He had indeed just accepted a young disciple, but he couldn't believe that this young disciple of his could be so arrogant and powerful. He dared to kill the 8th elder at this time, and he even succeeded. For a moment, countless gazes fell on the Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak. The Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak was a middle-aged man. He wore a golden robe and looked extremely valiant. But at this moment, being stared at by so many experts, he was drenched in cold sweat. Especially when he saw that King Valurium was also looking in his direction, his heart beat wildly. Although he was strong, he was only a subordinate of King Valurium. There was no way he could resist the will of a king. I will go and capture that animal right now. The Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak braced himself and said. But at this moment, the Mountain Razor General said coldly. Wait. To be honest, when the steward said that it was a 6-star king, the Mountain Razor General thought that it might be Lin Xian. When he heard that it was the Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak who had just accepted a disciple, he was sure that it was Lin Xian. Beside him, the Lihui General was also surprised. The two looked at each other. Then, the Mountain Razor General stepped forward. Your Highness, this kid is the young man I told you about. Oh? It's him! Hearing the Mountain Razor General's words, King Valurium raised his eyebrows and showed a trace of surprise. The Mountain Razor General had told him that an incredible young man had come to the king's mansion this time. He was able to fight the Mountain Razor General to a draw when his cultivation was suppressed. King Valurium was very clear about the Mountain Razor General's strength. Even if his cultivation was suppressed, he was still very strong. However, the fact that a 6-star king could fight against him was enough to prove his strength. King Valurium wouldn't miss such a person. Therefore, the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of excitement. The next moment he said, What is that kid doing now? Your Highness, he is fighting against the second disciple of Gold Sword Peak, 7-star king. Oh? Hearing this, the crowd was surprised. They didn't expect that the kid would not only kill the 8th elder, but also fight now. The Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak was sweating profusely because he knew that this matter was too serious. Therefore, he asked nervously, Your Highness, this... King Valurium chuckled and said slowly, It is indeed a headache to have a disobedient disciple under my command. However, the purpose of this competition was to let my subordinates compete. I didn't expect it to start in advance. Since this is the case, why don't you all watch with me? Many people were stunned when they heard this. Because they realized that King Valurium didn't mean to blame them. In fact, he seemed to be happy. This surprised the crowd. But after thinking for a while, they understood that King Valurium must have taken a fancy to the young man. Thinking of this, the Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak breathed a sigh of relief. The other 4 Peak Masters were shocked. The foreign experts were even more surprised. What kind of young man could be so important to King Valurium? Whoosh! At this moment, the Mountain Razor General reached out his large bronze hand and waved it forcefully. Immediately, the surrounding clouds rolled and quickly dispersed. The scene below was revealed. Then, the people on the Immortals' Advent Terrace turned their heads to look down. They were all peerless experts, so they could see clearly. Below, on the Gold Spirit Terrace, Lin Xian and Qi Xing were facing each other. Chapter 2010. Boom! 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 The two forces collided, creating earth-shattering tremors. At this moment, everyone in the manor was paying attention. Those from the law enforcement hall roared angrily, wanting to stop the fight. However, they soon received voice transmissions. Immediately, they stopped and did not attack. "Elder, what's going on? Aren't we going to intervene?" A disciple from the law enforcement hall asked, extremely puzzled. This was too abnormal. Today was an important day in the manor. They should have stopped the fight in time. However, at that moment, their elder stopped. The elder from the law enforcement hall took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "We have orders from above. We don't need to interfere in this matter. You may all return." Orders from above. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard this. The law enforcement hall's status was already very high. Above them was the core of Valurium Manor. Since it was an order from such an existence, they could only obey. Therefore, the law enforcement hall members retreated to the side. However, they quickly activated the formation to prevent more buildings from being destroyed. Below, in the void, Seven Star floated in the air, the blue pagoda above his head emitting a resplendent radiance. He was like a god looking down on the world below. Lin Xian's clothes fluttered as well. An enormous sword aura soared from his body, piercing through the clouds. "Die, brat!" On the other side, Seven Star snorted coldly and swiftly charged over. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He stomped his foot and mysterious sword runes appeared, covering the entire Golden Spirit platform. Hum! In the next moment, the earth trembled. The sword runes flickered and turned into a sharp sword light, slashing forward. This sword was extremely sharp, like a true dragon soaring into the sky. Everyone exclaimed when they saw this sword light. It was so sharp that it felt like it could cut the void in half. Some of the weaker ones didn't even dare to look directly at this sword light. "It's useless. You have no chance of winning against me," Seven Star sneered. He held the blue pagoda in his hand and launched a powerful attack downward. A blue radiance swept over quickly, like starlight filling the sky. Soon, it collided with the sword light, causing a huge explosion in the void. "Brat, you may be strong, but you still have no chance of winning against me." Seven Star's expression was cold. He no longer hid his strength. The power of a great expert surged wildly. "I will kill you with my own hands to avenge Eighth Elder. But I think it's better for you to go to hell and meet him." Lin Xian's expression was extremely calm. He stomped his foot, the sword runes under his feet. Then, the sword light turned into shocking sword chi, soaring into the sky. This time, Lin Xian not only used the demon-slaying sword formation, but he also used the power of the great dragon sword spirit. Immediately, the sword light, 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 the sword light. Each of these azure dragon sword chis was hundreds of meters long, and their bodies were covered with shining azure scales. The sword chi was the sword chi. What is that? A true dragon? Or sword chi? When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. The reason for that was because the sword auras were simply too sharp. Moreover, the true dragon he turned into was like a real divine beast. It was impossible to tell which was the real one. The dragons swept in all directions, their bodies as sharp as divine swords. They cut through the blue radiance in the sky in an instant. Not only that, they roared and charged at Seven Star. Boom, boom, boom! 1, 2, 3, finally, a dozen or so sword chi soared into the sky, transforming into true dragons that breathed divine power. A terrifying power stirred up the entire void. The entire Valyria manor was shocked. Everyone was taken aback by this heaven-defying move. Even the bigwigs on the Immortals Advent platform squinted their eyes in awe. Their expressions were extremely grave. Is this kid really just a 6-star king? What a joke! The Peak Lords of Iron Cloud Peak were shocked beyond words. Even the Peak Lord of Metal Sword Peak felt his scalp go numb. He'd accepted the kid as his disciple because he thought the kid was talented. However, he'd never seen this disciple before because he'd come out of seclusion to attend the banquet. He hadn't expected his new disciple to be so powerful. His combat strength was no weaker than a great expert's. Sure enough, he's very strong. The Mountain Razor General and Flaming General were also excited. King Valyrium's eyes flickered, turning into 2 sharp rays of light as he stared down. Excitement. Too much excitement. King Valyrium was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to meet such a peerless genius here. One had to know that the 27 houses of the Tai dynasty were all peerless geniuses in the world. But since they were called peerless geniuses, they were very rare. It wasn't easy to find them. Therefore, King Valyrium hadn't found many after searching for a long time. But he hadn't expected to meet a peerless genius here, in his own manor. He was too excited. The low 10,000 swords flew out, turning into true dragons that stirred the clouds. The entire sky was filled with endless sword light. In the sky, 7-star was under great threat. Streaks of sharp sword chi surrounded her. These sword chi transformed into true dragons that roared incessantly. The dragon claw waved and easily tore through the void, causing him too much trouble. He roared angrily, and the blue pagoda above his head blossomed with light. Blue aura drooped down to protect him. At the same time, a sea of stars quickly appeared. Buzz! The originally clear sky instantly darkened. In fact, countless stars had even appeared. It was as if day had suddenly turned into night. This was 7-star's king domain. At this moment, it enveloped the entire sky. Brat, you've successfully angered me. I'll let you see my true strength. Big Dipper formation! 7-star roared angrily. Immediately, the 7 stars above his head flickered rapidly, forming the appearance of the Big Dipper. In the next moment, the Big Dipper blossomed with light, casting down a terrifying power that swept down. Boom, boom, boom! In an instant, many of the sword chi around 7-star were swept away. The power of the stars was simply too terrifying. It possessed a mysterious and unfathomable power. Even though the sword chi was very sharp, they were still sent flying. After succeeding in one move, 7-star urged his star domain even more frantically. Immediately, the Big Dipper blossomed with a terrifying light, and once again cast down a mysterious power. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw this scene. He waved his arm, and the demon-slaying sword formation changed again. An even more terrifying sword chi rushed out. In the past, it was a single sword chi. Now, under Lin Xian's control, these sword chi began to combine. Chapter 2011. Not only that, but the power of the dragon sword soul was also added to it, causing this sword energy to be lifelike and full of spirituality. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of sword energies spiraled around each other, forming 9 true dragons that intertwined and formed a sword energy dragon diagram that enveloped the front. Sword energy dragon, splitting the sky with one sword. At this moment, Lin Xian also pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, his aura incomparably powerful. Boom! 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 The sea of stars in the sky collided with the sword energy dragon diagram formed by Lin Xian. Cracks appeared in the void and extended for dozens of miles. The surrounding martial artists kept retreating, frantically avoiding the aftermath of this energy. At the same time, they were extremely horrified. The reason for that was because the two of them were simply too powerful. Boom! There was an earth-shattering collision, followed by blood sprinkling down from the sky. Someone's injured! Everyone was shocked and looked over carefully. The next moment, they were stupefied because the one injured was none other than Seven Star. In the sky, the sword energy dragon diagram rapidly flew upward and confronted the stars in the sky. Sword energy slashed out, annihilating those stars and piercing through the void. There was even a sword energy hole that pierced through Seven Star's shoulder, causing blood to instantly spray out. At this moment, all the martial artists were stunned. This was because Lin Xian actually managed to injure Seven Star. This was truly too shocking. As for the seniors and peerless powerhouses, they were even more astonished. This was because Lin Xian was only a 6-star king, while 7-star was a true almighty. But at this moment, a 6-star king with heaven-defying combat strength injured an almighty. This was truly too shocking. The sword energy dragon diagram was still rapidly pressing upward and was about to completely envelop 7-star. 7-star's expression completely changed. Fury surfaced in his eyes along with a trace of horror. This was because he didn't expect that the other party could actually injure him. This was unacceptable to him. If an almighty could injure him, he would accept it. However, the other party was a 6-star king. How could he injure him? Ah! Scram! 7-star roared madly. He waved his arm, and the star chart above his head swiftly pressed down. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper flickered and landed beside him, forming terrifying stars one after another. It quickly circled around, resisting the sword-she dragon diagram. Boom! Boom! The two collided once again, causing even more cracks to appear in the void. However, at that moment, the first elder coldly snorted. Enough, stop fighting. He could also tell that Lin Xian had the combat strength of an almighty. Moreover, if they continued to fight, the two of them would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Or 7-star might be killed. From the looks of it, 7-star was being suppressed by Lin Xian. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. Elder 8 had already been killed in front of him, so he wouldn't allow 7-star to be killed as well. This was because he was the future hope of the Golden Sword Peak. Thus, at the next moment, the Great Elder took action, releasing a screen of light, wanting to separate the two. Humph! However, Lin Xian snorted and executed the Heavenly Dragon 8 steps. Using his extreme speed, he instantly dodged the Great Elder's attack. Then, he appeared in front of 7-star, and the demon's sword in his hand swiftly slashed down. Boom! The sword slashed down, and the void completely exploded. Terrifying air currents rolled, and sharp sword lights flashed. The entire sky was trembling. This was the demon's sword. Coupled with the power of the dragon sword soul, it was abnormally powerful at this moment. Boom! Even though 7-star had the starlight screen and was an almighty, he was still sent flying by this sword. Poof! 7-star spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Buzz! However, Lin Xian didn't stop. He stomped his foot, and his entire body turned into a shooting star as he chased after 7-star. At the same time, the demon's sword in his hand slashed out crazily. Poof! 7-star gritted his teeth and roared crazily. The entire starry sky formed a Taoist robe that draped over his body to resist. However, he was still struck by the two-sword chi and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was in an abnormally wretched state, suffering serious injuries. Ah! I don't believe it! 7-star roared crazily. He couldn't accept this fact. The other party was actually stronger than him. How was this possible? First Elder's expression also changed. He didn't expect that Lin Xian could still injure 7-star even after he made a move. This made him incomparably furious. The next moment, he roared angrily and transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly arriving in the sky. Then, he clasped his hands together, and a divine thunder hammer rapidly appeared and slammed toward Lin Xian's black demon sword. Clang! With an earth-shaking sound, the two weapons collided, causing a terrifying earthquake. Countless bolts of lightning descended, and sword-chi crisscrossed. Many of the martial artists on the Gold Spirit platform were directly sent flying. Because this collision was truly too terrifying. Old fogey! You want to stop me too? Today, I'll slay you too! Lin Xian looked at First Elder with an icy expression. He seemed to have transformed into a killing god as countless sword chi rushed out of his body. It swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The dragon sword's spirit domain was executed and instantly enveloped the front. Courting death! First Elder was also enraged. The other party actually dared to attack him. He brandished the Thunder God hammer in his hand and swiftly counterattacked. Clang! Another collision, and a terrifying sound wave tore through the void. Meanwhile, First Elder retreated 3 steps. His face was pale, and his entire arm involuntarily started trembling. What powerful sword chi! How is this possible? First Elder was astonished. The other party's sword chi could actually numb his arm. It was truly too unbelievable. At this moment, Lin Xian charged over again with the demon's sword in his right hand. First Elder also roared angrily, and Lin Xian behind him roared even more crazily. Carrying the stars that filled the sky, they wanted to converge with First Elder and slay Lin Xian together. That's enough! However, at this moment, a majestic voice sounded. Instantly, a golden giant appeared in the sky. His body was suffused with a glassy light as he stood indomitable. 2 enormous palms waved and blocked Lin Xian, First Elder, and 7 Star. Whoosh! A terrifying aura surged between heaven and earth. The golden giant was like a celestial god, instantly blocking the 3 of them. Buzz! Lin Xian also stopped in his tracks and didn't attack again. However, his expression was extremely solemn. The dragon sword soul in his body could explode at any moment because the golden giant in front of him was too much of a threat to him. It far surpassed ordinary almighties. On the other side, First Elder and 7 Star felt their scalps go numb when they saw the golden glassy giant. They didn't dare to attack anymore and stood respectfully in the void. 7 Star Heart kept coughing and spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were very serious, so he hurriedly consumed some spirit medicine. At this moment, the golden giant rapidly transformed into a beam of golden light and charged into the clouds. Then, the clouds that filled the sky parted, and the spiritual immortal platforms slowly descended. Everyone was excited. The pressure that the golden giant brought to them was truly too great. Chapter 2012. Those from the prince's residence were even more shocked because this Velurium giant was one of King Velurium's ultimate moves. Needless to say, King Velurium had made a move just now. Sure enough, King Velurium stood up and strode into the sky. He spoke loudly like a king. The 2 of you are indeed not bad. 7 Star, your strength has increased again. It won't be long before you break through again. King Velurium waved his sleeve as he spoke, and a vast amount of mighty power poured into 7 Star's body. It healed his injuries. Thank you, Your Highness! 7 Star knelt on one knee excitedly with a respectful expression. The others exclaimed in surprise because they could see that 7 Star's injuries were very serious. However, this King Velurium was too heaven-defying. He healed such a terrible injury with a wave of his sleeve. It was truly shocking. Even the peerless experts were shocked by King Velurium's move. Lin Xian was also surprised. King Velurium had exceeded his expectations. At this moment, King Velurium's gaze shifted from Lin Xian to Lin Xian. Little fellow, you're even better. You're a young 6-star king, yet you possess the combat strength of a mighty figure. It's truly rare in 1,000 years. Your Highness is too kind. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, You're indeed very good. You've exceeded my expectations. Your talent, I have only seen it in my son and the other princes. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this because this evaluation was too high. Princes were the children of the various princes in the prince's residence. They could be said to be favored by the heavens. Moreover, they were all born with spiritual treasures in their mouths. Such people were naturally terrifying. However, no one expected that the young man in front of them could be mentioned in the same breath as princes. It was truly beyond their expectations. At this moment, King Valurium said loudly, "Come with me." With that, he waved his sleeve and enveloped Lin Xian. Then, a prismatic light dragged Lin Xian into the sky. Lin Xian did not resist because he realized that the other party had no ill intentions. Soon, he was carried by the light into the clouds and landed on the Immortals Advent platform. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to ascend the celestial arrival platform. That was a place only the core members of the Wang clan were qualified to ascend. Now, a 6-star king had been invited by King Valurium to ascend the Immortals Advent Plateau. This was a meteoric rise. As expected, the eyelids of those from the Golden Sword Peak twitched violently when they saw this scene. First Elder's expression became extremely grave while 7 Star's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth, and his lungs were about to explode from anger. Jealousy, incomparable jealousy. Originally, ever since the other party had just entered the Golden Sword Peak, he had already begun to be wary of the other party because he was afraid that the other party would surpass him. It would have a huge impact on him taking over Jinjian Peak in the future. However, he did not expect that he had still underestimated the other party. Not only had the other party surpassed him, but he had also surpassed the entire Jinjianfeng. This was because in the entire Golden Sword Peak, only the Peak Master had the right to ascend the Celestial Advent platform. However, the Peak Master was already a mighty figure who had lived for thousands of years, while the other party was only a youth in his 20s. When the two were compared, everyone could see at a glance who had greater potential in the future. To be personally invited by King Valurium to ascend the Celestial Advent platform was a supreme honor. For a moment, 7 Star was extremely jealous. As for the others, they were even more envious. Eldest senior sister Qin Lan was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Previously, she knew that Lin Xian's talent was not bad, but she did not think much of him. Because she was a mighty figure, and he was only a 6-star king. The difference between the two was like the difference between a wild goose and an ant. Unless the other party could truly break through and become a mighty figure. Otherwise, no matter how talented he was, there was no way he could be compared to her. But now, everything had changed. First, the other party had displayed powerful strength that was not weaker than a mighty figure's combat strength. Now, he had ascended the Celestial Advent platform. This was an honor that no one in the younger generation had ever achieved. At this moment, the difference and status between the two had changed. The other party was the eagle that soared in the sky, while she, Qin Lan, was nothing but a laughable egomaniac. Lin Xian did not expect King Valurium to invite him to the Celestial Advent platform. But since he was already here, he would not go down. In the next moment, he looked around and bowed slightly in greeting to the seniors. Good, good, good. Heroes come from the young. I'm old. The younger generation these days is truly heaven-defying. King Valurium is so fortunate to have found such a peerless genius. In the future you will be able to surpass the other houses. Congratulations sounded one after another. King Valurium laughed heartily and called out loudly. Servants, give me a seat. Soon, a few stewards appeared and took an exquisite chair and a white jade platform at the end of the banquet. Lin Xian thanked them and sat down. Although he was at the end of the banquet, his status was completely different. Apart from the external experts, those from the other 5 peaks who ascended the Celestial Advent platform represented that they had truly entered the core of the house. This was something that many people dreamed of, and Lin Xian had accomplished it in only a few months. Next, Lin Xian and the others watched the fights between the cultivators from the 5 peaks. Those who stood out would receive special attention and training. The banquet lasted for 6 days. No one left during these 6 days. At their level, it was very easy to watch the competition for 6 days. It was as frequent as eating and drinking. After 6 days, the competition came to an end. Those who performed well were summoned by the house and trained with all their might. As for the other experts, they also congratulated him one after another before leaving. King Valurium once again projected a glass screen and led Lin Xian away from the Celestial Advent platform. A ray of glazed light soared into the sky and instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the air. This speed was much faster than Lin Xian's Sky Dragon's 8 steps. They weren't even on the same level. Lin Xian was extremely shocked as he was enveloped by the aura of glass. He knew that King Valurium was no ordinary person. Judging from his speed, he was at least a peerless expert. But where was he taking him? He didn't know. But soon, he narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian saw 7 dragon balls in front of him, forming a screen of light. This should be the heart of the Valurium Palace. He had come here to investigate before and knew that he had to enter openly. Otherwise, he would definitely be discovered if he sneaked in. He didn't expect that King Valurium would personally take him to the heart of the palace 2 months later. Chapter 2013. However, when they noticed Valurium's presence, the aura quickly dispersed like the tide. Although it was only for a moment, Lin Xian still felt cold sweat trickle down his back. The murderous aura was too terrifying. It was the aura of a great expert. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he wouldn't be able to defeat dozens of great experts at once. Fortunately, he hadn't recklessly barged into the heart of Valurium Manor. After entering, Lin Xian looked around curiously. He discovered that the heart of the manor was even more magnificent and vast than the outskirts. There was no trace of it, as if it was a kingdom. Valurium flew at top speed, passing through countless mountains and rivers. Finally, he came to a stop in front of a black mountain. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the aura of Valurium on Lin Xian's body disappeared. Lin Xian's figure then appeared in front of him. Around him was a continuous mountain range. In front of him were 3 peaks. There were 3 towering mountains that towered into the clouds. Moreover, the aura of these 3 peaks was terrifying. It was as if they were the mountains of the divine realm. They exuded a terrifying aura. If that was all, Lin Xian wouldn't be shocked. What shocked Lin Xian was that the 3 peaks in front of him all exuded a terrifying aura, but upon closer inspection, they were all different. The peak on the left was fiery red. Flames and magma filled the sky, forming a world of fire. That terrifying fire elemental energy shocked even Lin Xian. He could feel that this flame was even more terrifying than the Nethersky flame he'd obtained from the sky nether bird. The mountain peak in the middle was surrounded by bolts of black lightning. The berserk power continued to pierce through the void. Lin Xian had never seen the power of lightning in his life. As for the 3rd mountain peak, it was completely white. The peak was covered in white snow, and a terrifying ice chi could be felt even from far away. Each of the 3 peaks towered into the clouds. They contained 3 different types of energy. "What do you think of these 3 peaks?" King Valurium asked in a low voice. "It's mysterious and contains great power," Lin Xian replied. He didn't know why Valurium King had brought him here. Hearing Lin Xian's words, King Valurium nodded. It was indeed very strong. Even great experts would benefit greatly from it. "Do you want to go in?" "Let me in." Lin Xian was taken aback. He hadn't expected King Valurium to ask such a question. Then, his eyes blazed. Indeed, the 3 mountains before him contained more power than the wind, fire, and lightning forces he possessed. If he could go in and refine the energy inside, his strength would definitely increase again. However, there was no free lunch in this world. Why is King Valurium helping him? Is it just because he is talented? Of course I want to enter such a strange mountain. I just don't know what conditions your highness has. Lin Xian asked. Valurium smiled when he heard this. You're a smart kid. I do have some conditions. Let me introduce you to these 3 peaks first. Instead of stating his conditions, King Valurium began to introduce the 3 mysterious peaks in front of him. Have you heard of the Cerberus? The Cerberus. Lin Xian was shocked. He had indeed heard of it before. He was no longer a newbie. The Whispering Headhound was one of the most powerful demon beasts on the sky ranking. It was said that it specialized in suppressing the 9 hells. It was extremely terrifying. Then, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His face was full of shock. Could it be that these peaks are related to the Cerberus? He was indeed shocked. The Cerberus not only possessed great strength, but also 3 heads. As for the 3 heads, they respectively grasped the power of fire, lightning, and ice. It was similar to the 3-headed vermilion blood bird, but it was much more powerful than the latter. Indeed, these peaks are related to the Cerberus. As for how they are related, that is a secret of the manor. I can't tell you. But you only need to know that it is a great fortune to be able to enter. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The Whispering Headhound's reputation was too great. He didn't expect that the peaks in front of him were related to the Cerberus. Moreover, whether they were related or not, just the energy of the 3 attributes that he felt now was enough to move him. Therefore, he asked again, "What are your conditions, Your Highness? Help me do 3 things. As long as you succeed, I will let you enter the Purgatory Peak." 3 things? What 3 things? Lin Xian asked. These 3 things are not simple. They can even be said to be very dangerous. I can't tell you all at once. I will only tell you the next mission after you complete one. Because there was more than one person who accepted this mission. Unfortunately, none of them completed it. Are you willing to accept this mission? None of them completed it? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Could it be an earth-shattering mission? Thinking of this, he said, "Your Highness, I am just a little 6-star king. Although I have some strength and can fight against the Almighty. But if it is beyond my strength, I am afraid I can't accept it." "Don't worry, it will not exceed your strength. At least, it will not make you fight against the Almighty," King Valurium said. "You are the one I have chosen. I still need you to help me fight against the other mansions in the future. That's why I won't let you throw your life away. However, although there is no Almighty, it is still very dangerous. So, it is your choice whether to accept it or not. I can agree to your 3 conditions, but you must let me enter one of the peaks first," Lin Xian said. "No problem. I can let you enter the Fire Peak first. Then you can go and complete the first mission," King Valurium said. Then, he waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the clouds in front of him rolled. The aura of Valurium filled the sky and quickly formed a bridge. It connected Lin Xian's feet to the Hell Peak in the distance. "I will let you enter the Fire Peak. As for how long you can stay there and what kind of fortune you can obtain, it is entirely up to you." "Thank you, Your Highness!" Lin Xian cupped his fist and strode onto the Valurium bridge. He looked at the distant peak with sparkling eyes. At the same time, he was extremely excited. Soon, his speed became faster and faster. In an instant, he was in front of the Fire Peak. In the next moment, he took a step forward and entered the Fire Peak. "Kid, let me see if you have the strength to help me complete that mission," King Valurium said in a low voice. He did not leave. Instead, he waited there quietly. On the other hand, Lin Xian entered the Fire Peak. After entering, he felt a monstrous heat that turned into a sea of fire surging towards him. Chapter 2014. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. Black flames rushed out of his body and turned into a black light screen, enveloping him. It resisted the sea of fire around him. Whoosh! This flame was the heavenly demonic flame. It was rolling and fighting against the sea of fire. The 2 flames collided and made crackling sounds. Obviously, the heavenly demonic flame could not resist at all. Because the surrounding flames were more violent and there were more of them. Therefore, the light screen formed by Lin Xian's demonic flame was on the verge of collapse and would break at any time. What a terrifying flame! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The power of the flames here was beyond Lin Xian's expectation. He did not expect the heavenly demonic flame on his body to be so weak. It was suppressed by the surrounding flames. However, this made him even more excited. The stronger the surrounding flames were, the more powerful they would be after he absorbed them. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate to use his means to absorb and refine the surrounding flames. To be honest, the flames here were very terrifying. Even a mighty figure would not dare to stay here for a long time. Lin Xian was also in trouble. Fortunately, he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to release streaks of Dragon Soul Sword Chi. The terrifying sword aura extinguished the surrounding flames, creating a vacuum. That was why Lin Xian was able to cultivate in such a safe and secure place. He did not miss any opportunity to absorb the surrounding flames and fuse them with the heavenly demonic flame. Whoosh! A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian was still cultivating with his eyes closed. Outside, King Valurium frowned. To be honest, he expected Lin Xian to last for a few days at most before he could not withstand the power of the flames inside. Even a mighty figure could last for 10 days at most. The stronger ones could last for half a month. Any longer, and they would not be able to stay any longer. Now that a month had passed, Lin Xian had not come out. This was beyond his expectations. He even suspected that Lin Xian had been burned inside. Therefore, King Valurium's expression was solemn. He stretched out his hand and formed a seal. Immediately, his gaze became extremely sharp. It pierced through the void and looked inside. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. That was because he discovered that the other party had not been burned to ashes by the flames. Instead, he was still cultivating. This made Glazed Tile heave a sigh of relief. At least the other party was fine. However, he soon revealed a look of shock. That was because the other party was actually able to persist for so long. Even ordinary almighties were unable to do so. How did he do it? 1. Lin Xian opened his eyes when he felt King Valurium's gaze. He sensed that someone was watching him, so he stopped cultivating and withdrew from his state of cultivation. Because he didn't want his secret to be discovered. In the next moment, the surrounding flames gathered and poured into Lin Xian's body. From now on, I'll call you Hellfire. Lin Xian was from the infernal realm. This flame came from the Cerberus, so it was naturally called the Infernal Flame. At that moment, the flames on his body were still black. However, their might was no longer the same as before. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian took a step forward. He tore through space and instantly appeared near King Valurium. King Valurium said, "I didn't mean to spy on you. I was just worried about your condition. That's why I did it. Don't worry. If you can complete one task, I'll let you enter the Fire Mountain again." "Thank you, Your Highness. It's about time. I can go complete one task now," Lin Xian said in a low voice. "All right." King Valurium smiled when he heard this. Then, he began to transmit a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian left the area and even left the heart of Valurium Manor. However, Lin Xian did not leave the manor. Instead, he flew towards the east. Iron Cloud Peak was one of the 5 great peaks under the manor. It was the most powerful peak. As the strongest peak under the manor, Iron Cloud Peak was not only powerful, but also had some special uses. For example, there was a super transportation formation on Iron Cloud Peak. This super transportation formation was located in a valley under Iron Cloud Peak. This valley was heavily guarded. There were 36 teams silently watching over it. The leader of these 36 teams was an old man. His hair was white, but his eyes were unusually bright. The aura of his cultivation had reached the great perfection of 6 stars. The old man patrolled around the valley, constantly observing to make sure that there was no danger. At the same time, he thought to himself. There were still 3 months left. 3 months later, his task of guarding the valley would be completed. At that time, he would no longer be the leader here. He would be transferred back. That way, he would be able to cultivate in peace. He was already at the great perfection of 6 stars. Perhaps he could break through to the great perfection realm after a dozen years of seclusion. But if he could become a great perfection realm expert, everything would be different. Regardless of whether it was his strength or his status, there would be an earth-shattering change. Therefore, Becoming a great perfection realm expert was the old man's lifelong goal. While he was thinking, the sound of wind breaking came from afar. Then, a sword light flew towards him like lightning. Someone is coming! The old man frowned, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. The aura in his body was secretly circulating. His right hand reached into his sleeve and grabbed a black flag. As long as he waved the black flag, he could immediately summon the 36 teams around him to fight against the enemy. However, he did not act rashly because he did not know who was coming. The next moment, he was stunned. Because when the sword light disappeared, a young man was standing in the void. He had a handsome face and was wearing a red robe. His black hair was casually tied with a red string. He was about 24 or 25 years old, and his expression was very calm. Sensing that there was no murderous intent from the other party, the old man's body swayed, and he came to the other party and said coldly, "Who are you?" "Lin Xian," the young man said in a deep voice. Then, he stretched out his palm. In his palm, there was a golden token that emitted thousands of rays of golden light. There was a word, "token," written on the token, and behind it was a flying dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The azure token. Seeing the token, the old man became unusually respectful. He knelt on one knee on the ground. Although he did not know who the young man in front of him was, he was sure of the token. This token belonged to King Valurium. Only the most important people in the prince's residence were qualified to have it. Seeing the token was like seeing King Valurium. That was why the old man was so respectful. Get up," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "I want to activate the super teleportation. I'll go prepare now." You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.